Chapter 91. Pre-production for the dating reality show. Lin Fan was a man of his word. Within a few days, Han Hai Group announced a partnership with White Heavy Industries on a multi-billion-dollar project. The news sent shockwaves through the market. The top executives of other companies were astonished. White Heavy Industries and Han Hai Group had recently been fiercely competing for a tourism development project, yet now they were announcing a collaboration. What kind of business opportunity lay behind this? Having thrived in the business world, these executives were sharp as tacks. They immediately began buying up stocks in both companies. As a result, both of their stock prices rose. The first crisis had been averted, but White Heavy Industries couldn't afford to relax. They needed to launch a counterattack and bring down the mastermind behind the scheme. Lin Fan had a plan for that as well. The tallest tree in the forest attracts the strongest winds. Kaisu had not publicly supported these actions. In fact, he had told his fans in the comments to remain rational and not to affect the lives of others. Because of this, they couldn't charge him with anything. They needed to lure him, or rather, set a trap for him. They needed to make him show his true colors and gather evidence of him instigating his fans before they could bring him down. Zhomei had told him that Kaisu was a singer and actor. Ever since the scandal about his illegitimate child broke, his career had plummeted. No director dared to hire him for a movie or a reality show. It was clear just how much Kaisu longed to be back in the spotlight. This made Lin Fan think of the good news Lu Jejia had mentioned to him recently. She had mentioned a director who was creating a dating reality show tailored specifically for Kaisu. But Kaisu now had a son. It was impossible for him to participate in a dating show. But here was the opportunity. Through Lu Jejia's connections, Lin Fan arranged a meeting with the renowned director, Sisterly. Luna happened to be free that day as well. The three of them met at the familiar Tower Top restaurant. "Mr. Lin, it's an honor to meet you," said Sisterly, extending her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you too. To be honest, I grew up watching your dramas, Sisterly. I still remember many of the characters vividly." They shook hands, and then got down to business. Sisterly said she understood that Han Hai Group wanted to enter the entertainment industry, but while the idea was good, their choice of person wasn't the best. Kaisu was talented and had the looks. However, he had recently been involved in a scandal. Celebrities with scandals carried significant risk in the market. If Kaisu was an S-grade celebrity before, he was currently only a D-grade one. D-grade meant low investment potential. Investing in him was very likely to result in a complete loss. These were sincere words. The ruthless market was not a place for sentiment. Making money was the only thing that mattered. Lin Fan understood that she was giving him a favor, but he had a different perspective. Sisterly, there's a saying, bad publicity is still publicity. It's not as if the entertainment industry hasn't seen some polarizing celebrities before. There was a talent show star who became famous for his lack of talent. If we can tightly grasp Kaisu's core audience, there is a chance we could make money. Even so, the risk was still considerable. Luna spoke up at this point. "Please let me say something. I agree with Lin Fan. The fact that Kaisu has an illegitimate child is not a big deal in other countries. So I think we can set the dating show in a foreign country. That way, we can avoid any public outcry." Sisterly became thoughtful after hearing this. She had an idea in the past, but was unable to execute it due to various reasons. Now, it seemed that they could actually create an international dating show. The show could include Chinese people as well as foreigners. A show with a bit of a gimmick, set in famous landmarks overseas, might just catch fire. Of course, there were also drawbacks. Lin Fan added, "The idea is great, but there's no guarantee for viewership. Each country has its own audience. If a dating show doesn't meet the needs of the target audience, it will crash and burn. Besides, dating shows are considered a niche genre in domestic reality television." Planning a reality show was not an easy task. They discussed many things, but still didn't come to a definite decision. They exchanged contact information and agreed to talk again when they had the opportunity. In the meantime, Sisterly suggested that Lin Fan might choose another star. Her company had a few that were quite good. They would be helpful for Han Hai Group's entry into the entertainment industry. Lin Fan nodded, saying he would consider it. However, Kaisu was still his priority, given his tremendous reach. As they were walking out of the restaurant, Sisterly smiled and asked Lin Fan why he was so insistent on Kaisu. Was there another reason besides business? "It's kind of for someone," he replied. "Haha, I understand," she said knowingly. She often glanced at Luna's face. Sisterly knew the person was very likely to be this stunning Miss Luna. Some people in the entertainment industry were very complicated. The celebrity they praised verbally was not actually the one they wanted to promote. This was a common occurrence in some talent shows and films. Lin Fan probably wanted to promote Miss Luna and was using Kai Su's popularity to gain exposure for the beautiful girl. There was no need to point this out. If they could help Kai Su make a comeback, it would benefit them as well. After they parted, Sister Lee made a phone call. "Sis, is there good news for me? I knew you wouldn't forget me. You've got a good sixth sense. Let me tell you, you're in luck. A big boss wants you for a reality show." Kai Su eagerly asked, "Did you say yes to him?" "You can't say no, sis. I'd be very sad." "Don't worry." Sister Lee told him not to panic. "I could tell what that boss wanted. Congratulations in advance. You're most likely making a comeback." Hearing this good news, Kai Su couldn't believe it. 3 months. 3 whole months. He not only had no income, but he also had to pay advertising and sponsorship fees for breaking contracts. He was practically dying. Just being able to make a comeback was enough. The tens of millions he had lost during this period could easily be earned back. Kai Su thought that his situation wasn't as serious as those who had committed tax evasion or harmed the country. It was just a problem with his private life. Many other celebrities around him were in a similar situation. They just hadn't been exposed yet. Society was very open about relationships these days. So what if he had an illegitimate child? "Thank you so much, Sister Lee," Kai Su said, beaming. Sister Lee told him to work hard and cherish this hard-won opportunity. If she discovered Kai Su was messing around behind her back, she would resort to some good old-fashioned methods. Chapter 92. Lin Fan, you wouldn't want. Late at night, Kai Su was busy making a baby at his villa. He vented on the woman beneath him, showing no mercy. Tired, he rolled over. He let the woman move on her own. Strangely, the woman wasn't Sister Lee, nor was she anyone familiar. She was one of his die-hard fans and the leader of his anti-black fan group. She had issued the command to attack Zhou Mei last time. She had a glazed look in her eyes and seemed to be enjoying herself. She did everything Kai Su asked. She wouldn't refuse. After they were done, Kai Su immediately produced an agreement and made her sign it. The fan signed it without reading it thoroughly. Little did she know, it was a tyrannical contract. It stated that what happened tonight was consensual, and that the woman couldn't use it as an excuse to demand money or goods from the man. If she broke the agreement, she would have to pay a penalty of 5 million. The female fan was still happy after signing it. She said she was willing and that being with Kai Su was the greatest happiness of her life. She was even willing to die for him. "Baby, I'm dating you, not playing with your life," Kai Su said, holding the fan closely, acting like a warm guy. During their conversation, the fan told him that she wanted to give him many children and said that she wasn't like those other women who would turn their backs on him after having fun. She would raise the child. As long as Kai Su was sincere with her and didn't seek other women. Kai Su stroked the fan's hair and gave her a tender kiss on her forehead. "My love, you're the only one in my heart. Why would I look for other women? I promise you, I'm sticking with you for life." Kai Su had said these sweet words countless times, but they always worked. Before long, the female fan had fallen asleep. She wore a happy smile on her face. Without another glance, Kai Su went to his studio. His female manager asked him, "Finished? How was it? Did it taste good?" "She was carefully selected for you by me. Not as good as you." Kai Su's hands weren't idle, admiring the manager's curvaceous body. The woman wasn't angry. She began to unbutton her blouse. The fire, which had been suppressed, was ignited once again, and Kai Su was busy making a baby at the studio. After an unknown period, a sentence came from the studio. "It's boring. I'm tired of it. I need something more exciting." "More exciting? I have an idea." The manager, who was still naked, leaned close to his ear and said, "Aren't you having problems with that Jome lately? How about we bring her over?" Kai Su chuckled helplessly, saying that it was easier said than done. Jome seemed open, but was actually very conservative. Even after dating her for several years, Kai Su hadn't even touched her. Now that they had broken up, forget about bringing her over, he couldn't even see her. Last time, he had gone to White Heavy Industries' front door, but hadn't been able to meet Jome. Instead, her secretary, Wang Yin and I, had chased him away. If it hadn't been a public place, Kai Su would have lost it. "Well, if you have a way, tell me." "I don't." "It's exciting precisely because there isn't a way. Think about it. Don't you only value what you can't obtain? If it was so easy to get, there would be no excitement." "That's true." The manager thought for a moment and decided that there might be a way. Zhou Mei suggested they take a two-step approach. First, Kai-Su should continue to hint to his fans to attack, the more severe the better. He didn't have to take the fall in the end anyway. Under constant bombardment, Zhou Mei's mental fortitude would surely collapse. Over time, she would lower her standards and seek Kai-Su's forgiveness. At that time, she would be under his control. Kai-Su shook his head, saying it was still boring. Not only was it a crime to incite fans, but even if they were successful, Zhou Mei wouldn't be in a subservient position. It was far more satisfying to conquer these proud women and humiliate them under him. "Oh right, I think I heard," the manager told Kai-Su, that it seemed Zhou Mei was infatuated with Han High Group's Lin Fan. Gossip reporters had recently seen Zhou Mei running back and forth to Han High Group many times. She looked flushed after coming out. She seemed to be in a good mood. Therefore, some suspected that they were having an affair. "Huh? You make me suddenly excited. If I could take down Lin Fan and then use it to blackmail Zhou Mei, just thinking about it is exciting." While talking, the manager had already collected enough of Lin Fan's information. She printed them all out using the studio's printer and handed them over to Kai-Su. Looking at his resume, Kai-Su panicked. Lin Fan was not someone easy to deal with. His $100 million net worth alone was something that someone like Kai-Su could never come close to. He wanted to back out. The manager said, "Didn't Sisterly say a big boss admired you? If you can get involved with that big boss, it's not impossible to defeat someone like Lin Fan." "That's right, I have a backer." Feeling confident, Kai-Su wanted to act immediately. The only way to control an entrepreneur like Lin Fan was by using public opinion to overwhelm him. Coincidentally, White Heavy Industries and Han High Group were about to collaborate. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. As long as he had his fans continue their attacks on White Heavy Industries, Han High Group would certainly face difficulties. Kai-Su left everything to his manager and repeatedly emphasized that they should keep it a secret from Sisterly and that they should act quietly. Then, he could appear online sometimes to offer words of advice. They should just pretend not to have seen it. "Okay, I understand." The manager nodded. At this moment, Lin Fan had just returned home. He saw someone he hadn't seen in a long time, sitting on the sofa, talking to Su Yufei. Lin Fan walked over and said, "Xiao Ming, long time no see. Is your leave over?" "Ah, Mr. Lin, you're back?" Unlike the girl with glasses from before, Yao Xiaoming had learned to dress up. Not only had she removed her thick glasses, she was also wearing stylish clothes. Her mother had just been discharged from the hospital last time. Lin Fan had approved a half-month leave for her. It was time for her to return, but he was curious as to what she was doing in his home, so late at night. "Ah, this?" Yao Xiaoming acted bashfully, gripping her floral dress, looking at Su Yufei beside her. She seemed to be hesitant about something. At this time, as the head of the house, Lin Fan couldn't let a guest feel bad. So, he said, "Well, if you have any difficulties, just say it. We're all friends." Su Yufei usually had a relationship with Yao Xiaoming that was both like an enemy and a friend, but this time, she nodded in agreement as a response. With the support of the two, Yao Xiaoming made up her mind and said in front of them, "Mr. Lin, can you be my boyfriend?" Chapter 93. I have my reasons. To be honest, these words shocked Lin Fan for a long time. Su Yufei also couldn't believe that Yao Xiaoming would dare joke like this in front of her. She couldn't help but say, "What do you mean? Yao Xiaoming, I kindly let you stay here. I didn't tell you to say these kinds of words. Besides, that's not respectful to Lin Fan." Lin Fan surprisingly agreed with Su Yufei. Even if they were close, they still had to be mindful of the occasion when speaking, so as to avoid sounding abrupt or making others feel uncomfortable. Yao Xiaoming quickly explained that it was a misunderstanding. "Oh, it's all my fault for not explaining myself clearly. Mr. Lin, listen to me. Here's the thing." It turned out, Yao Xiaoming meant a fake boyfriend. Just one word difference, and the meaning was completely different. As for the reason, it all began when she was on leave. Not long after returning to Hexiang village, Yao's mother started to ask around the village, "Hey, has your eldest son found a girlfriend? Got married? That's a pity." She said she was looking for friends, but in reality she was looking for a partner. But she didn't like blind dates. She had never gone. Helpless, Yao's mother directly invited the man to her home. Now, it was impossible to avoid meeting him. The man's name was Su Jia, and he worked at a financial firm. If his monthly performance was good, he could earn 20 to 30,000 in salary, but even if things were bad, he would still earn at least 10,000. Most importantly, he owned a house and a car. His parents had passed away. These conditions were a killer in any matchmaking market. Yao's mother was also very satisfied. Isn't that good? Su Yufei interjected. With no parents around, you won't have any conflicts with your mother-in-law. It's perfect for you, Yao Xiaoming. It's good. Su Jia looks decent and doesn't have any bad habits. But he's already 35. There was a huge age difference between them. They probably wouldn't have anything in common. Su Yufei said that age was not an issue. As long as they could both work hard, they could definitely be happy. There were many families who met through blind dates who were living happily. In her opinion, a relationship formed through a blind date might even last longer than some kind of passionate love. After all, they were living ordinary lives. They weren't living and dying for love. Yao Xiaoming was quite amused. She didn't expect Su Yufei to say such a thing. The former Su Yufei would not be like this. People change, Su Yufei told her. You must strive for your own happiness. Why don't you go have a meal with the guy and talk to him? The suggestion was good. Yao Xiaoming had only absorbed the part about fighting for her own happiness. It was precisely because happiness was hard to come by that she couldn't trust others. Su Jia's conditions were good, but Yao Xiaoming admitted that she didn't feel anything for him. He seemed to have a strong need for control. After they exchanged contact information, Su Jia would often call or text her. Yao Xiaoming rarely replied to him. One day, he had actually come to her house to take her somewhere. I had to pretend that I was sick and didn't go out. I didn't think he'd text me when I returned to Exinen for work. He said he was coming to see me. This kind of overly enthusiastic way of pursuing me is, honestly, a bit difficult for me to handle. Su Yufei wanted to give more advice. Lin Fan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. I think if you don't like him, you should be clear about it, and never be ambiguous about your feelings. If that person respects you, he will leave with dignity. I've already been very clear in my hints. Yao Xiaoming wouldn't even reply to his messages. She couldn't understand. Did some men not realize and continue messaging her anyway? Wasn't that just an act of self-indulgence? Whether that was true or not, Lin Fan suggested that she communicate with Su Jia first. Yao Xiaoming hummed in agreement. The misunderstanding had been cleared up. During their conversation, Yao Xiaoming suddenly thought of something and asked Lin Fan, Mr. Lin, Yuxian is your sister, right? Yeah, how did you know? I knew it. Yao Xiaoming was very excited and told Lin Fan that Yuxian was actually her younger sister. Huh. Su Yufei was obviously shocked. Yao Xiaoming was actually Yuxian's older sister. The world was so full of coincidences. Since Yao Xiaoming was Yuxian's older sister and Lin Fan was Yuxian's older brother, that meant that the two of them were also siblings. This is amazing. The siblings reuniting is a great thing. Su Yufei was overjoyed. Lin Fan did not have any emotional fluctuations. He simply thanked Yao Xiaoming for helping him look after his sister for so many years. He owed her a favor. With this, Yao Xiaoming brought up the topic of a fake boyfriend again. And that Lin Fan didn't have to do anything. He just needed to take some photos with her. She believed that if she sent those photos to Su Jia, he would realize what was happening and not bother her anymore. Taking photos was not difficult. Lin Fan nodded. Okay, let's take them here. I assume you want to take selfies. With that, Yao Xiaoming took out her phone. Su Yufei added, count me in too, count me in. Just say that I'm your bestie. That's easy, right? Which couple selfie has a bestie? Oh, stop talking nonsense. If you can't say that I'm your bestie, then say that I'm your girlfriend. Having a beautiful girlfriend like me, that Su Jia will definitely be ashamed. Thus, the three-person selfie was saved onto Yao Xiaoming's phone. In the picture, Lin Fan was in the middle. Yao Xiaoming was holding his arm and making a peace sign next to her face. On the other side, Su Yufei, for some reason, was also holding Lin Fan's arm and leaning her head very close to his, with a beautiful smile on her face. The photo looked as if Lin Fan had two girlfriends. Su Yufei even felt that Yao Xiaoming was too close. As a result, she wasn't satisfied with many of the photos. Just taking fake selfies took half an hour. Lin Fan lost his patience and declared that it was over. Finally, Yao Xiaoming selected a few representative photos and posted a post on her social media that only Su Jia could see, in front of Lin Fan and Su Yufei. She included the caption, I'm very happy today. Looking at these photos, most people would know what Yao Xiaoming was trying to express. She didn't believe that Su Jia wouldn't understand. At this time, Su Jia sent her a message. Lin Fan had some things to deal with, so he asked Su Yufei to help. He then took out his laptop and started working. That's easy. I have ways of dealing with men. Then tell me how to reply to his message? Su Yufei took the phone and saw the message he had sent. Xiaoming, I miss you so much. It feels like forever since I last saw you. I also miss you. Before the text could be sent out, Yao Xiaoming stopped her. Hey, Su Yufei, are you trying to mess with me? The whole point is to persuade him to leave, but you're making it seem like I like him. You don't understand. This is reverse psychology. Tell him that you miss him, then ask him why he isn't contacting you. That way you will gain the upper hand in a relationship. Chapter 94. I really like you, Xiaoming. Su Yufei was no slouch. She understood that men were afraid of making women sad, so they would always do their best for them. This tactic of playing hard to get was bound to pique Su Jia's interest. His next reply would surely be, Are you in a bad mood, Xiaoming? Like hell, Yao Xiaoming retorted. Snatching the phone, she deleted the text and sent, I don't miss you. Mr. Su, there is no possibility of anything between us. Please don't bother me, okay? She sent it. Such a terrible reply. Su Yufei folded her arms and said that it was wrong to send that. Men cared a lot about face. Saying something like that was simply rejecting him, right? If his pride couldn't take it, he would cling to her even more and try to prove himself. Especially men with a little money. Their pride was even stronger. Sure enough, Su Jia replied with, Xiaoming, did I do something wrong? I will change, I promise. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just that we are not compatible. Not compatible? Or is that just an excuse? I saw the photo you posted. Who is that man? At this point, Yao Xiaoming was starting to not want to reply. Su Yufei, who was enjoying the drama, chuckled. I told you. You've never been in a relationship, that's why you replied like that. Let me tell you. If a woman wants to maintain a dominant position in a relationship, she has to lie. Lying will make him dance around you, making him obsessed with you. That way, you can pick and choose men when you have the upper hand. Hearing this, Lin Fan subconsciously looked up. Su Yufei, realizing she had said something wrong, immediately changed her tune. Of course, these techniques are only for those scummy women. Let's not use them. With that, she suggested that Yao Xiaoming try a different approach. She had an idea. She would tell Su Jia, you are a good person and the most outstanding man I have ever met. But you don't know, I'm not as good as you think. And I'm a lesbian. Yao Xiaoming looked confused, saying that she could repel the man by saying that she liked women? Was it really that absurd? It's not absurd, Su Yufei said. Saying that will not hurt his ego. He will just think, oh, so Yao Xiaoming is a lesbian. No wonder she doesn't like me. If you believe me, send it. It made some sense to her. First affirm the other person and then reveal her sexual orientation. Then I'm really going to send it, Yao Xiaoming said and sent the pre-written message. He didn't reply immediately. It seemed that the message had indeed confused him. Listening to their conversation, Lin Fan was also a little drawn in, to the point where he had to put his work aside for the moment. Speaking of lesbians, he thought of Zhou Mei. The two had been seeing each other quite frequently recently, but he hadn't noticed that she had any inclination to be a lesbian. Perhaps Zhou Mei hadn't shown it. Lin Fan opened his phone and sent a message. Ms. Zhou, how have you been recently? I'm fine. It's surprising that Mr. Lin would take the initiative to message me. I want to ask, do you have time tomorrow? Yes. I also have something I want to talk about with Mr. Lin. Where shall we meet tomorrow? How about we meet at the Nguyen Hotel? No, I mean the coffee shop next to the Nguyen Hotel. Haha, sorry, I got cut off in the middle. Okay, see you tomorrow. The reason he asked Zhou Mei out was to talk about sisterly, because they were allies. Some information had to be shared. After sending the message, Lin Fan put on his headphones and went back to work. On the other side, the two were still waiting for Su Jia's message. Just as they thought that Su Jia had given up, he replied. Wow, it's a long text. Yao Xiaoming looked at the dense text and felt a headache. She turned to Su Yufei, as if asking her what was going on. Su Yufei also looked a bit puzzled. That shouldn't be possible. She had already rejected him very politely and formally, so why would he still message her? And why would he send so much? Let's see what he says first. You look, I'm too lazy to read it. There aren't even any paragraphs. Xiaoming, I know you don't believe in my love. That's why you made up such an absurd excuse to get rid of me. But I'm not angry, because I like you too much. I like your honesty. I like your innocence. I like your cuteness. In my eyes, you are just a girl who desires love but is afraid to express it. Girls like that can easily be hurt and easily feel lost and discouraged because you are afraid of meeting the wrong person. But I'm different. I may not have much talent, but my emotions are stable. I can make you happy and give you a sense of security. I will give you the whole world. Please be my girlfriend. Xiaoming. Su Yufei bit the bullet and read the whole message. She discovered that it was just a declaration of love. This was after she had added the paragraphs. It was obvious how awkward the message must have looked without them. Even a girl who might have felt some interest for him would not be able to read something like this. AI. This Su Jia is possessed. I don't know what you have that's so good about you that makes him so persistent. Su Yufei said under her breath. Yao Xiaoming didn't have time to be angry. Instead, she asked Su Yufei to come up with another plan. After sending it according to her method, the other party had become even more intense. What should we do? Say something, Su Yufei. Don't panic. This Su Jia is a bit strange. Just now, his persistence was due to his pride, but now he looked a bit humble, which had nothing to do with his pride. It seemed like he was looking for trouble. She couldn't rule out the possibility that there were men like that in the world, but Yao Xiaoming and this Su Jia had only known each other for a few days, yet he was already so determined to date her? What was he after? Yao Xiaoming wasn't a very wealthy woman, or as beautiful as she was, someone that no one could resist. There were certainly love-struck men, but those feelings would need time to build. So, could he be? A scam? Are you being serious? Yao Xiaoming asked, confused. It's not a scam, and he's not sincere. I still believe that men wouldn't cling on so much, or rather men shouldn't cling on so much. It's too uncool, you know? Su Yufei felt that this man must be here for some purpose, and not simply for dating. It was very likely that he was a scammer or wanted Yao Xiaoming's body. What should we do now? He's so persistent. Yao Xiaoming asked. Honestly, even blocking him now wouldn't work. If they weren't careful, they would have to call the police. It doesn't have to be that extreme. Maybe. Mr. Lin can. Yao Xiaoming once again turned her gaze to Lin Fan. Chapter 95. Too many women. A bit confusing. Xiaoming, I know what you're going to say. But I have plans tomorrow, Lin Fan said casually. Su Yufei suddenly interjected. Just help us out. It won't take up too much of your time. Tomorrow, I'll go with you. I want to see what exactly that Su Jia is up to. You're probably thinking something else, aren't you? Of course not. The next day, inside the coffee shop, Zhomei's mouth twitched when she saw the two women next to Lin Fan. What was going on? Why did Lin Fan bring them here? Sorry, they insisted on coming along. Let's not worry about them, let's talk about business, Lin Fan said. Okay, Zhomei saw that Su Yufei and the others had indeed moved to another table. They were whispering to each other. They would often glance over. She didn't know what that meant. With them around, she couldn't say what she wanted to say. She could only talk about business. Mr. Lin, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Tell me both together. I'm in a hurry. So, Zhomei briefly explained what had happened in the last 2 days. The good news was that with Lin Fan's help, the public opinion had basically calmed down, and white heavy industries had returned to normal. The bad news was that Kai Su's fans' attacks had become even stronger. The last wave had taught many people a lesson. They thought that the fan base would become timid and dare not spread rumors again. But instead, they had become even more intense. Recently, some extreme fans even came to the gates of white heavy industries and threw paint and cursed at her. And most importantly, that fan was only 14 years old, completely underage. Kai Su is going too far. Directing a large number of underage children to do bad things has already crossed the legal line, Lin Fan said, tapping his finger on the table. It was evident how serious he was about this, especially with the fact that minors were involved. Zhomei was also furious and wanted to slap her ex-boyfriend a few times. But the truth was still in front of them. Without evidence, there was no way to convict him. On social media, he always maintained a positive image, and he was very caring towards his fans. Perhaps they could only catch him in the act if they made contact with him. That was also why Lin Fan had contacted Sister Li. Now that they thought about it, they should have an answer now. In front of Zhomei, Lin Fan dialed Sister Li's number. Hello, this is Lin Fan from Han Hai Group. Mr. Lin, are you busy lately? Being busy is the norm. By the way, Sister Li, about what we talked about last time. Sister Li chuckled and said, I spoke with Kai Su, and he's very willing to take on this reality show and wants to meet with you, Mr. Lin. Okay, I'm free tomorrow. Let's meet at the Tower Top restaurant. Then I'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Lin. Okay. After hanging up, Lin Fan finally showed a slight smile. Mr. Lin, I don't know how to thank you. Zhomei said it sincerely. White heavy industries could only manage to suppress the public opinion this time with the help of Lin Fan. And the collaboration between the two was a timely solution for the company. She felt that she couldn't let Lin Fan help for nothing. Looking back at Su Yufei, she looked very hesitant. But Lin Fan said that the collaboration was beneficial to both parties, and that Han Hai Group was also looking out for their own interests. There was no need to thank him. Managing White Heavy Industries well and ensuring the smooth progress of the collaboration would be the best thing to do. I will listen to you then, Mr. Lin, Zhomei said. Okay. On the other side, Su Yufei was discussing their next plan with Yao Xiaoming. First, they had to invite Su Jia out. Then, they would cooperate with Lin Fan to give the man a final warning. They didn't believe that Su Jia would still not give up. They had already thought it through. If Su Jia was still persistent, they would call the police and arrest him. Hurry up and ask him out, Su Yufei said impatiently. Yao Xiaoming called him out through WeChat. Su Jia was indeed very happy and said okay. They also agreed to meet at the coffee shop. While they were waiting, Su Yufei's phone suddenly rang. She looked at it and discovered that it was Miss Luna. She had texted her to go shopping together. I'm not free today. Baby, we'll go next time, I promise. Are you with Xiaoming? How did you know? As she said that, Luna took her phone and sat next to them. She said with a smile, haha, what a coincidence. I was out for a walk and just happened to see you too, so I wanted to ask you to buy some cute clothes together. It is quite a coincidence, Su Yufei said, a little embarrassed, but still smiling calmly. Yao Xiaoming hadn't seen Luna in a long time, so she grabbed her hand and said a lot of things. It was rare for the three to get together, so they started chatting. During their conversation, the topic of Su Jia came up. Luna suddenly interjected, huh? There is such a persistent man? How rare. I guess you could say he likes you a lot, Xiaoming. He likes me, but I don't like him, she said. She couldn't just force herself to be with a man she didn't like. Luna agreed. She also felt a bit disgusted at the idea of sleeping with a man she didn't like. You are so direct. It's just like someone who grew up overseas. Did I say something wrong again? No. Yao Xiaoming and Su Yufei were already used to it. Rather, they thought that Luna was quite cute that way. Just then, Yao Xiaoming's phone received a message. It was from Su Jia. Xiaoming, I'm already at the entrance. Which seat are you in? You're here. Wait a moment, I'm going to touch up my makeup. With that, the three of them immediately went to Lin Fan's table and sat down. Don't you guys think it's a bit crowded sitting next to me? Lin Fan asked, confused about what they were up to. Hey, Miss Luna, when did you arrive? Just now. Xiaoming said that her blind date was coming, so I'm going to borrow your chest muscles, she said. Seeing Su Yufei sitting closest to him, she was almost hugging Lin Fan. Yao Xiaoming also grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Hey, Su Yufei, I finally know why you agreed. You just wanted to take this opportunity to take advantage of him. Don't talk nonsense. I'm helping you, and you're still slandering me. The scene was a little chaotic. Zhomei was simply at a loss. What was going on? Lin Fan sighed helplessly and explained it to her. So that's what was going on? I thought Mr. Lin was playing some kind of embarrassing game. In that case, I can help as well. Zhomei also didn't know what she was thinking. She just joined the other women. She grabbed Su Yufei's hand. Looking at her eyes, she was quite happy, as if she was just playing. At that moment, a man came in from the door and gradually walked towards them. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin from Han Hai Group? The man was wearing a mask, but it could not hide his handsome features. It could be said that this kind of person was made for being an idol. Sure enough, when he took off his mask, Lin Fan said calmly, Mr. Kai-Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 96. Slap, 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 slap. The person in front of him had gray hair and was also dressed very fashionably. Most importantly, he had an expression of sincerity and humility. He didn't seem like the Kai-Su who would instruct his fans to attack others. Of course, everyone wore a mask. Who knew what kind of person he was behind the scenes? Adults couldn't tell, let alone minors. The two shook hands, and Kai-Su immediately said, Mr. Lin, am I disturbing you? I went to the recording studio and wanted to have some coffee. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Lin here. What a coincidence. With that, he looked at the women. When he saw Zhomei there, his eyes flashed with anger. But when Kai-Su looked at Lin Fan, his eyes were pure and innocent. Yeah, what a coincidence, Lin Fan said, feeling a bit confused. They were supposed to meet tomorrow, right? But Kai-Su did not mention anything about the reality show. That was interesting. It was very likely that Kai-Su didn't know that he was his future benefactor. It was also impossible that this was a coincidence. This Kai-Su had obviously come here for a specific reason. You guys sit over there first. I have something to say to Mr. Kai-Su. Okay. Almost in unison, everyone around Lin Fan left, except for Zhou Mei, who had some conflict with Kai Su. She herself had decided to stay. Zhou Mei had a few things she wanted to say a long time ago. She suddenly stood up, gritted her teeth, and slapped Kai Su in the face. Kai Su, you dare come see me? The sound was loud and everyone around them looked over. They wanted to watch the drama. Looks like this gray-haired man cheated. He didn't even fight back after getting hit. I think he's guilty. Just look at his cowardice. It's what he deserves. Cheaters all deserve this kind of ending. Kai Su covered his red face, with tears in his eyes. He didn't dare to look Zhou Mei in the eyes. This demeanor was heartbreaking and pitiful, but he said he deserved it. He would take any beatings or curses. He wouldn't fight back. With such an attitude, Zhou Mei was reminded of the days they were in love. She made a fist with the hand she had raised and slowly lowered it. She thought that perhaps Kai Su had realized his mistake, and that this matter would end here. Just then, the quiet coffee shop was filled with another slap sound. Kai Su covered the other side of his face. His eyes were 7 parts disbelief and 3 parts confusion. He asked Lin Fan why he had hit him. They had no grudges, right? Mr. Lin, what is this? Zhou Mei was also shocked and quickly ran over to Lin Fan and asked him. She was the one who was beaten, but the person she cared about was Lin Fan. Even though Kai Su, who had good acting skills, was filled with rage, he wanted to tear Lin Fan to pieces. How did Lin Fan answer? He just said apologetically. He thought that there was a mosquito on Kai Su's face, so he wanted to help him slap it off. He hadn't expected to be mistaken. It was a pimple under the foundation. There was not much sincerity in his tone. It was just something he said offhandedly. But Kai Su couldn't fall apart. Since becoming an idol, all of his actions had been exposed to the spotlight. Any slight impropriety would result in a scolding from his manager. So now he had learned his lesson. He would never expose his true emotions. Is that so? It's all right. I should thank you. Kai Su's face was sore, and his expression was not good. Zhou Mei seemed to think of something. She chuckled to herself. She asked Lin Fan, Mr. Lin, what profession needs a thick skin? Of course it's an actor. Actors need to play certain characters. They can't be timid. Mr. Kai Su, is that correct? Indeed. As soon as he said this, Kai Su was slapped again, this time by Zhou Mei. You asked me to hit you earlier. I'm telling you, Kai Su, after this slap, it's over between us. We will no longer bring up the past, Zhou Mei said. Kai Su was about to explode. Then, Lin Fan slapped him again. He couldn't even stand properly and fell to the floor. Both of his cheeks were swollen. His handsome face was gone. Even if he was good at acting, he could not keep up the pretense. Kai Su rolled up his sleeves and rushed in front of Lin Fan. Everyone thought that a fight was about to break out. Instead, Kai Su did the most incomprehensible thing. He knelt in front of Lin Fan. He shouted loudly, "It was my fault. Please forgive me." Zhou Mei couldn't react for a moment. She asked Lin Fan what was going on. Why was Kai Su apologizing to them? To be honest, it was very strange. She felt that there was some hidden conspiracy. Get up. Lin Fan raised him up. Mr. Kai Su, it's not good when your performance is too much. Besides, your acting skills are still bad. You need more practice. I'm not acting. Kai Su raised his head with tears streaming down his face. He didn't want to get up, and kept saying that he was wrong and that he shouldn't have offended them. As he spoke, he even started to kowtow. Thump, thump, thump. And because his voice was so loud, almost everyone in the coffee shop turned to look at them. Many people had already taken out their phones and started recording, hoping to post the video online. At the same time, some also noticed that the person kowtowing and apologizing on the ground was Kai Su, who was caught in the eye of a public opinion storm a while ago. The tall, handsome man was Lin Fan from Han Hai Group. What's going on? Why is Kai Su kowtowing to him? Didn't you see the woman next to Lin Fan? Oh, it's a love triangle. But isn't it a bit much to make Kai Su kneel and beg for forgiveness? Let's post the video online first and see if we can get some attention and make some money. At this point, Lin Fan realized that something was wrong. Kai Su's actions were clearly intended to trap them. They couldn't leave or stay. The public opinion was likely to start brewing again. This Kai Su was really throwing everything away. He was even throwing away his dignity and kowtowing on the ground. The only thing they could do now was to call the police. Seeing Lin Fan calling the police, Kai Su was a little surprised. But things were still under his control. Even if they checked the security footage, they would only see Lin Fan and Zhou Mei hitting him. And he had already arranged some paparazzi outside the coffee shop. The paparazzi would make a big deal out of this. By then, he would become the perfect victim, and his fans, or even random people, would stand up for him. Perhaps he could use this to draw attention and boost his popularity. Thinking of this, he kowtowed even more frequently. He even broke his forehead. "Stop pretending," Jomei said, squatting down and grabbing Kaisu's collar. "Don't think I don't know, you're just acting." Kaisu stopped playing his role and started laughing. What was wrong with acting? Life was like a play. Who wasn't acting? "Why don't you worry about yourselves, my dear Mei?" Kaisu said. Chapter 97. Sis, trust me. The police arrived at the restaurant. After listening to Lin Fan's explanation, they were all taken to the police station to assist in the investigation. As they were leaving, Kaisu, who had been putting on an act of being heartbroken, had a subtle smirk on his face. Lin Fan, wait for me." Luna was the first one to rush over. Su Yufei was anxious, asking Yao Xiaoming, "Why wasn't that Su Jia here yet?" It was already so late. He said he was at the door, but there wasn't even a shadow of him. "I don't know either." Yao Xiaoming looked at her phone and saw a message from him, saying that he had taken the wrong road, and asking where the restaurant was and that he would be over immediately. In this urgent situation, they didn't care about him. The two simply left the coffee shop and went to the police station with Lin Fan to cooperate with the investigation. On the way, Yao Xiaoming bit her lip. She seemed to be preoccupied. She mumbled, "If only I hadn't been so willful, Mr. Lin wouldn't have." The time spent at the police station was agonizing. When they came out, they were not only tired but also in a bad mood. Mainly because the investigation had taken an unexpected turn. Kaisu had actually become the victim, falsely accusing them. The surveillance footage was old. It only showed Lin Fan and Zhou Mei hitting Kaisu. No sound could be recorded. Su Yufei and the others wanted to be witnesses, proving that Lin Fan hadn't forced him to kneel. It was entirely Kaisu's own doing. But they were told that they had a vested interest in the case. Their testimony could only be used as a reference. It couldn't be considered conclusive proof. Although they didn't want to admit it, the result was that Kaisu had gained the upper hand and was going to have his injuries assessed. If they were serious enough to be considered minor injuries, Lin Fan might even be detained, becoming the laughing stock of others. Zhou Mei was the first to disagree. Lin Fan had clearly been helping her, yet he might have to go to jail because of this. No way. Absolutely not. The others had the same idea. They all felt that Lin Fan had been wronged. "Don't be so anxious," Lin Fan said, comforting them. "The police said that they are still investigating. There hasn't been any conclusion yet. Let's just wait. And you guys need to trust me. Am I someone who can just be easily taken advantage of?" Hearing this, most people felt a little better. Only Yao Xiaoming remained silent, feeling bad. After they parted, Yao Xiaoming returned home. As soon as she opened the door, Yu Xian threw herself into her arms, saying, "Did it work? The plan I came up with was really effective, right? My brother must be head over heels for you. Stop talking. I need some peace." Noticing that her older sister was in a bad mood, Yu Xian stopped smiling and asked her what was wrong. Could it be that her brother was too infatuated and had used some forceful methods? Yao Xiaoming shook her head. She explained the events that had happened today. After hearing it, Yu Xian was also at a loss. She could only comfort her, saying, "It's not your fault. If you have to blame someone, blame that pretty boy, Kai something. But it is my fault. I should have just been more straightforward. Why did I have to do all of this?" It turned out that the two sisters had been working together to stage the show where a blind date was harassing Yao Xiaoming, all to try and bring Yao Xiaoming and Lin Fan closer together. In fact, there was no Su Jia at all. It was all Yu Xian's doing. If everything went well, Yao Xiaoming might have gained some more of Lin Fan's favor. But of course it had failed. That Su Yufei was like an accessory to Lin Fan. She could not be shaken off. Not to mention that Lin Fan had more than just her. There were supermodels, CEOs of listed companies, and so on. Yao Xiaoming felt that her own competitiveness was too low. That was the reality. Yao Xiaoming had already decided to give up. She thought that she should just work hard and grow old alone when she was older. At that moment, Yu Xian asked softly, "Do you like my brother?" To be honest, Yao Xiaoming couldn't give a clear answer. There were several reasons why she wanted to be with Lin Fan, and a lot of them had to do with that bitch Su Yufei. When Su Yufei was still the art director, she would always bully and ostracize her. Whenever there was a problem with a project, she would blame her. But a fool like that was actually someone that people liked. And the man that liked her was the CEO of Han Hai Group, the one who saved her mother. The strong imbalance in her heart gave birth to an idea. Why can Su Yufei have happiness, but not me. One day, I will take away everything from you. Resentment and attraction mixed together. Lin Fan became the object of her affection. But Lin Fan was like an iceberg. It was very difficult to get into his heart. Later, Su Yufei cheated on him. Her frozen heart was completely closed off. Yao Xiaoming wanted to use her warmth to melt him, but who could a heart that had been hurt love? After telling her story, the two were silent for a long time. Sometimes love was simple. A glance, a greeting, love at first sight. Yao Xiaoming was very envious of that kind of love. She had once fantasized about having a passionate relationship with Lin Fan, but reality was too cruel. At least they weren't on the same level. As she spoke, she tried to comfort herself. Yes, this is the best outcome for us. We can't be lovers, but we can still be friends, right? Unlike that bitch Su Yufei, who has already abandoned all her dignity and become Mr. Lin's dog. That was why her eyes turned red. It seemed that making this decision was not easy for Yao Xiaoming. Yuxian felt heartbroken when she saw this. Her older sister had always cared for her since they were little. No matter what, she had to help Yao Xiaoming make one last attempt. Sis, I've already made up my mind. I only want you to be my sister-in-law. Oh, dear sister, aren't you just putting me in a difficult position? Yuxian hugged Yao Xiaoming and told her, trust me, there is a chance. I stayed at my brother's villa when I was taking care of my dad. What do you mean? You're coming home with me tonight. Yuxian seemed to have made a big decision. We'll talk to him. We'll have a heart-to-heart. If all else fails, we'll just make it a done deal. Once there is a child, my brother would definitely take responsibility with his personality. Yao Xiaoming thought it wouldn't work. Some things couldn't be forced. Besides, was it really effective to make a done deal? Maybe not. It was just like Kaisu. He had an illegitimate child, but he settled everything with money. There was no love to speak of at all. Are you just going to watch Lin Fan be taken away by another woman? Yuxian shouted, Sis, why do you always make excuses for yourself? I'm afraid. Yao Xiaoming's tears flowed down. She was afraid that after failing, she wouldn't even be able to be friends with Lin Fan. She might as well hold on to her feelings. She would remember that feeling in her heart and believe that one day, Lin Fan would realize it. Sis, in my heart, you are the most outstanding. Come with me tonight. Let's not have any regrets, Yuxian said. She knew that her older sister was just looking down on herself, thinking that she was inferior to everyone else. But did love really need to have so many rules? Chapter 98. Both a sister and a sister-in-law. That night, after Lin Fan returned home, he lit a cigarette for the first time in a while. He had already quit, but now the situation was a bit tricky. Team leader Wang had called to say that Kai Su didn't plan on mediating. He had formally filed a lawsuit, wanting to sue Lin Fan and Zhou Mei. The collaboration between both parties was progressing steadily. Yet this kind of thing happened. It was not good for White Heavy Industries, Han Hai Group, or even the Xian and city government. Mayor Fan believed in Lin Fan's character, but his concerns were unavoidable. He said that he was willing to send the best lawyers to protect Lin Fan. He believed that this crisis would be overcome. As for the public opinion, perhaps because there had been many public opinion reversals, Kaisu didn't bring about much of a public relations crisis. The only thing that both companies could feel, and the most serious thing, was the mindless attacks and retaliation of the extremist fans. Being reported for tax evasion or failing fire safety inspections were minor. They even doxed Lin Fan and Zhou Mei's families and posted their personal information such as their ID cards, home addresses, and photos online. There were also outrageous things. Fans posted reward notices on foreign websites, saying they would pay 200,000 for Lin Fan's hand and 500,000 for his head. What was Kai Su's attitude towards his fans? Unsurprisingly, he posted several Weibo messages, telling his fans to be rational, to believe in the country, to believe in the law, and not to be swayed by online public opinion. He said that he would use legal weapons to protect himself. He told his fans not to worry. Rational fans would of course be rational. But so many absurd things had happened, meaning there were quite a few extremist fans. For this reason, Lin Fan had temporarily canceled tomorrow's meeting through Sisterly and stressed that he didn't want to expose his identity and needed to keep it a secret from Kaisu. As for the reality show, he had made up his mind. It would be broadcast on foreign video platforms, and Han Hai Group would bear any profits or losses. But some of the cast would need to be chosen by Lin Fan. Sisterly quickly agreed. Thus, Su Yufei, Luna, and Lu Jiejia were all chosen. As for the most important thing, the script and character settings, Sisterly said that they would be responsible for it. After all, they were a professional film company. They knew what audiences wanted to see and guaranteed that Han High Group would be satisfied. No, we'll arrange the script, Lin Fan had said at the time. The other party was obviously unhappy, but Han High Group was the one paying. They could only do as they were told. But they had agreed that they would review the script. Lin Fan said that was okay. As for the script, he would change it if he wanted. He believed he would give Kai Su a script that he would not be able to refuse. Slowly letting out a puff of smoke, Lin Fan's emotions calmed down slightly. Just as he was about to get back to work, his sister arrived. "Brother, I'm back?" Following Yu Xian's voice, another woman's slightly timid voice said, "Mr. Lin." Lin Fan saw Yao Xiaoming's figure. He said, "You're here too. Have a seat. Auntie, bring us some desserts." Yu Xian said that she would go help. Before she left, she gave Yao Xiaoming a thumbs up to show her encouragement. Yao Xiaoming knew that Yu Xian was creating an opportunity for her, but she became very nervous. She hadn't been like this before. Sorry, Mr. Lin. I didn't mean to come so late. It's just, I'm just a bit embarrassed." Lin Fan told her to relax. At home, they were just friends. There was no need to be so nervous and reserved. But it was impossible not to be nervous. Yao Xiaoming was usually very talkative, but now she couldn't even say a word. The whole situation became a bit awkward. Lin Fan took the initiative to start the conversation. "Is your mother feeling better? A fracture needs to heal. You can't do too much physical work." "My mother is doing well." "You seem to be preoccupied. Would you like to talk to me about it?" "No, I'm not." They both fell silent. At this time, Yu Xian came out of the kitchen with some desserts, breaking the awkwardness between the two. She first put 2 drinks in front of them, and then said, "Sis, have you had a heart-to-heart with my brother yet? Didn't you say that you had something to tell him?" Hearing this, Yao Xiaoming's first reaction was to deny it. She quickly said no. Lin Fan, noticing that her mood was a bit off, didn't say anything, because he knew that continuously asking would only make the other person feel uncomfortable. Thus, he changed the topic. "Yu Xian, I'm actually very curious. What was the first thing Dad said to you the day he woke up?" "Oh, well, when Dad woke up, he saw me and the kid." Yu Xian recalled the scene at the time and blurted out, "He asked me when I got married?" Indeed, Yu Xian hadn't told them when she got married. Or rather, she had no way to tell them. Her children getting married without her there. Dad Lin said the next sentence, "I'm sorry, Yu Xian." But what was the point of apologizing now? Anyway, Yu Xian was already used to it, and with her child by her side, she didn't feel lonely. "It's your turn, brother. You should find a partner as well." Yu Xian changed the subject and talked about love. Lin Fan smiled lightly, saying that men should focus on their careers. Love was something that young people should think about. He wasn't young anymore. He was almost 30 years old. Yufei said that you should find a partner once you're 30. He couldn't just spend his entire life alone. Besides, her brother's conditions were amazing. He had money, good looks, and a great body. There was no need to worry about not finding the right girl. As she said that, she wanted to introduce someone. Yao Xiaoming suddenly became even more nervous. The cake looks very delicious. Can I have a piece?" "Of course, enjoy it." After putting the cake in her mouth, Yao Xiaoming's hands started shaking. Seeing this scene, Yu Xian sighed, took a few macarons, and placed them on Lin Fan's plate. "Brother, these desserts and drinks were made by me and Auntie. You should try them soon. My dear sister, you should also try my cooking." Lin Fan tasted it and discovered that the taste was indeed good, but the drink tasted a bit off. It tasted a bit like alcohol. Looking at Yao Xiaoming's side, she was too nervous, so she started stuffing her face and drank the whole cup. Not long after, her head started to feel dizzy. "Xiaoming, are you okay?" I think I'm a little dizzy from the cake. Why are there 2 of you, Mr. Lin?" Yu Xian was surprised and covered her mouth. It seemed like she had made a mistake. She meant to add soda water, but she had accidentally added wine instead. "Brother, you should take her to rest." Thus, Lin Fan supported Yao Xiaoming, who could barely stand, and went to Su Yufei's room. At that moment, Yu Xian locked the door. She mumbled, "Brother and sister, don't blame me. This is for your own good." Chapter 99. Yao Xiaoming's Bold Confession. In the dimly lit room, there was a man and a woman alone. Some story was bound to happen. That was what Yu Xian thought. It couldn't be that her sister wouldn't do anything with such a great opportunity, right? She pressed her ear to the door, eavesdropping. "You're drunk, Xiaoming." "No, I'm not drunk. Mr. Lin, can you talk to me for a bit?" Yao Xiaoming sat on the bed, her face flushed, her eyes glazed. Lin Fan said okay and turned on the lights, listening to her vent her emotions. From just now, he had noticed that this girl was acting strange. She was usually full of energy, but today, she was unusually nervous. And with Yuxian's strange behavior, it was not hard to guess what was going on. At this time, Yao Xiaoming patted the spot next to her, motioning for Lin Fan to sit down. Thus, the two sat side by side. I actually like you a lot, Mr. Lin. Yao Xiaoming leaned her head on Lin Fan's shoulder and confessed her feelings boldly, fueled by alcohol. You probably don't know what our first meeting was like. Yao Xiaoming was lost in her memories and started to talk about them in detail. That was an extremely ordinary day. There was nothing special about it. You could easily forget it. But for Yao Xiaoming, it was the most important day of her life. It was her birthday. Every birthday, she spent it alone. No one would tell her happy birthday or give her a gift. Even her family members would sometimes forget about it. Not to mention those people at the company who seemed to be friends, but were just strangers who gave her perfunctory greetings. On that day, she went to work as usual, but she found that her ID card was gone. No matter how much she looked around on her desk, she couldn't find her ID. At this time, the door of the office creaked open, and a tall and handsome man walked in. He looked around, and finally came to Yao Xiaoming's desk. He said, Miss Yao, you dropped your ID. Ah, thank you. Aren't you Mr. Lin? Only then did Yao Xiaoming realize that the person who had come was the CEO of Han Hai Company, someone that she had never seen before. And someone of his status had actually personally brought her ID to her. Lin Fan, looking at the surprised girl in front of him, simply said, a CEO is also a human, and isn't that noble? Oh, right. Perhaps it's a bit late to say this, but happy birthday. Sometimes, liking someone only needed an impression. From that day on, Yao Xiaoming remembered this man. His name was Lin Fan. The desire to be with him was born from then on. But, changing her tone, Yao Xiaoming closed her eyes, frowning, as if thinking of something painful. She squeezed out the words, I'm not good enough for you. I'm not as good as Miss Luna, or Ms. Zhou, or even that cheater Su Yufei. I can't compete with her when it comes to figure or looks. When she got emotional, Yao Xiaoming quietly shed tears. In the old days, they valued having similar backgrounds. How could an extremely ordinary girl hope to be with the CEO of the lofty Han Hai Group? It was a dream of dreams that Lin Fan would be willing to look at her. Tonight, Yao Xiaoming said what she had hidden in her heart for so long. Although it was bitter, she was very happy. There was also no need to consider the consequences. She would just pretend that this was a drunken dream. Perhaps when she woke up, she would be left with nothing. But maybe she was already brave enough for saying it, wasn't she? Sorry, Mr. Lin. I made you listen to so much nonsense. You can just pretend you didn't hear it. Xiaoming, I know how you feel. I've known it a long time ago. Lin Fan wasn't lying. He was talking about what happened in his past life. Before dying, he saw Yao Xiaoming kneeling next to him, crying. At that time, he had noticed this girl. And that was why Lin Fan had saved Yao Xiaoming's mother later. It could be said that the two of them were meant to be. They had an unforgettable bond across 2 lifetimes. As for her being ordinary, everyone in the world was unique. Yao Xiaoming had her own qualities that she didn't know about. That was the reason why he trusted her. If he really judged people as being ordinary or special based on money and status, then he was being too shallow. Do you want to hear my answer? Lin Fan asked. Yao Xiaoming put her finger on Lin Fan's lips and said that she didn't want to, and that the answer would be forever sealed in time. With that, she kissed him. Perhaps because she felt that this was the only thing she had now, Yao Xiaoming was very proactive. She wanted to be one with Lin Fan. Love spread throughout the room. Just like Yao Xiaoming herself had said, she would just treat this encounter as a dream. At least she wouldn't have any regrets when she woke up. Outside, Yuxian was also very touched. It was already great for her to hear her sister confess her feelings. Without interrupting them, she waited quietly outside. At the same time, in another part of Xianan City, Su Yufei and Zhou Mei were drinking their sorrows away at Queen Bar. Even though Lin Fan had told her not to worry, she couldn't help but worry. That was why she came here to drink. Coincidentally, Zhou Mei also had the same idea, so they ended up drinking together. Hey, Sister Mei, do we really not need to do anything? Su Yufei put down her empty glass. To be honest, she was very worried. Worried that Lin Fan would be sent to jail. Who would be by her side then? They had been with each other for so long that they couldn't live without each other. She believed that Lin Fan couldn't live without her either. Zhou Mei shook her head, saying, I don't know either. After all, I'm also one of the defendants. I'm in the same situation as Lin Fan. If he goes in, so will I," she said, and drank another glass. Just as the two were feeling depressed, Zhou Mei's phone received a message from Wang Yin and I. She seemed very anxious. Looking at the message, Zhou Mei's eyes widened. Wang Yin and I said that the company had received a mysterious phone call, saying that there was a way to solve the current situation. If they needed help, they could give an affirmative answer. Seeing this message, Zhou Mei was skeptical. She couldn't tell if it was true or not. Last time, there was a mysterious email saying that Han Hai Group would be caught up in a public opinion storm, and that had come true. Should she trust them? What's wrong? Su Yufei saw her expression and asked, "Huh? You said it's a mysterious phone call. Let me tell you, don't trust it, it's a trap." Su Yufei had the most authority on this topic. Last time, she was sent to room 520 of the Nguyen Hotel because of a message. She almost got raped then. A similar message was sent again. It must be fake. I trust you. It's good that you trust me. In times like these, we have to be rational. Zhou Mei said that, but her hands were already typing rapidly. Contact them and ask them what they want. She had to seize any opportunity. That was what she was thinking. Of course, some of her thoughts were hidden deep inside. She was also thinking, maybe I can take this opportunity to help Lin Fan, and then I can also. Using an excuse, Zhou Mei went back to the company. When she got back to the office, she couldn't wait to ask Wang Yin and I about the results. Chapter 100, Kai Su's Custom Script. Wang Yin and I turned her computer screen around, showing it to Zhou Mei. The other party had sent another email. When she opened it, she discovered that it was a document printed with a printer. It seemed like the other party didn't want to reveal their identity. The contents of the email were like this. They said that solving the crisis was not difficult. All they needed to do was help them, and they could resolve the situation. In return, White Heavy Industries needed to help them with something. Zhou Mei hurriedly asked, what were the terms? If it was something that White Heavy Industries could help with, they would do their best to help them. Soon, an email arrived. The other party said that their condition was simple. White Heavy Industries had to stop collaborating with Han Hai Group. How could you? Zhou Mei rejected it. The collaboration was something that was already agreed upon. The contract has already been signed. How could we just stop it? I don't know who you are, but please change your conditions. There was no reply, and the email stopped there. It meant that their negotiations had failed. Chairman, I don't think we can trust them. If they really wanted to collaborate, they wouldn't talk about this kind of condition, Wang Yin and I said. I know. Zhou Mei rubbed her throbbing temples. To be honest, she was a bit too impatient. Just like Su Yufei had said, the mysterious email might just be a trap. After calming her mood, she returned to work. Time passed, and most of the employees of White Heavy Industries had gone home. Zhou Mei had not received a reply from the other party. She thought that this matter would come to an end, but another request came. Ever since she had blocked him, Kai-Su had tried everything to get in touch with her. And now, even friend requests were being used. Although he was using a stranger's WeChat account. By the way the message was phrased, anyone could tell that it was Kai-Su. The message was full of threats. Ms. Zhou Mei, you seem to be very distressed. I know you're worried sick, right? You're worried that you'll be sent to jail, and that you'll lose everything. But as a good person, I am willing to give you a chance. I'll be waiting for you at our old place tonight at 8 o'clock. If you don't dare to come, then don't blame me for sending you and your lover to jail. Believe me, I can do it. For sure. After reading it, Zhou Mei's fists were tightly clenched. She wished she could tear Kai-Su to pieces. The message clearly meant that he wanted her to come to his place and beg him. This was something that Zhou Mei definitely didn't want to do. At a crucial moment, she thought of the email from earlier that morning. The person who said that they could resolve their crisis was probably not lying. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent an email in the first place. It was just that the conditions were too harsh. Thus, Zhou Mei lowered her standards. She sent another email, saying that she wanted to hear the other party's method and would then consider whether or not to agree to their request. After all, they couldn't exchange their company's trust for an empty promise. Soon, the other party replied. The email only contained one short line. We have people. The short sentence represented the other party's confidence. At this point, Zhou Mei was 90% certain. She even typed out the word, okay. However, she deleted it. Mr. Lin told me to trust him. I need to discuss this with him, Zhou Mei said and dialed the phone. Hello. Ms. Zhou, what do you need me for? Listen to me. This is what happened. Zhou Mei told Lin Fan everything that had happened today without holding back, hoping that he could give her some advice. Should she trust this mysterious person? At the same time, she also told him about the message that she had received last time, so that he could use it as a reference. Soon, Lin Fan made his judgment. Neither side could be trusted. First of all, the mysterious person who sent the email, they might have already guessed that the other party was in trouble. They were currently being investigated. As for Kaisu, there was even less of a need to pay attention to him. So if Kaisu continues to appeal, will you be sent to jail, Mr. Lin? I don't want to see such a terrible outcome. Ms. Zhou, that sentence was a bit suggestive. It's best if you don't say that in the future, okay? Oh, okay, no. Zhou Mei's ears felt hot. That's not what I meant. I was just worried about being implicated. Lin Fan told her that she could rest assured. He had already thought of a way to deal with it. Since Kaisu liked acting so much, then he should act to his heart's content. Han Hai Group would customize a script just for him. Whether or not he wanted to act was not up to him. A script? Can you explain that in detail, Mr. Lin? Zhou Mei rarely watched dramas or reality shows, so she didn't know what the script meant. When acting, you needed a script. For shows like reality TV, the audience might think that the guests could do whatever they wanted, but in reality, reality shows also needed a script. And the script needed to be customized. Just like dating shows, they needed to customize the character settings for each guest and the direction of the story. That way, it would be interesting for the audience. Without a script, the show would be dry, lacking focus and exciting moments, unless there were particularly funny guests who could bring out a unique program. Zhou Mei nodded. So that was how it was. What was Kai-Su's script going to be? That will be kept a secret for now. You'll find out when you arrive on set. Huh? I'm going to be participating too? Ms. Zhou, it was me who specifically requested for you to be included. If you don't have time, you can refuse. I'll just find someone else to replace you. After he had said that, Zhou Mei said that she had the time. She would cooperate and complete the filming. She asked, who else is going to be there besides me? You, Su Yufei, Lu Jejia. I've arranged them all to be there. For my last spot, I plan on giving it to another girl. Who was the girl? Lin Fan didn't say for the time being. He said that he had discussed it with Sister Lee and had a few candidates. The first was Tom, a handsome guy from the United Kingdom. He was a popular singer and someone who loved charity. The second was Jerry, an actor and model from distant Africa. He had a great body and had a heart that loved. There were also many others, who were all remarkable people. They would be on a 7-day quest for love on a resort island, and he believed that they would find their own love. That was how the dating show was set. Zhou Mei wanted to ask, will there be any unexpected situations? I'm just worried that. You can rest assured. I might as well tell you in advance that I've already made contact with all the celebrities that we have invited. You could say that they are my shills. I understand. All right, we'll meet each other on the island then. Lin Fan hung up the phone. Next to him, Yao Xiaoming, who was still naked, asked curiously, Mr. Lin, who are you planning on giving that last spot to? Do you want to know? Then, come with me then. Chapter 101. I like you, Kai-Su. Kai-Su was ecstatic. Just yesterday, Sister Lee had informed him that the big boss had decided to sign the variety show contract with him. Once the contract was signed, his comeback would be within reach. Zhou Mei, Zhou Mei, you think my words are just wind in your ears, don't you? I'm telling you, you and that Lin Fan can go and repent together. Having retained a lawyer, Kai-Su was about to officially sue them. While he had some free time, he figured he'd better go and sign the contract, lest the big boss change his mind and he regret it later. Therefore, Kai-Su arrived at Sister Lee's company. To emphasize his status, he deliberately arrived 5 minutes late. Entering the office, he could already see Sister Lee in a discussion with a professional-looking woman. You're here. Let me introduce you. This is Ms. Chan Shuyi, the big boss's secretary. Hello, I'm Kai-Su, a singer and an actor. During the handshake, Kai-Su took a glance at her figure and noticed her unusually full hips. He felt a sudden tightening in his lower body, his desire flaring. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to reveal all of this. Instead, he remained very polite. Please, have a seat, Ms. Chan. Thank you. Both of you. I'm here today representing our president to deliver the contract. The contract documents were handed to them. After carefully reading through it, Sister Lee asked, most of the clauses are fine, but what about this final additional clause? Qin Shuyi explained that the additional clause was added by the president to share the risks. This clause allowed Kai-Su to increase his own investment, and if the variety show became a hit, he could receive correspondingly more compensation. That's true. However, such conditions are usually for companies, rarely for personal investment invitations. Sister Lee raised her concern. After all, personal investments were not standardized and carried higher risks. It's all right, sister. Since the boss trusts me, I should also show my sincerity. When Kaisu saw his salary of 12 million, he decided that this boss was someone to be reckoned with, to be giving him this much money. And this was even with the public opinion working against him. How could he simply refuse such a good boss? Saying this, he signed his name, closed the contract, and handed it to Chen Shuyi. With the document signed, Chen Shuyi informed them of some important details. First, Kaisu was required to follow the basic character setting and plot provided in the script. Second, if Kaisu was absent without a proper reason, he would be liable for a breach of contract fee of 30 million. No problem, I understand all of this, Kaisu replied. After receiving a clear response, Chen Shuyi took the contract and bid them farewell. Before leaving, Kaisu once again glanced at her massive hips, thinking how great they would feel to touch. That big boss sure knew how to choose a secretary. At this moment, Sister Lee said, Kaisu, it's your luck to be appreciated by the big boss. I hope you will cherish this and not let him down. Sister, trust me. I'm a very reasonable person. I never forget the kindness that people show me. Especially you, sister. Without you, I wouldn't be able to make a comeback. You know what's good for you. They immediately became entangled in an intimate moment. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the first day of filming had arrived. Kaisu boarded a flight to the most tropical island destination. As soon as he stepped off the plane, the salty sea breeze rushed over him. Kaisu was enjoying this vacation-like work where he also got paid. For the past few days, his mood had been. The lawsuit against Lin Fan and Zhou should have gone smoothly, but who knew that after a week, there was still no concrete result. A few days ago, Zhou had even entered the Han Hai group in a very high-profile manner. It was as if she didn't take him seriously at all. Thinking of the woman he had once recklessly chased after, who was now in another man's arms, he felt a surge of anger. He vowed that once he made his comeback, he would sleep with every woman around Lin Fan. He would make them realize who the real man was. Entering the resort hotel, Kaisu found his agent. She was chatting with a black man. After getting closer, he realized that the black man was one of the variety show's guests, dropping by for a chat. Who is this? He asked. Seeing him arrive, the agent quickly introduced him. Kaisu, this is Mr. Jerry, a well-known model. Seeing the dark muscles under Jerry's beachwear, Kaisu couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. His own muscles were far less developed than those of these models. Nevertheless, he remained very polite, extending his hand. Hello, nice to meet you. Kai, I speak Chinese, you can speak Chinese. I understand. Oh my gosh, you're amazing, Jerry. I'm Kaisu, let's work hard together in the future. Jerry said it was no problem and that he really liked Kaisu's songs. Especially that song Cheese. He found it very nice. If there was time, they could explore it further and discuss Chinese music. Thank you, Kaisu said in a very humble tone. Definitely, definitely. After a few words, Jerry was called away by his friends and had to leave first. As he left, Kaisu could hear him saying to his friends in English, Kai, I like it. He is handsome. Building relationships was Kaisu's forte, and he was more than willing to make friends. Of course, making friends was secondary. The most important thing was to form connections and increase his network. The filming was scheduled for the afternoon, so Kaisu used the time to stroll around the island, wearing a fisherman's hat and mask. Unexpectedly, he ran into some familiar faces. At a cafe on the island, he once again saw Lin Fan and Zhou Mei. Feeling confident, he walked into the cafe. Isn't that Mr. Lin and Ms. Zhou? You're barely keeping your heads above water, and you still have time to vacation. Are you looking down on me? Dropping all pretenses, Kaisu was clearly there to pick a fight. After all, he was the victor, and didn't need to be polite to the two losers. Besides, they were in a foreign country, where no one was watching. Seeing that Lin Fan and Zhou Mei were ignoring him, he felt he had lost face and added, Don't pretend to be aloof. I don't believe you're not afraid. If you go in, it will be a fatal blow to your company. Haha, or maybe you're just dumbstruck. I'm actually a soft-hearted person. If you beg me, I might just let you off the hook. At this point, Lin Fan put down his coffee cup. However, he wasn't going to apologize, but rather to ask Kaisu a question. As everyone knows, in television dramas, the villains always have the most lines, and they also die the most miserable deaths. May I ask, Mr. Kai, are you the villain? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. It's just that only villains get so worked up their faces turn red. I'm not. Fine, fine. Is this how you want to play it? Let me tell you, I'm here to make big money now. You can't compare to me who just spend it. Kai-Su left in a huff, while joyous laughter echoed throughout the cafe. Chapter 102, Kai-Su's acting is too good. In the afternoon, Kai-Su arrived at the filming location. He was dumbfounded to see Lin Fan and Jomei there too. He immediately questioned the director why those two outsiders were allowed on the set. The director blandly stated that they were also guests. Kai-Su vehemently didn't believe it. Sisterly had never mentioned this, and he wouldn't allow it. He started throwing his weight around like a diva. No matter what, director, you have to get these two outsiders out of here. Otherwise, I won't participate in the filming. After saying this, he went inside his RV and wouldn't come out. The agent told him that it wouldn't do. The contract clearly stated that if Kai-Su refused to perform, he would be liable for a penalty fee of 30 million. Kai-Su didn't care. 30 million was nothing. He could afford it. Listen to me. Let's work together well. Can't we resolve any grudges we have? The agent tried to persuade him. The answer he got was, there's no changing my mind. Afterwards, he started playing on his phone, completely disregarding the staff and other guests who were waiting outside. In reality, he knew very well that the variety show couldn't function without him, and everyone needed to do as he said. Otherwise, no one would get anything done. Outside the RV, Lin Fan pouted, not really caring. I'm sorry everyone, Kai-Su isn't feeling well. Could we wait for a while? The agent said, attempting to smooth things over. But everyone had just seen him clearly, and that Kai-Su was just being a diva. What was this about him feeling unwell? The director didn't care about these precious, high-profile celebrities. He loudly yelled, attention all departments. Filming is about to begin. As soon as the words fell, all departments started moving, filming the first scene of the day. This scene was about each guest entering the frame and doing self-introductions. It was relatively relaxed and easy. Everyone was cooperative, and the filming proceeded smoothly. Only Kai-Su stayed inside his RV, enjoying the air conditioning, without regard for the others' feelings. At this moment, his phone rang. It was Sisterly calling him to question him. She was very blunt, and scolded Kai-Su a few times. What are you doing? Do you know how much effort I put into this opportunity? Now, go and film right away. Hearing Sister Lee's rage, Kai-Su made excuses. Sister, it's not that I don't want to film, it's that they're disrespecting me. Everyone knew about the feud between Lin Fan and him, and yet they had arranged for Lin Fan to come to the show. Wasn't that a slap in his face? If it were filmed, what would the fans think? Would they say, is our idol lying to us? Didn't he say he had issues with that Jomei and Lin Fan? Losing trust meant losing endless profit. No matter what, Kai-Su would not go out, unless that Lin Fan and Jomei knelt down and apologized to him. He really wanted to see if anyone would watch the variety show without him. Sisterly, there's no need to convince me. My mind is made up. Are you deliberately trying to piss me off? You always say you're afraid of disappointing your fans, but you only think about yourself. Sisterly couldn't calm down for a long time, and she told him as a final warning, let me tell you, the big boss could make you come back, but he could also make you fall to the bottom instantly. If they come for you, don't think I'll give you a cent for that 30 million. After saying all she had to say, Sisterly hung up. Kai-Su clutched his phone, feeling a sense of danger for the first time. In the end, he had no choice but to get up from the RV and make his way to the filming location. By the time he arrived, nearly half the filming was already completed. There were many people lined up in front of the beach, including that muscular black model and some handsome men he didn't recognize. It turned out that they only had to film the men's introductions today. The ladies were going to be filmed in the evening. As the director slowly zoomed in, the camera just happened to focus on Lin Fan, who was introducing himself. Hello everyone, I am Lin Fan, president of the Han Hai Group. Thank you. The introduction was very simple, but everyone immediately remembered this tall man. After Lin Fan joined the ranks, he was immediately greeted by other guests. It seemed like he was quite popular. You're finally here. Kai-Su, hurry up, it's your turn, the agent said, quickly bringing him to the preparation area. After the director reluctantly gave him the go-ahead, Kai-Su smiled, slowly walking into the frame. As he walked, he waved to the crowd. The script gave him a sunny and handsome image, and he did his best to play the part. Unlike Lin Fan, his introduction was very long-winded. Hello everyone, I'm Kai-Su, a singer and an actor. The awards I've won include, and of course, I have many amazing works, like The reason I came to this show is to look for true love. My requirements are... The introduction was too lengthy, and he was already running over his allotted time. The director gritted his teeth and made an X with his fingers, hoping that Kai-Su would stop soon. But he didn't stop and started to sing a song instead. Although he was a singer, the audience had already run out of patience, and the applause was scarce. Only the black model, Jerry, genuinely enjoyed it, cheering loudly. He liked Kai-Su from the bottom of his heart. His songs were nice, and he was clean-looking, with a subtle fragrance emanating from him. It took a full 10 minutes before the self-introduction finally stopped. Kai-Su was still feeling smug, believing that someone who understood how to seize the spotlight was a qualified actor. When he reached the ranks of the other men, he was a bit displeased. Why was it that other than Jerry, no one else was greeting him? When Lin Fan had introduced himself, most of the people applauded him and introduced themselves. When it was his turn, he was only greeted by one person. He found this psychological gap unacceptable and hard to reconcile. It was as if it was saying that he was inferior to Lin Fan. Damn it! He cursed inwardly, but his expression remained sunny, and he didn't show any negative emotions. The next part was to simply listen to the rules of the variety show. Kai-Su pretended to understand, but he didn't actually listen. Anyway, there was a script, and as long as he followed the script, he wouldn't make any mistakes. Sisterly had already made all of the arrangements. He just didn't know which of the female guests had been assigned to him. Thinking that foreign variety shows had much looser restrictions, perhaps something fun would happen. As time passed, the first scene for the men was over. The female guests would be introduced that evening. At dinner, Lin Fan walked past his seat and casually said, "Mr. Kai, I admit that your acting is quite good. After all, not everyone can portray a gigolo so well." "What did you say?" Kai-Su slammed the table. Standing up, Lin Fan told him to stop acting. Villainous roles wouldn't work on variety shows. Even if he was red-faced, he still wasn't on topic. Being insulted repeatedly, Kai-Su could no longer control himself, wanting to punch Lin Fan. However, his slender arm was easily caught by Lin Fan. And with that, Lin Fan added, "Mr. Kai, your acting was amazing. I really thought you were going to hit me." Chapter 103. Welcome the female guests. Joyous laughter erupted around them once again, and everyone started clapping. A true actor had to get into character. Seeing that Kai-Su was so into his character with his furious gaze, clenched fists, and bared teeth, it really looked like he wanted to rip Lin Fan to shreds. Everyone thought that it was incredible. Only the person involved was getting extremely worked up. This Lin Fan was absolutely here to stir up trouble. However, in front of so many people, he couldn't really attack him, unless he wanted to ruin his career. Forcing out an extremely ugly smile, Kai-Su warned Lin Fan to be careful. "I have people backing me, you wait and see. I'll make you wish you were never born." I welcome the challenge. After Kai-Su left, he immediately called Sisterly and begged her to talk to the big boss. They had to get rid of Lin Fan. He was completely unsuited for this variety show. Variety shows were supposed to create entertaining content, but he had a face like a mask, and the show would definitely be boring if he was there. Do you really not know? Lin is not someone you can afford to offend." Sisterly was just about ready to explode. "Why can't I? As long as I want to, I can. Besides, with the big boss backing me, what do I have to be afraid of? Lin Fan is just the president of a company. Won't he have to kneel before our big boss?" Fine, you asked for it." Sisterly was speechless and hung up. At this moment, Kai-Su naively believed that Sisterly would help him communicate with the big boss, and felt somewhat better. In the evening, it was time for the female guests to be filmed. Unlike the male guests, the venue for the female guests was much larger. The production crew had rented a large hall and put down a red carpet. The female guests would be walking down the red carpet and introducing themselves on stage. The first one to appear was Luna. From outside the frame slowly walked a blue-eyed blonde with a phenomenal figure. Her bearing was graceful, especially her long legs, which were longer than life itself. The red carpet was very familiar to her, and she walked with elegance and sophistication, looking extremely professional. The production crew members were mesmerized. When she reached the stage, she smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, everyone. I'm Luna, a model." Just like Lin Fan, there was no need for a lengthy introduction. Straight to the point was enough. The next one was Su Yufei. Unlike Luna, Su Yufei had curves in all the right places. As the saying goes, she had an angel's face and a devil's body, sexy and refined. That was Su Yufei. Reaching the stage, She first greeted Luna and then began her self-introduction. However, her introduction was different. She directly confessed to Lin Fan, "I came to this show wanting to find love, and right now I found my soulmate, the Han High Group's Lin Fan." According to the general show format, it wasn't time to confess yet, but Su Yufei completely ignored the rules and directly expressed her feelings. The director thought that the effect of the show was excellent, and he did not cut this scene. Instead, he made a note of it. The two of them chatted on stage. They were both very surprised that they had been invited to this variety show. Lin Fan had done an excellent job keeping it a secret, not telling them until the night before the filming that he was bringing them on a variety show. The people that were present at the time were Su Yufei, Luna, and Lu Jiejia. Before the words could be finished, Lu Jiejia strode confidently into the grand hall. Her entrance was also different from everyone else. While everyone else was trying to look cool and show off their beauty, Lu Jiejia only put on a little bit of light makeup. As she walked on the red carpet, she reached out to greet the staff. Her expression was very sincere, like a caring older sister. "Hello, you two. You've both become even more beautiful since the last time I saw you." Lu Jiejia joined the other two ladies. In this way, 3 women had now gathered on stage. All of these people had a somewhat ambiguous relationship with Lin Fan, whether they talked a lot or not. Especially Lu Jiejia and Su Yufei, who had come to the variety show for Lin Fan and would not pick anyone else as a partner. Luna, on the other hand, was naturally straightforward. She had agreed to come to this show mainly because she wanted to have fun. Afterwards, other female guests arrived. Without exception, they were all beautiful and elegant and frequently seen on television. The last person was a cold-faced Zhou Mei. To the surprise of Su Yufei and the others, Zhou Mei had also come to this variety show. Wasn't she a lesbian? What was she doing on a male-female matching show? She couldn't possibly be looking for a boyfriend. Zhou Mei did not respond to their questioning looks. Instead, she walked to the stage in an orderly manner, picked up the microphone and said, "Zhou Mei, thank you." The shortest self-introduction to date. Okay, the 10 female guests had now gathered, and the director was just about to begin explaining the rules. At that moment, his cell phone rang. "Hello, oh, I understand." The director told all of the staff to pause. There was still one female guest waiting to appear. The stage buzzed with discussions. Everyone was wondering who this female guest was that she could make the director, who was so punctual, stop filming. Su Yufei was also very curious. She couldn't understand who had that much clout. "She's here." The director immediately became alert and called out to the staff to resume working. The 11th female guest was here. Everyone turned their gaze towards the main entrance. They had all thought that they would see a stunning and breathtaking girl. They had never expected the person to be fairly pretty, but not breathtaking by any means. Moreover, her figure was not good either. It was obvious that she rarely took care of herself. Many people speculated that she was invited because of her inner beauty, rather than her outward beauty. She could be an artist. Su Yufei didn't think so. That was clearly Yao Xiaoming. Lin Fan actually let her come to this variety show. Wasn't that a little reckless? "Sorry, I'm late," Yao Xiaoming said, looking a little flustered on the stage, not knowing what to do. It was Luna who reminded her, "Xiaoming, introduce yourself." Oh, hello everyone. I'm the art director of the Han High Group. My main job is drawing. I like to draw all kinds of small animals, like kittens, rabbits, and so on. There are too many. I'm new here, please take care of me." Her slightly different introduction caused several female guests to laugh out loud. The director thought it was good. Every female guest should have a unique trait, otherwise, the show would be boring. It would be too monotonous if everyone was the same. On the other side, the male guests gathered in a room, watching the broadcast of the female guests introducing themselves. Chapter 104, Lin Fan's Choice. The male guests were all praising the female guests on the screen. They had formed a preliminary impression in their minds. Kai-Su was different. He had a bad premonition. Why did those women look so familiar? They were clearly the ones he had seen at the cafe that day. He knew that back then, they had all been surrounding Lin Fan. Was this just a coincidence? Was there really such an unbelievable coincidence in the world? At that moment, a staff member came in, handing out drawing boards to everyone. Each of them needed to select a guest. The staff member informed them that the female guests could only choose one person, and they couldn't change their minds in subsequent activities. The female guests would also be choosing the male guests. If the two of them could match, both would receive quite powerful prop rewards in the next game. The props weren't important. Kai-Su's mind was wandering somewhere else. He just wrote a random name when he was handed the board. The script had said that someone would choose him, but he didn't know who it was. He could only go by impression and randomly pick someone. Then he would join up with that female guest during the active invitation segment. Who did you choose, Kai? Jerry, the black model, turned around and asked him, "Can I take a look?" Kai-su gave a helpless smile and showed his board to him. It had the name of a Thai beauty called Annie written on it. Jerry understood, gave him a smile, and turned his head back. After everyone had made their selections, the male guests needed to take their boards and go find the female guest they had chosen. When they arrived at the hall, they only saw several closed rooms. Each had a female guest's name tag on the door. The director explained that everyone needed to enter the room of the female guest whose name was on their board. If they matched with the board of that female guest, they would be successfully paired. Hearing this, the male guests gradually got excited and were constantly checking their boards. The female guests were also very nervous. Yufei was different. She was very calm. She believed that Lin Fan would choose her because she was the most important one. If one were to say who Lin Fan had loved, it was her. If one were to say who had the deepest connection with Lin Fan, it was also her. The others had different mindsets. It could be seen that Zhomei had scribbled all over her board. In the end, the only name that could be clearly seen was Lin Fan. She still chose Lin Fan. Of course, the reason why she chose Lin Fan was definitely not because of affection. It was because she would feel safer in the following events if she was with him. Lu Jiejia not only wrote Lin Fan's name, but she also drew a heart on it. If one were to say who knew Lin Fan the most, it was definitely her. After all, they had engaged in many private interactions. If Lin Fan didn't choose her, it was okay. She would use her own skills to win him back. It's likely that President Lin won't choose me. Yao Xiaoming took a deep breath, tightly hugging the board covered with Lin Fan's name. It was already a miracle that he had brought her to this variety show. She wouldn't ask for anything else. Though, she was still harboring a sliver of hope. The last one was Luna. She was spacing out in her room. Unexpectedly, her board had a drawing of a pectoral muscle on it. That was it. This unique answer was also broadcast to the director's monitor, and even he didn't understand what the pectoral muscle meant. But he quickly switched his attention to another monitor and gave an order. "Please, male guests, begin your search for love. I wish you good luck." "Haha, everyone, I'll make a move first." The first guest had set off, and soon after he came out holding the hand of a female guest. This meant they had successfully paired. The male guests were more confident now, and they began choosing rooms to enter. Some were happy, and some were sad. Several of them failed to match. It was Kai-su's turn. He indifferently arrived at the room named Annie and knocked on the door. "Welcome, please come in. Then I will intrude." When he entered the room, Kai-su was completely dumbstruck. It was none other than that Thai beauty, Annie. Wow, his luck was truly something. Kai-su bowed like a gentleman, extending his hand. "Ms. Annie, can I have your hand?" "I am honored." Annie placed her hand on Kai-su's and walked out of the room with him. When he saw that Lin Fan was still waiting in place, he smiled contemptuously. He muttered, "Some are all alone, while others are accompanied by beauties. The gap between people is so big." Lin Fan also gave a slight smile. "Then I must congratulate you, Mr. Kai." Both sides were quite happy, though they were actually thinking a million things on the inside. "It's your turn, Mr. Lin Fan." A staff member came to inform him. "Okay." Taking the board, Lin Fan went into one of the rooms. The girl who was there couldn't believe her eyes when she saw him. "President Lin, why did you choose me?" Yao Xiaoming rushed forward and hugged Lin Fan, her tears flowing uncontrollably. "Xiaoming, you're the most special. Don't ever say you're not as good as the others again, okay?" "Okay, I promise you." She wiped away her tears. Lin Fan picked up her drawing board and couldn't help teasing her. "You do want me, don't you? You wrote so many names." "Ah, that was me just scribbling randomly. Don't laugh at me." "Ha ha ha." Their hands touched as they walked out of the room. The director announced that the segment was over. The day's filming was over, and everyone could go back and rest. Yufei stayed in the room, stunned. The board in her hand inadvertently fell to the ground. She couldn't believe it. Lin Fan had not chosen her. How was that possible? Coming out of the room, she noticed that Zhomei also looked a little unhappy. She asked, "Sister Mei, he didn't choose you either?" Zhomei shook her head, saying no. At this time, Lu Jiejia walked out. She didn't seem to have any regrets. She was happy when she saw the look on Yufei's face. "Oh my, he didn't choose you either. I really thought President Lin liked you so much, you tramp." "Lu Jiejia, you weren't either. Don't mock me." "Haha, I wonder who it was who said that they were Lin Fan's only one. You're making me laugh so hard. I don't want to argue with you. Looking at them still there, only Miss Luna and that Yao Xiaoming were left. It was likely that Lin Fan had chosen one of those two. Lu Jiejia didn't have the time to cause trouble with them. She decided to leave first. Although they still had questions, they thought they could just go ask Lin Fan, and decided to leave. And at this time, inside Luna's room, she woke up from her sleep and murmured, "Huh? What time is it?" Seeing her drawing board still by her side, the words pectoral muscle were still shining brightly, and she knew that Lin Fan had most likely not come. She had clearly heard the sound of doors opening many times. She yawned and left the room. When she reached her living quarters, she remembered something. She turned around and headed towards the male guest's side. Chapter 105. Everyone's Journey to Find Love. Everyone needed an answer, which was why there were so many people gathered in Lin Fan's room. "Lin Fan, why didn't you choose me?" Su Yufei was the first to speak. Everyone knew that she was the most important person to Lin Fan. But now, she had been abandoned. She felt embarrassed. Zhomei was silent, wondering what Lin Fan had brought her here for. She had been quite happy when she was invited. Who knew that she was just here as filler? It was impossible to be happy. At this moment, she felt a sense of being overlooked. "Haha, I don't really care." Lu Jiejia gave a smile, telling Lin Fan that it was okay and that he could choose whomever he wanted. But everyone was curious, and she did want to know who the lucky person was. After saying that, she began observing everyone's expressions. She hoped to find a clue. Is it Miss Luna? She is indeed an outstanding woman. It's normal that President Lin chose her, Lu Jiejia thought. Huh? Is it because I didn't write Lin Fan's name that I wasn't chosen? Luna's words were confusing. Su Yufei asked her, "Miss Luna, who did you choose?" I chose the pectoral muscle." Everyone was speechless. This Miss Luna was not only direct, but her way of thinking was the same. But everyone now understood Lin Fan's answer. Unfortunately, Yao Xiaoming was not there. "Do you want to know why I chose her and not you?" Lin Fan finally opened his eyes and asked. "Of course. I'm sure everyone present is 10,000 times better than Yao Xiaoming. Why did you choose her?" Su Yufei was not unwilling to interact with other women, as long as she was considered the most important one. Not being selected first was something she couldn't forgive. "I know that I shouldn't pry, but can you give us an answer?" "Okay, I'll start by saying something. The reason I brought all of you here was to make things clear." Lin Fan didn't beat around the bush, stating that emotions were too ethereal. Sometimes, you think the other person likes you, but it might just be your own imagination. You like the other person, but you are also afraid that they don't feel the same way. So, by using this variety show, he wanted to see the determination of the girls, or rather, to see his own determination. There would be many things that could happen in 6 nights and 7 days. Whether it would be possible to go all the way would be revealed by the end of the show. Moreover, Lin Fan boldly admitted that Yao Xiaoming had confessed to him, and it had made his heart flutter. This could be what's called being moved, or it could be a false impression created by hormones. Everything would be left to time. "I don't know if you're satisfied with my answer?" "I'm very satisfied, President Lin." Lu Jiejia was the first to speak. Then Zhomei also nodded, showing her approval. Luna was still thinking about the pectoral muscle issue, but she had more or less understood. They gradually left to prepare for the upcoming events. Only Su Yufei stayed behind. She was honest when she said that she was dissatisfied, extremely dissatisfied. The problem was still that he didn't choose her first. This was a big blow for her. She went to sit next to Lin Fan and asked, "Do you really like that Yao Xiaoming? What if I do like her? What if I don't?" "Su Yufei, this isn't really a question you should be asking." "Indeed, I shouldn't be asking, but I still feel bad about it." As she spoke, she climbed onto Lin Fan's body. It was really difficult to only get their body without getting their heart. But what could she do? If you do something wrong, you have to pay for it for the rest of your life. She was already happy that Lin Fan kept her by his side. It was the best outcome for her. She began to take off her clothes, and Su Yufei pressed her lips against his. Maybe only the pleasure of the body could make up for her broken heart. The night was deep, and some were laughing happily, while others were dejected. But there were also some who had reached the final stage, and were enjoying the pleasure. And at this time, a scream suddenly came from a certain room, attracting everyone's attention. It was in the male guest hotel, in Kai Su's room. He was completely naked and was maintaining a good distance from the woman on the bed. Kai Su's face was filled with both terror and a strong sense of disbelief. "Honey, Why are you so far away from me? Annie walked out of the bathroom, the towel falling off her body naturally. Kai-Su, however, was in no mood to admire her beauty. His expression was one of disgust. He didn't care about anything. He just wanted to leave right now. He needed to see a therapist. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to calm his traumatized mind. All because of that thing. Who would have thought that a woman could have that thing on her lower body? Wasn't that something men have? He had finally managed to make a beauty happy and had gotten her to come back to the room. He didn't expect that when they were showering, Annie had hugged him from behind, and that thing had poked his butt. That feeling was like the sky was falling. No, Kai-Su had to leave, and he had to get the show to change his partner. This kind of transvestite should be left for his other brothers to try. He really couldn't do it. Oh my darling. Annie suddenly hugged him from behind again, and his body trembled. Is gender really that important? I promise you, I'll get a proper sex change after the show ends. Then, we can be together forever. Kai-Su told her to stop it. He exerted his strength, trying to break free. But he had always been the cute type, a favorite of the domestic entertainment industry. He rarely worked out in his daily life. Right now, he was actually unable to break free. He was held tightly by Annie, who then picked him up and put him back on the bed. Annie then held down his hands and said gently, "Darling, you are too good to me. You said no, just to protect me from hurting my body." I never said that. Then okay, I won't have the surgery. Do you like that? No. He forcefully tried to push her away. Annie pressed down harder. Kai-Su was completely helpless. The other person was becoming more and more excited, their eyes showing a greedy expression. Kai-Su knew that Annie was going to get serious. He immediately changed his tune. Annie, let me go first. Otherwise, I'm going to yell. Yell? I remember a saying in your China. It goes something like, you can scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will care. Help! Kai-Su yelled at the top of his lungs. The sound could be heard through the entire hotel, and the other guests were very happy to watch the show. The staff members, on the other hand, were still resentful towards Kai-Su for delaying them in the morning. They simply ignored him. His agent was not there either. And so, in that room, Kai-Su's voice went from loud to weak. Eventually, he became silent. The next day, when he walked out of the room, his expression was vacant. He was thinking, I am no longer clean. Chapter 106, Talent Show and Kai-Su's Difficulties. Before the start of filming, Kai-Su, with his hand on his butt, went to the show's director. Again, his tone was high, as he interrogated the director. Let me ask you, how are you doing your job? It's a dating reality show. How can you get a transvestite to participate? This is disrespectful to everyone. I'm telling you this for the last time. Either change my female guest, or I will leave this island immediately, and you can just entertain yourselves. After saying that, a piercing pain came from his groin, and Kai-Su subconsciously inhaled. Regardless of what the director said, he directly sat down on the director's chair. Get up. Is this a place you should be sitting? The director grabbed his hand and pulled him up. His slender arm was in pain from the grab. Kai-Su said angrily, What are you doing? Perhaps it was because he had been too well taken care of in the past. He was clearly at fault, yet he was still rude to the director. He said that he was going to have the director fired, and he would make it happen. He called Sisterly, but it showed that he had been blacklisted. Sisterly had actually blacklisted him? How was that possible? But every single phone call he made relentlessly showed this reality. Looking again, the director had already started his work, completely unfazed by his threats. This made him extremely frustrated and caused him to feel a strong sense of loss. Helplessly, he had to cooperate with the work. When filming started, Annie immediately ran to his side and hugged his arm. Kai-Su was about to collapse, he told her. Can we not form a team, please? Sister, it's not that I'm scared of you. It's that I'm truly afraid of you. That won't do. Didn't the production crew tell us that once we've chosen, we can't regret it? Since you've chosen me, it means that we, my darling, are destined. After saying this, she whispered into Kai-Su's ear, Don't be shy. Tonight, I'll accompany you once more. Hearing those words, Kai-Su's legs went weak. He was dragged away by Annie. Today's filming was for the second episode of the show. The previous episode had the male and female guests meet. This episode was the game segment. The male and female guests would be playing games to learn more about each other. Of course, guests who were not paired could use this opportunity to win the hearts of the female guests. The first game was a talent show relay. The participants needed to take turns showcasing their talents. It could be singing, dancing, or acting. After each performance, they could designate the content for the next person. The uncertainty was what made the game interesting. No one knew what kind of challenge the last person would give them. Since there were some male and female guests who were paired up in the last episode, they were able to sit together. Everyone gathered in a circle, and the entertaining game was announced. At the start, everyone drew lots. In the end, Yufei was selected to be the first performer. She confidently walked into the middle. "Hello, everyone. I will be performing a ballet dance for everyone." Yufei had taken ballet classes for a while before. Although she wasn't that good at it, everyone was being polite, and the applause didn't stop. She was especially happy when she saw that Lin Fan was clapping for her as well. Next, she designated the handsome English gentleman beside her, the singer and philanthropist, Mr. Tom. She asked him to sing a love song. Yufei did not make things difficult for him, since she had known Tom's identity for a while. "Hello, everyone. My Chinese is not very good, please understand." Understood, understood. Kai-Su said casually. Unexpectedly, Mr. Tom noticed him, came to his side, and invited him. "Kai, I would like to invite you to sing this song together." "Oh, sure, of course." Kai-Su wouldn't miss out on an opportunity to perform. This kind of behavior would be called being a show-off, but he was already washed up. What did he have to be afraid of now? He got up and walked with Mr. Tom to the center. "Hello, everyone. I would like to perform a popular Chinese song, and the name of the song is Liang Liang. This is a duet, and I'll be singing the female vocals." As soon as these words were said, everyone was extremely expectant. Kai-Su picked up the microphone and intentionally widened his vocal range. "The night is gradually turning cool. Flowers fall like frost. You are looking into the distance, using up all the twilight. I cannot stop thinking of you. It's hard to forget." His voice wasn't that pleasant to listen to. It was almost like a plain white voice. There were many singers among the guests. They frowned, seemingly not expecting this from Kai-Su. After the female vocals, it was the male vocals. Although Mr. Tom was a foreigner, he was a professional singer. His voice was full of emotions, and the guests were enjoying it. Even Lin Fan nodded, appreciating the other party's melodious and beautiful singing. Comparing him to Kai-Su, it was like they were from different worlds. Mr. Tom was at the top level, while Kai-Su had not even entered. It was normal. The entertainment industry didn't need singers who could sing well. They just needed idols with looks and fame. Kai-Su's skills were not great, but he had so many fans, he should thank his handsome face. Pushing those things aside, Lin Fan continued to enjoy the music. Professionals were different. When Mr. Tom was singing the emotional part, he even interacted with Kai-Su. For example, holding his hand and looking at him affectionately. He did not lose his professionalism just because the other party was a man. But Kai-Su didn't realize that Mr. Tom wanted to interact with him. The emotions he showed were resistance. His voice even began to tremble. How did he become a singer? It's easy for you to sit there and talk. If you have the guts, come and perform yourself. Kai-Su was getting a mental breakdown. His body would react to any physical contact with other men. Even though Mr. Tom was a senior, he was still a little resistant. He could only focus on the song. Kai-Su thought that his voice was still capable of winning the audience over. When the last line of the song was finished, warm applause rang out through the scene. Kai-Su thought they were applauding for him, and he felt a lot better. Afterwards, the talent show was passed down. Everyone was able to easily handle it. Zhomei rarely performed a martial arts routine, and it was then that Lin Fan found out that she had this skill. As for Lu Jiejia, she was told to perform a skit like the ones in television dramas, like, "My 3-year sentence is up, and the Dragon Lord has returned." And so, a female Dragon Lord was born. Yufei was pulled over to be the villainous woman who got her face slapped. She was almost enraged to death. Overall, it was quite cheerful. Through the game, everyone had a deeper understanding of each other. Finally, it was Kai-Su's turn to officially appear. Lin Fan thought that this person would definitely make trouble. Sure enough, he walked to the center of the crowd and said, "Please, Mr. Lin Fan, help me out, could you?" "Of course." Lin Fan stood up without any fear. Kai-Su chuckled. "Since everyone likes to see me rap, I'll give you a diss track." Chapter 107. Kai-Su Can't Compare, gets triggered. Grabbing the microphone, Kai-Su seemed very confident. Yo, listen to my freestyle. Don't lose the beat." Some people act cold, but they're monsters inside. Claiming a high and mighty demeanor, their hearts are just cheap gimmicks on stage. Pretending to be deep like the ocean, they open their mouths and say, "Hi, hi, hi. Wanna hang, beauty?" That's a little too low. Brothers, stop acting cool. Let's compare attitudes and talk less about women's depth. Stop acting cool. Stop acting cool, claiming how devoted you are. Speaking with sharp words, but you're just a cheater. Your heart is cold. Every line of Kai Su's lyrics was dissing Lin Fan. Others didn't notice, but the people around Lin Fan were very clear about it. This person was clearly mocking and being sarcastic. Some people also realized it and thought that Kai Su was going a bit too far. But dissing was an aggressive form of expression, and it wasn't easy to call him out. So Yufei usually liked rap, but Kai Su's lyrics made her very uncomfortable, so she booed. With someone leading the charge, many people also expressed their displeasure. Brother, you're cool. Jerry, the black model, was liking this Chinese singer more and more. He not only cheered Kai Su on, but also applauded him. He was a complete and utter fanboy. As Kai Su's partner, Annie screamed out loud, greatly admiring him. When the rap stopped, Kai Su had a satisfied smile, because he was sure that Lin Fan couldn't rap. He was going to lose face. It's your turn, Mr. Lin. He handed the microphone to Lin Fan, the corners of his mouth upturned. I can't rap. Hearing this, Kai Su finally felt relieved. He said that it was okay if Lin Fan couldn't rap. Who was born knowing everything? Kai Su said he was a great rapper, so he could teach him. But rapping required talent. It couldn't be done quickly. The show's time was limited, so why waste everyone's time? He was telling Lin Fan to give up and just quietly return to his seat. But if the other person didn't rap during a diss segment, he would be booed to death. Then I'll try. Don't force it. We can talk privately. Don't make a fool of yourself. Lin Fan picked up the microphone, ignoring Kai Su's so-called advice. Music director, please give me some music. Listening to the rhythm of the music, he nodded, and the lyrics came out. Yo, listen to me as I slowly sing, not targeting anyone, just talking about the chaos. Shining brightly on stage, fans screaming like a wave. But how much talent is there? Looks and idols are rampant. Talent has been forgotten. I ask, are those values crooked? Idols should be leading with positive energy, but they've become wild beasts pursuing desire. Who is making up all this nonsense? I see just cheap imitations that can be easily dressed up. When his voice fell, applause thundered. Although Lin Fan's rhymes and vocals were still quite amateur, this diss was already considered a pass. It was amazing for a beginner. Thank you, everyone. This is also my first time trying to rap. Lin Fan handed the microphone back to Kai Su. He could see that his face had turned dark. Being unable to compare to Lin Fan was his shame. Not to mention, Lin Fan's lyrics had called him a cheap imitation that can be easily dressed up. This reminded him of the pain he had felt last night. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Kai Su picked up the microphone and said that he wanted to compete with Lin Fan again. Zhomei immediately got up and yelled at him, "You were just the one who said not to waste time. Mr. Kai, I hope you can be a little bit more dignified. If you can't compare to others, you should accept your loss, instead of acting like a brat. It's really tacky." I can't compare to him. Kai Su's face was red, and he shouted, "This is men talking. Why are you tramp, interrupting?" The agent's face changed drastically. He quickly asked the director to cut this part out. The viewers couldn't see Kai Su acting like this. The director said calmly, "I won't cut it. If you have any questions, go find the investors." No, normally, scenes that aren't good for the guests are cut, right? Or is it that you, director, are targeting the actors from our company? The investor told me to do it this way, so that's what I'll do. Unable to convince the director, and seeing the boos from the crowd towards Kai Su, it seemed that they were very disdainful of his behavior. After all, it was unreasonable to call the female guest a tramp. Kai Su didn't realize his mistake. He thought that the director would cut these scenes out. He said that the previous scenes were not good, and that the director needed to re-record them. Then, they could just cut it in post-production. In reality, it was just that he wasn't willing to lose to Lin Fan, and he wanted to win again. He was completely wasting everyone's time. Saying this, he called Lin Fan over to the middle again, to continue the competition. I have no obligation to do that. Lin Fan's reply was simple. Why should he compete again? Was it that if they competed again, Kai Su wouldn't get triggered? Being stimulated again, Kai Su began to swear, and cursed at Lin Fan's ancestors for 18 generations. On the other side, the agent was already dumbfounded. The director, on the other hand, pointed the camera at Kai Su, who was screaming and grimacing, filming all of his ugly behavior. He had hated those high-profile celebrities for a long time. Not only did they not have any skills, they had big egos too. Especially this Kai-Su. When filming, he liked to be the last to appear and make other staff wait for hours. What was more, he used stunt doubles for every single fight scene. Even if he just had a scratch on his hand, he would whine about needing to go to the hospital. Little did he know that if they waited a bit more, the wound would have already healed. Kai-Su was completely unaware of these things. He was just being loud. "I'm telling you, I'm not performing anymore." After saying that, he threw the microphone down and left the view of the cameras. "Wait, Kai-Su." The agent chased after him. The other guests were whispering, seeming not to feel any discomfort from his departure. Of course, some people said to the staff, "I'll go take a look." Those people were Annie, Jerry, and the Tom teacher who had sung with Kai-Su before. He had gone because of the show. Without exception, the people who went to console him were all men. The female guest's impression of him had plummeted after hearing the words tramp. The show was also paused because of Kai-Su. It could be said that his departure had caused everyone a lot of trouble. And yet, this willful man had actually returned to his RV and was crying with sadness. No matter how much the people outside tried to comfort him, he wouldn't come out. "Don't come here. My mind is made up." "Kai, let's talk this out properly. Mr. Lin didn't do it on purpose." "I don't care." Kai-Su trembled all over when he heard Lin Fan's name. He felt that everyone was siding with Lin Fan and didn't like him. If only he hadn't come to this variety show. It was all that big boss's fault. What kind of script was that? Not only did they arrange for Annie, they also had him rap. Did they not know that he was a love song singer? That's right, Kai-Su came to his senses. He was a love song singer. It was normal that he couldn't beat Lin Fan, who was a rapper. Outside the RV, the agent was sweating, thinking, he's done for. He's so angry that his brain is not working normally. Chapter 108. The Big Boss's Sincere Advice. After comforting himself a few times, Kai-Su's emotions had finally calmed down a bit. However, he still didn't come out. He just told the agent that he would continue performing if Lin Fan knelt down and begged him. If Lin Fan didn't come, he couldn't blame him for not being professional. Hearing this unreasonable request, even the agent, who was on Kai-Su's side, was speechless. She decided to go find Sister Lee. She went to the side and dialed the phone. "Hello, Sister Kai-Su, I can't stop him." "I understand. Give the phone to him and say that I have something to say to him." Holding the phone, the agent came to the RV door and knocked. "Kai-Su, it's Sister Lee's phone. Can you open the door?" "Don't lie to me. I won't listen to Sister Lee either." At this time, Kai-Su was acting like a little kid, throwing a tantrum. He wouldn't open the door no matter what. Jerry didn't have a good temper, and he wanted to forcefully break in, but the agent told him to wait. Going around to the window, the agent said again, "Sister Lee said it was about the big boss's arrangements. Do you still not want to pick up?" Suddenly, the car window opened, and the phone was snatched away. Kai-Su was skeptical and asked, "Sister Lee, does the big boss really have arrangements?" "You bastard, you finally picked up?" Sister Lee's voice was full of disappointment, completely disregarding Kai-Su's ego. "Let me tell you, the big boss just called me and said that he wanted to talk to you on the phone." "Great. I have many questions I want to ask him." First of all, it was the question of the script. It felt like the big boss was trying to harm him instead of coddling him. And he still had to beg him. He had to beg him to get rid of Lin Fan, Zhomei, and that director. Since the big boss was planning to groom him, he shouldn't refuse these simple requests. "Sister, hurry up. Hurry your sister, Kai-Su. I'm announcing here that you're no longer an employee of our company." "It's okay, sister. You can be happy." The big boss's phone number had been sent via text message, and Kai-Su was overjoyed. Having a good relationship with the big boss was much better than working for Sister Lee. After all, she easily gave him millions of dollars for an appearance fee. If he added the money he had loaned, he would really be rich. Entering the number, Kai-Su called. It was picked up immediately. This was enough to see how important he was. Even the big boss picked up immediately. "Hello, I'm Kai-Su." "Oh, you picked up. Hello, I'm Wei Qing." The voice on the other side was a young female voice, and Kai-Su got excited immediately. A woman was good. Extremely good. His mind already pictured what they would look like together in bed. He believed that he could achieve that. Of course, he couldn't show it. Kai-Su smiled and first complimented, "Boss, your voice is so beautiful." Unexpectedly, Wei Qing didn't fall for this and asked, "What time is it now, and you're still in the mood for all that?" "Kai-Su, Sister Lee told me that you were planning to pay the penalty for breach of contract." "Boss, it's not like that, let me explain." "There's no need. The reason I was interested in you was because I really liked your diligence and sincerity. You've disappointed me too much. Hearing these words, Kai-su could no longer remain seated. He quickly explained the situation to the big boss, and he was even crying when he was talking about the emotional parts. He was acting like a victim. Wei Qing hummed, "You're not telling the truth. I know President Lin, and he's not someone who would swear so easily. Besides, did you know that Annie's father is the godfather of the Thai entertainment industry? I was trying to help you. Who knew that you would dislike it so much? You've really broken my heart." What? How could Kai-su have imagined that? So the big boss was trying to help him and not trying to harm him. He suddenly felt a bit guilty and said, "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't know that Annie was actually." You need to cherish the opportunities I'm giving you. Your comeback depends on the effect of this variety show. What about getting rid of Lin Fan? Forget about it. I'm warning you, if you dare to provoke President Lin again, you'll be done for life. I mean it. Okay. Kai-su sighed helplessly, saying that he would return to the show, and he promised that he would not bother Lin Fan. Wei Qing said that it wasn't enough. She asked Kai-su to go apologize to Lin Fan and ask for his forgiveness. This was for his future. The capital behind President Lin was far beyond what others could imagine. Finally, she gave another warning. The black model, Jerry, and the singer, Tom, also had unique backgrounds. He needed to have a good relationship with them. And it wasn't to have an artificial relationship, but rather, to interact with them deeply. It would be good for him. After explaining this, she hung up the phone. Kai-su kept all of these words in his mind. The big boss would not lie to him. He didn't stay in place anymore, and he immediately opened the door and went out. Seeing him come out, the agent finally let out a sigh of relief. "You finally came out. Let's go. Everyone is waiting for you." "I'm sorry, it was really my fault." Kai-su apologized to everyone, especially to the 3 international friends. They didn't blame him. They just told Kai-su that he should be more of a man and to say what was on his mind. Yes, let's go. Kai, come to my room tonight. I want to practice rapping with you." The black model invited him. Kai-su didn't want to go at first, but when he thought of the big boss, Wei Qing's words, he immediately agreed. He would definitely go tonight. "What about me?" Annie pointed to herself. "Didn't you say that you would accompany me tonight?" "I'll go to Jerry's first, then I'll go to yours, okay?" Mr. Tom also said that he wanted to discuss music topics with Kai-su and wanted to ask if Kai-su was free tonight. Kai-su was happy that so many people admired him. He quickly said that it was not a problem. He would definitely keep all his appointments tonight. Now, he should go to the venue. There wasn't much time left before the end of the day. Everyone nodded. And at this time, in the guest lounge, Yao Xiaoming put down her phone and asked Lin Fan with a proud expression, "How was it? I did a good job, right?" "You did well. It deserves to be praised. It seems like you've been watching a lot of television dramas." She got smug after receiving praise. It was enough that she could help Lin Fan. Besides, it wasn't a difficult task. She was just acting as someone called Wei Qing. At this time, Luna came. She seemed a bit confused, and when she entered the room, she asked, "Lin Fan, aren't we continuing? I haven't even made my appearance yet." Coughing, Lin Fan told her to say it clearly. Was the filming not continuing? She needed to be careful with her wording, or it could cause a misunderstanding. "Oh, right. Sorry, my mind sometimes doesn't work well. So when will it be my turn? I haven't played yet." Soon. After Xiaoming, it will be your turn. Why don't I just go after Xiaoming? I'm a bit impatient to wait." "No, you have to go after Xiaoming. We're connected, so we can't separate for now." The people outside the room heard this and immediately said, "Playing that big, huh?" Chapter 109, Kai-su's Helpless Smile. Filming continued, and everyone went to the venue to prepare. Kai-su also arrived. He slowly walked in front of Lin Fan and reluctantly said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I was impulsive earlier. I apologize to you, and I won't do that again." Lin Fan raised his head and smiled. "You shouldn't apologize to me. You should apologize to Ms. Zhou." After saying that, he ignored Kai-su and started to adjust his microphone. "Then you should say, 'I forgive you.'" Kai-su remembered the big boss's instructions. "Forgive you? You make it sound so easy. Do you know how badly you were cursing just now? It's like you wanted to skin me alive." "I already said sorry. Isn't that enough?" Lin Fan laughed. Why did the people who made mistakes always think that an apology could make up for everything? If he killed someone, could he just say sorry? That was impossible. If you kill someone, you need to be punished by the law. Swearing at someone, although it's not as serious as killing someone, He wasn't planning to forgive Kai-su. Mr. Kai, there are some things that can't be solved by just an apology. I hope you remember this. I admit I was wrong, but do you not have any faults at all? Seeing that his apology was not accepted, Kai-su turned to Zhou and sincerely said, Mayor, please forgive me. Who is your mayor? We've already ended a long time ago. Don't call me by that name. Mayor, I admit I was wrong. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Do you really know you were wrong? Yes. Zhou said that it was good. If he withdrew the lawsuit and publicly apologized on all the platforms, she would forgive him. It was simple, right? Just a few words. Although it sounded simple, Kai-su had a million reasons as to why he couldn't do it. Not to mention withdrawing the lawsuit. Just that public apology would utterly disappoint all the fans who had spoken up for him. If he couldn't make money in the future, he would lose big. No, he wouldn't agree to that condition. Okay, you're not agreeing, right? Then don't even think about me forgiving you, you gigolo clown. Zhou, you remember this. However, because of the big boss's requests, Kai-su had to forcibly suppress his anger and turned around and left. He was very upset that both apologies had been rejected. It felt like he was being led by the nose. He didn't have any freedom. If this continued, not only would he not be able to manipulate Zhou and Lin Fan, he would be manipulated by them instead. He needed to think of something. At this time, the filming continued, and it was finally Lin Fan's turn. He was designated to mix drinks. Of course, it was something that had already been written in the script. Mixing drinks was very entertaining. Everyone watched a performance, and even got to drink some delicious cocktails. Kai-su was a bit dumbstruck. He never thought that Lin Fan would know how to do this. He was also given a glass. The fragrant aroma of the alcohol was amazing, and it was clear that the alcohol level was high. He usually liked drinking, but after drinking the whole glass, he was already a little tipsy, and the effects were getting stronger. He had to hold on for the filming. Next should have been Yao Xiaoming's segment, but Luna said she wanted to perform first. He could only let her go up. Her performance was a stage play, which was Titanic. There was a very classic scene in the play. It was the scene on the deck where the male lead hugged the female lead from behind, and the female lead spread her arms out. The male lead was Lin Fan. This was not written in the script. A script could not cover everything. They acted out the scene according to the storyline, having physical contact from time to time. Everyone watching was extremely envious. Of course, the envy wasn't just from men. Both of them were extremely handsome and beautiful. Especially Luna, with her blonde hair and blue eyes. She was like an angel. And it just so happened to be a foreign play. In everyone's eyes, they looked exactly like the male and female leads in the play, as if they were the two lovers, Jack and Rose. During the performance, a very interesting thing happened. In the story, wasn't there a scene where Jack painted Rose when she was naked? Luna said that she wanted to recreate that scene. Everyone was so shocked that they quickly stopped her, saying that it was a filming location. Then we can do it privately. That's what Luna said, without any shy feelings. Yufei said that it wasn't allowed. At the very least, they should put on clothes. The play finally ended with a classic scene. Luna seemed to really enjoy the process. Of course, Lin Fan thought it was a bit strange. Why did he have to be in the front, with Miss Luna playing the male lead? It made everyone laugh. It had to be said that it was a very entertaining effect for the show. The director froze the frame at this moment. The talent show continued until it was Yao Xiaoming's turn. As soon as she got up, she was a bit scared. After all, she was different from the others. She knew very little. She couldn't sing, dance, or even act. She could be said to be an extremely ordinary girl. She stood out like a sore thumb amongst these talented people. Turning her head to look at Lin Fan, he nodded. Relax, you can do it. Everyone also applauded, giving her encouragement. With everyone's support, Yao Xiaoming started to perform the only skill she was good at, telling ghost stories. Music director, give me some atmosphere. Okay, like that. The humming of Wedding Dress began to play around them. As soon as the sound came out, everyone felt a chill, even though the temperature around them was quite high. Some timid people had already covered their ears. Using this song, Yao Xiaoming told the following story. There was a girl in the past. She loved her boyfriend very much, to the point of obsession. In order to marry that man, she personally sewed a wedding dress, as white as snow, symbolizing the pure love between them. However, the man cheated on her. Not only did he abandon her, he also turned around to say that the girl was impure and had been with countless men. He said that she was the one who cheated first. The man's defamation caused insults and humiliation. The girl never imagined that the person who had promised love and marriage would be so unfamiliar. That night, her tears flowed uncontrollably. In the end, they turned into blood, staining the pure wedding dress red. She cursed that all the heartless people in the world would pay the price. And so, there was this curse song called Wedding Dress. It was rumored that people who heard this song would be haunted by the girl's resentment. Those who are unfaithful would be tormented by pain for eternity. Yao Xiaoming made a very scary expression, until death. And it was at this time that the music reached a climax. Many people were so scared that they screamed. But those people were basically all female guests. The only male guest who was scared out of his mind was Kai-su. He was covering his head, saying, "No, no, no. It's not that I wanted to have an abortion. You can only blame those girls who wanted too much." Kai-su seemed to have said something interesting. By the time he came to his senses, it was too late. Kai-su quickly said, "Don't mind me, everyone. I'm drunk." It was all nonsense. Chapter 110. Let's Appreciate Art, Lin Fan. The second episode of the show came to an end. At night, a familiar guest came to Lin Fan's room. "Is it too late? Am I disturbing you?" Luna walked into the room, smiling. "Disturbing me? Definitely not. What is it? Why are you coming to play with me so late, Miss Luna? Didn't we say we would paint today?" Hearing this, Lin Fan frowned. He didn't expect Miss Luna to be so insistent. "I can't paint." He said this. Luna said it was okay. The important thing wasn't painting. The important thing was that the two of them were able to play together. Even though she said this, it wasn't proper to take off one's clothes according to the play. Lin Fan still didn't agree. Helpless, Luna used a special trick that Lu Jiejia had taught her. "Lin Fan, I have a secret message to tell you. Do you want to hear it?" "What message?" As expected, Lin Fan was interested. "The message is definitely a secret, but you have to play with me." "Why have you become like this?" "Because I like you." It was a very bold and direct confession. It seemed like it was the first time Lin Fan had heard Miss Luna say that she liked him. He wasn't making this up. It was a real confession. It was also the first time Lin Fan saw a look of seriousness in her eyes. It wasn't a joke. How should he respond? I'm sorry." Lin Fan still couldn't make up his mind. "It's okay. I'll wait for you." Luna didn't ask anymore. She grabbed Lin Fan's hand. "Do you remember that a part of your body is already mine?" "I know. It's my pectoral muscle." "That's right. Then, from today onwards, you have to give me another part. Let me think. Let it be your lips then." Before the words were finished, she stood on her tiptoes and tapped his lips. She had a good sense of propriety. Luna didn't start touching him all over after kissing him like Su Yufei. "Okay, I've said what I wanted to say. Do you still want to hear my secret message?" "If it's okay, then I'll listen." Lin Fan knew that in order to get, you have to give. Therefore, he nodded, agreeing to Luna's invitation. And so, in the darkroom, a seductive, but not obscene atmosphere started to spread. Luna, who had taken off her clothes, laid on the couch like in the play, with a smile on her face. The male lead, Lin Fan, picked up a paintbrush and started creating on the canvas. Although he was not a professional like Yao Xiaoming, Luna's body proportions were extremely good. She was like a work of art. His hand didn't stop moving. From dot to line, then to surface, Luna's face appeared on paper. He put down his brush and turned the canvas around. "I'm a beginner, and my painting is not good. Please forgive me." "No way. You painted very well." Holding the painting, Luna said that she would frame it and hang it in the living room. Lin Fan didn't think that there was a need to hang it up. It would be too awkward for both of them. Besides, he told Luna to put on her clothes quickly. Otherwise, the impact would be too great. "Haha, I'm sorry. I'm usually naked at home. I forgot for a moment." Okay. I also need to keep my promise and tell you my secret message." Luna put on her clothes and started to talk. The so-called secret message was truly a secret. Perhaps there was only one person in the world who knew it. That was her. "I'll tell you. This is what happened," Luna whispered into Lin Fan's ear. As he listened, he became puzzled and shocked. The thing that Miss Luna had said was not something else. It was the identity of the manipulator that Lin Fan had wanted to know about. From the initial cheating scandal to the following crises, the impact on Han Hai Group was extremely strong. He had thought it was a competitor creating the situation, with the biggest possibility being Hua Chuang Group. But the two companies were in a partnership. Plus, Miss Luna was the person in charge of the Hua Chuang Group's China headquarters. He did not actively expose it. Today, Miss Luna directly told him that everything was done by Hua Chuang Group. Who wouldn't be shocked? What was puzzling was that who would reveal their company's plans to another person? What exactly was this woman thinking? Next, Luna's words completely broke down Lin Fan's concerns. I didn't want to do it either, but Grandma said that was how business should be done. If you want to enter the Chinese market, you need to eliminate all competitors, especially Han Hai Group. That's what Grandma said. Like Miss Luna had said, she did not agree with such claims. Before the two companies became competitors, they were friends. How could you harm a friend from behind? Therefore, she had ignored all the things her grandmother had said. You didn't do it, so was it your grandmother who did it? I don't know for sure, but I support you. From now on I'm your person. Lin Fan wanted to say that it wasn't the case. But when he thought that Miss Luna's mind was a bit odd, he just said okay. Hearing that made Luna very happy. They chatted about other things, and time slowly passed. And at that moment, a familiar scream sounded in the hotel. Someone said with a smile, "This Kai-Su has a lot of energy. He's playing every night." I'm truly done. Kai-Su couldn't say that it was beyond imagination. It had broken his worldview of 20-something years. Inside the room, there were several feet of distance between them. Kai-Su was terrified and was constantly backing up. The black model, Jerry, licked his lips and said with a smile, "Kai, why are you afraid of me? Let's continue talking about rap." Does someone talk about rap while only wearing underwear? You don't understand. It's very hot in my hometown, so everyone dresses like this. Come on, let me see how good you are at rapping, Jerry said, and hugged Kai-Su from behind. His entire body was full of muscles. He was holding Kai-Su like he was holding a chicken. There was no way to resist. He was thrown onto the bed. His hands were held down. Jerry's smile was radiant. Kai, you're so handsome. I just like men with skin as smooth as yours. Hey, don't come over. I'm going to yell if you come over. Haha, yell. You can scream until your throat is hoarse. No one will care. It was the same routine again, and Kai-Su was dumbfounded. His yells echoed throughout the hotel, but no one cared. Until there was no sound. After an unknown amount of time, Kai-Su came out of the room again, holding his butt. His face was as pale as paper. It was more severe than Annie's torture. But the big boss had said he had to have a good relationship with them, but not that kind of relationship. As he was talking, he rushed to the remaining two rooms. Tonight, everyone heard Kai-Su scream twice. It wasn't that he had complied. It was that his throat was hoarse, and he couldn't scream anymore. The next day, no one saw him. They thought that he had quit, but the agent came and said, "Sorry everyone, Mr. Kai-Su can't get out of bed. He's taking a day off today." Chapter 111. The Big Boss's Task, a Must-Do. Kai-Su's absence didn't disrupt the recording of the show. By the time he crawled out of bed, it was already evening. Annie and the other two wanted him to come over for another try, but Kai-Su was extremely unwilling. He quickly claimed he was unwell and needed rest. That night, he was so furious that he called his manager. They ended up having sex. The manager was quite cooperative, willing to do whatever he wanted, giving him a sense of unrestrained pleasure. Unlike those men, who, once they started, just wouldn't stop. And there was no way to resist. Afterward, feeling satisfied, Kai-Su lay in bed, scrolling through his phone. Just then, a call came from the big boss, Wei Qing. His eyes lit up, and he shooed away his manager. "Hey, you're being a bit too heartless, aren't you? I'm not just a tool for you to use and discard," the manager said, a hint of resentment in her voice. Lately, Kai-Su's behavior had been completely outrageous. Even though she used to be a fan of Kai-Su, now she saw him clearly. He was nothing more than a man with a beautiful exterior, but a dirty heart. "I'm asking you one last time, do you really want me to leave?" Kai-Su didn't even look at her, waving his hand dismissively. Yes, hurry up and leave. What are you still doing here? You'll danwu my business. You can't bear that responsibility. This is your own choice, don't regret it." With that, the manager stormed out, leaving Kai-Su to chuckle to himself. Getting in good with the big boss was far more useful than dealing with the manager's unreasonable emotional outbursts. "Hello, this is Kai-Su. Kai-Su, I heard you've been building relationships with those people. Good. It hasn't been in vain for me to nurture you. It's all thanks to your guidance, boss." He said it with his mouth, but inwardly, Kai-Su was cursing. If it wasn't to curry favor with this woman, why would he have to offer his backside? Now, just thinking about that feeling. TSK, unimaginable. "Boss, I've done so much according to your requests. Can you give me a little reward?" Wei Qing's voice on the other end of the line became impatient. Kaisu could only apologize, saying he didn't mean to offend her. Kaisu, let me tell you, we are just in a partnership. Don't get carried away. Besides, rewards and things, I'm the only one who gives them. You can't ask for them. Do you understand? Understood. Wei Qing's mood improved a bit. She said to Kaisu, I saw that you did well on the variety show. So, I'll give you a task. If you can gain Mr. Lin's forgiveness, I might give you some resources. Resources were one of the most important things in the entertainment industry. Whether you could get gigs depended on whether the big boss was willing to promote you. If they wanted to promote you, even if your acting was terrible, they could elevate you to the top. Isn't there a young master in the industry who's like that? But the mention of Lin Fan made him uncomfortable. He couldn't understand why the big boss was doing this. Was that Lin Fan really that important? Some things had to be said. Kaisu made his position clear, telling the big boss he couldn't do it, especially with that Lin Fan. She didn't even know how shameless that Lin Fan was. He might say polite things, but his heart was incredibly dark. That kind of person could only be an enemy. How could he be a friend? It seems like you don't understand at all. Don't think I don't know about the misunderstanding between you. Do you know who Lin Fan is? He is the president of High Group, with a net worth of billions and an unbelievably terrifying background. That kind of person can only be a friend, not an enemy. Wei Qing continued, telling him to apologize to Lin Fan, that it was for his own good. You can't go far in the entertainment industry without connections. Surely Kaisu understood this principle. Having said all that, Wei Qing left with only one sentence. Anyway, I've said everything I need to say. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Then, the line went dead. Wait, boss. Hanging up, Kaisu's hand, holding the phone, trembled, and he cried again. Asking him to curry favor with Lin Fan was like asking him to die. Connections. To hell with connections. He could sing well, act beautifully. Why would he need connections? He could still become a big star again and return to his peak even without Lin Fan. I'm sorry. I was really wrong. Inside Lin Fan's room, Kaisu was kneeling on the ground, apologizing to the man sitting on the chair. To show his sincerity, he even kowtowed several times, tears welling in his eyes, making him look like he was genuinely remorseful. But Lin Fan knew better. This was just acting. If he really wanted to apologize, he needed to show some sincerity. Lin Fan said calmly, Then, about your lawsuit? I've already withdrawn it. You can check. He consulted with Officer Wang and got an affirmative reply. Officer Wang said that just now, Kaisu had taken the initiative to call and say he wanted to stop the pursuit. He had withdrawn the case. Before he even had a chance to call and tell him, Lin Fan's call came. Okay, thank you, Officer Wang. No need. It's my duty. On this side, Kaisu raised his head, smiling brightly as he asked Lin Fan, So, Mr. Lin, can you forgive me? It was really my fault before. If you want me to kowtow again, I'll kowtow a few more times. Let's not talk about forgiveness yet. Why did you change your mind today? Kaisu wore a flattering expression, saying that he had realized his mistakes a long time ago, but he was just being stubborn. He happened to figure things out these past few days, and that's why he came to apologize to Mr. Lin. It shouldn't be too late. Lin Fan told him, it was too late. It's not too late, Mr. Lin. Please hear me out. Kaisu had no bottom line now. He moved on his knees and hugged Lin Fan's leg. As long as there's sincerity, an apology is never too late. Mr. Lin, I've brought another sincere gesture for you today. With that, he pulled out his phone. In front of Lin Fan, he opened his Weibo following list. Among them were the names of some people he had marked as priority follows. Kaisu said that these people were the ones who started the online smear campaign, and they were constantly repeating it. As their older brother, he had the responsibility to bring these people back on the right path, so he asked Lin Fan to sue them as soon as possible, and he could testify in court. Lin Fan took the phone, took some photos, and sent them to his secretary, Chen Shuyi, asking her to go report it to the police. After receiving a reply, he looked back at Kaisu. At this moment, Kaisu looked expectant, like a dog begging its master for food. Haha, no need to kneel on the ground. Get up, Mr. Kai. There's no misunderstanding between us that can't be resolved. Lin Fan helped him up. So, have you forgiven me? Kaisu had been shameless enough. If he wasn't forgiven, he would really fall apart. However, Lin Fan just smiled faintly, which confused him. Was that a yes or a no? Couldn't he be clearer? Lin Fan chuckled, Mr. Kai, don't be so impatient. We have plenty of time to talk. For example, about Ms. Zhou's matter. Chapter 112, like or dislike, I can't figure it out. About Zhou Mei's matter, I'm also very sorry. Is sorry enough? Kaisu hadn't thought about that. He said, then, Mr. Lin, what do you think I should do? I'll listen to you. I'll definitely listen to you. Listening to me is useless. Let her come for a confrontation. Soon after, Zhou Mei arrived in Lin Fan's room. As soon as she opened the door and saw Kaisu, her mood instantly turned sour. She had thought Lin Fan had called her over for something more exciting. She hadn't expected that this Kaisu would be here too. Mr. Lin, why did you call me over? Zhou Mei pretended to be very close to Lin Fan, sitting on his lap. Oh, isn't this my ex-husband? Are you here to get a scolding? Zhou Mei, stop pretending. I'm not. Besides, Mr. Lin likes it. Zhou Mei became even bolder, even putting her arms around Lin Fan's neck and whispering in his ear. With a beauty in his arms, Lin Fan's nose was filled with her fragrance. Occasionally, he could also feel the warmth radiating from Zhou Mei, which was quite fiery. An average man might not be able to withstand such a sensual scene. But Lin Fan knew what Zhou Mei's intention was, so he didn't let her down. Instead, he put his arms around her waist. Acting, after all, was about making it seem real. Woman, your ex-boyfriend is right in front of you. Are you not worried that you're hurting him by being so forward? Zhou Mei chuckled. It would be best to hurt this unfaithful man. Mr. Lin, come, give me your hand. I'm going to play the most fun game in the world with you. They interlocked their hands, and then they kissed. Seeing this scene happen right before his eyes, Kaisu was so angry he could barely breathe. His heart ached. No matter what, Zhou Mei was still his ex-girlfriend, but now she was being held in the arms of the Lin Fan he hated, with her body being handled by him. This feeling was so strange. Like being cuckolded. Stop! Kaisu shouted to stop them. If they didn't stop, they might really do something more. Zhou Mei reluctantly pulled her lips away. Her mind was satisfied, but her body felt even more heated. It was all because of that Kaisu. He was such a nuisance. She warned Kaisu that if he dared disturb them again, she would slap him a few more times. After that, she wanted to continue. Let him speak first. Lin Fan gently pushed her face away, rejecting Zhou Mei's kiss. However, Zhou Mei was already carried away. She hugged Lin Fan's body, doing some indecent things, not realizing that her behavior had gone beyond the boundaries of acting. There was no other way. Lin Fan could only keep this up. He spoke to Kaisu clearly. Mr. Kai, your sincerity from earlier is not enough. To put it simply, you said you stopped the lawsuit, but you could still pursue it later. As for exposing the fans, who knows if you're telling the truth or not? I've decided. Right now, you have to log on to Weibo and post a public apology. And you can't delete it afterward. Let me see your true sincerity. Kaisu was hesitant. It wasn't that posting an apology was difficult. It was that, after posting it, his fans would definitely be heartbroken. They might complain, but the worst thing would be if they stopped supporting him. After all, he still had to make money from them. On one side was his future, on the other side were his fans. But if he thought about how this might be a good chance to shake off the label of idol and move toward becoming a mature actor and singer, which path to choose was obvious. I can publicly apologize. But Mr. Lin, you must also guarantee that all matters between us will be settled. That was Kaisu's condition. Lin Fan said he could. After posting the Weibo, there would be no more entanglement between them. And so, the Weibo post appeared on time. It said, "Hello everyone, this is Kaisu. Today, I want to apologize to Mr. Lin of Hanhai Group. It was because I didn't manage my fans well, letting them do whatever they wanted, which led to them doing very excessive things. I guarantee here, I will guide my fans well in the future and be a positive idol. I will absolutely not let anything like this happen again." Signed, Kaisu. After posting the Weibo, Lin Fan saw the way fans were exploding. They hadn't expected that, after risking breaking the law to avenge their brother, the brother would directly surrender? How could he have so little backbone? The comments were all filled with disappointment. But there were still some extreme fans who said that their brother was forced by Lin Fan and that they had to keep attacking and not be misled by the enemy. Lin Fan gave Kaisu a look. He immediately did as told, deleting all the comments from the extreme fans and blocking them. How did I do, Mr. Lin? Not bad, very good. Just as he was about to continue giving him instructions, Zhou Mei actually unzipped Lin Fan's pants directly. If things continued like this, it would be a disaster. I'm going first, you guys carry on. Kai-Su's face turned green. He was here to suffer. Anyway, he had done everything that needed to be done. He believed that the big boss would definitely be satisfied. He left as soon as he could, without lingering. Inside the room, only 2 people were left. Taking the opportunity, Lin Fan shouted loudly, "Ms. Zhou, wake up!" With the shout, Zhou Mei's whole body shook. When she looked up again, her face was already flushed red. Wait, what was she doing? Why did she unzip Mr. Lin's pants? "I'm sorry." In a panic, Zhou Mei zipped the pants back up and helped Lin Fan tidy his clothes and hair. "I was just carried away. It was just acting. Ms. Zhou, you got too into character." "You're right. It's my fault." Zhou Mei patted her face, trying to calm herself down, but her face was still red and hot. It was so embarrassing. It was all because she couldn't resist trying to get a rise out of Kai-Su, which was why she got so carried away. She promised herself that it wouldn't happen again. "No need to apologize. I know you didn't mean to. I just have a question I want to ask you." Lin Fan looked at Zhou Mei's face. "Are you really a lesbian? Don't think I'm being rude, but based on your behavior, you don't really seem like one. Those lesbians are very wary of men. But you? To put it bluntly, I don't see any of that." As he said this, Zhou Mei's face became even redder. That's right. She said she was a lesbian, but everything she did made her seem like a love-struck woman. Why was that? Could it be that, unknowingly, she had fallen for the man in front of her? Impossible. She had agreed that it would just be a partnership. Unable to face her own feelings, Zhou Mei hurriedly made an excuse to leave. She didn't want to stay here any longer. At this moment, Lin Fan grabbed her hand and looked at her with a probing gaze. "I'll give you a chance. I won't get angry no matter what you say. I just want to know your attitude. What are you thinking?" I don't understand my own feelings either. I originally hated you, but too many things happened, and now Ms. Zhou, it's okay if you don't want to say it." "No, I want to say it, but you have to give me some time. I will tell you the answer." "Okay." They let go of each other's hands, and Zhou Mei left first, leaving Lin Fan alone again. He knew that Zhou Mei probably had some feelings for him, otherwise she wouldn't have agreed to come on the show. But there seemed to be still quite a road to travel between them. Chapter 113. I have something to tell you. The recording of the variety show continued. Soon, they reached the repairing phase. After the initial acquaintance and talent show, the male and female guests had all gotten to know each other. In this phase, the 2 sides needed to find the person they had feelings for and form a team. However, the way of forming a team was special. It was done by playing hide and seek. The female guests would hide in the hotel, and the male guests needed to find them according to the clues that the female guest had given them. As for which female guest was found by whom, it all depended on how well the 2 knew each other. It was possible to not find a single female guest. It was also possible to find the wrong person. Of course, the show wouldn't force 2 people who didn't like each other to team up. If you didn't like the person who found you, you could refuse politely. With these rules in place, the hide-and-seek was announced to start in the hotel lobby. Lin Fan saw a wall covered in clues. After looking over it, he quickly found his target. Immediately, he was the first to start searching. Others also gradually found their targets and began to move. Only Kai-Su remained on the scene, playing on his phone and not participating in the activity. A staff member came over and asked, "Mr. Kai, have you not recovered yet?" "Sorry, I haven't recovered from my cold. Can I not participate in this activity and go back to rest?" "This probably not. We need to capture your footage. You can walk around a little. Call my manager over. I have something to say to her." The answer he got was that his manager had already returned to the country. Kai-Su was dumbfounded. How could she leave him here and run back by herself? Was this even his manager? Leaving her aside, Kai-Su actually didn't want to participate in the activity. He was afraid of meeting those people. So, he had faked being sick. But then he thought about the big boss and had to get up saying, "Okay, I'll just walk around. I don't want to make things difficult for you." "Thank you for understanding, Mr. Kai. I'll help you get your mic ready." After getting ready, Kai-Su went into the elevator. He hadn't looked at any of the clues, afraid that he might remember them. He went to the 2nd floor first. On such a low floor, probably nobody would be hiding here. Pretending to be looking for someone, he looked around everywhere. He even opened some of the rooms. Unexpectedly, in room 208, he saw a terrifying scene. He quickly closed the door. But the person in the room grabbed his clothes and pulled Kai-Su inside. "Darling, long time no see." "What long time no see? Didn't we just see each other yesterday?" The person in the room was none other than the Thai beauty, Annie. He was looking at Kai-Su with the eyes of a predator. As he spoke, he put his hand on Kai-Su's face. He seemed to like him a lot. You'd better not mess around. We're recording a show now. There are cameras all around. It's precisely because there are cameras that it's exciting. Darling, I want to try a different position. Can I? Kai-Su died right there, saying he couldn't. He tried to leave, but was pulled back by Annie again. He looked resentful, saying that since Kai-Su had found him, it meant he liked him. Otherwise, with so many clues, how could he have been so accurate in locating him? What else could that mean other than liking him? Kai-Su was speechless. Oh, I give up, it's just forming a team. I'll team up with you. Annie laughed and kissed Kai-Su on the face. Kai-Su was nearly scared to death, but he could only bear it. He silently chanted in his mind, "She's a woman, she's a woman. What I saw before was just a hallucination." The news of their successful team-up was broadcast on the loudspeaker. Interestingly, Annie really wanted something to happen and took off Kai-Su's clothes. The staff immediately came out to stop them, saying that the show wasn't a late-night adult program. Kai-Su deeply sighed in relief. He was saved. After forming a team, they didn't rest. They started to show off their love in the hotel. The two of them looked like a couple. Most importantly, he had to follow the big boss's instructions. Kai-Su cooperated with Annie's demands. If she wanted a kiss, he would kiss. If she wanted him to do that, he would do that. It could be said that he had gone all out. At that moment, Annie suddenly became like a suspicious little girl, asking Kai-Su if he liked other women. How could that be? I only like you. Kai-Su pinched the flesh on his thigh. If you only like me, why were you staring at the clues? Could it be that you wanted to go find other female guests? Kai-Su's eyes shifted, saying no, he had been looking for Annie's clue. The problem was, which one was Annie's clue? He couldn't find it for a while. Seeing that his little thoughts had been exposed, he simply admitted, "Annie, you know what? I didn't even look at the clues and I still found you. Isn't that much better than those male guests who looked at the clues and still couldn't find anyone? Besides, that means that we're fated. Don't you think so?" It had to be said, Kai-Su had a handsome face, and people believed whatever he said. Annie believed him, nodding. She said that she would reward Kai-Su 10 times tonight. I'm so happy. Kai-Su felt like he was finished. After getting through this crisis, he stole a few glances at the clues. Another one caught his attention. "I have something to tell you. If you want to know, come to Queen Bar." The reason he noticed this clue was mainly because of Queen Bar. Before, he and Zhou often went to this place for dates. Seeing this clue, Kai-Su believed that Zhou was leaving a message for him. She wanted him to find her. If he could get in good with Zhou, it would greatly help his career. He had to go see, or he would regret it. "Oh, my stomach hurts a little." Kai-Su bent over, like a shrimp. "Are you okay? Do you want to call for a doctor?" "It's okay. I'll go take off my makeup. I'll come back to see you soon." Taking the opportunity to go to the toilet, Kai-Su secretly took the elevator to the 5th floor. Queen Bar was on the 520th floor, so it must be room 520. When he came to the outside of the room, he found the door closed. Kai-Su knocked on the door. "Mayor, I'm here." There was no sound from inside. Kai-Su even suspected that he might have gone to the wrong place. He raised his head and looked at the door plate. It was indeed room 520. "Mr. Kai, we meet again." Lin Fan suddenly appeared from the corridor, greeting him with a smile. Kai-Su immediately smiled back. "Mr. Lin, you haven't found a female guest either?" "I'm not in a hurry, but you, Mr. Kai, seem to have other intentions. Your boyfriend is looking for you in the lobby." Hearing these words, Kai-Su broke out in a cold sweat. He was done for, having wasted too much time. And just as he was leaving, he saw Lin Fan out of the corner of his eye enter that room. And it was Lin Fan who had opened the door. Soon after, there was a sound that could not be explained. "You two are a bunch of adulterers. You're playing me for a fool." Kai-Su felt like he had been cheated. He was so ashamed that he wanted to crawl under a rock. Back in the lobby, he was slapped by Annie. One wave of resentment after another. If it were someone else, they would have long since broken down. Kai-Su endured it. It was always correct to listen to the big boss. Chapter 114. After your kiss, I was sleepless all night. Time rewinds to half an hour earlier. After seeing Kai-Su leave, Lin Fan went to the front of room 520. At this time, the door opened. "Mr. Lin, are you here for me?" Zhou poked half her body out, her eyes full of joy. Lin Fan, who had originally wanted to say something, was reminded of what had happened last night. He wanted to make things clear. So he stepped into the room. As soon as he entered, Lin Fan felt something was off. The curtains were drawn, and the room wasn't lit, making it very dim. Looking up at the wall, he didn't see any recording cameras. Well, there were hundreds of rooms in the hotel. They couldn't install cameras in every one of them. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou pounced on him. Without a word, she blocked Lin Fan's mouth, and her eyes were not joking around. Calm down. Lin Fan gently pushed Zhou away. The feeling on his hand, however, made his heart tremble slightly. When did her clothes come off? The room was exceptionally dim. Even if Lin Fan looked closely, he could only barely see her face. But just this one glance, he saw tears slowly streaming down. Lin Fan stopped his actions and said to her, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said those things. If I knew you were struggling so much because of that, I wouldn't have said it. No, it's not your fault, it's my fault." Zhou wiped away her tears. "It's my fault for not admitting my own feelings. A long time ago, she was just an ordinary girl. She also dreamed of a Prince Charming." Just then, Kai-Su appeared in her life, bringing hope to her otherwise lackluster existence. But, as everyone knows, Kai-Su cheated on her, which led to her no longer believing in men. She thought that all men were the same, that none of them were good. It was also at that time that her secretary Wang Yani appeared. She was meticulous and good to her. Maybe she could live well without a man by her side. Therefore, she deliberately spread the news that she was a lesbian, just to avoid too much contact with other men. Until Lin Fan appeared. "I don't seem to have done anything?" Lin Fan said calmly. "It's precisely because you haven't done anything that I have feelings for you." Zhou lowered her head, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Other men who approached her either wanted money or wanted to sleep with her. Lin Fan was different. He didn't want anything, and he didn't intentionally try to get close to her. Like that time at the Queen Bar, when she said she could spend the night with him, he refused. And during the negotiation, Lin Fan said he wanted to have a relationship with her, but it was actually just to avoid making things difficult for either of them concerning the project. Even the forced kiss later. "Do you know? After your kiss, I was sleepless all night. I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Zhou shook her head, telling Lin Fan that from that day on, her long-dead heart had actually started to beat again. Love could be at first sight, or it could develop over time. Zhou, who was usually slow to warm up to people, seemed to have tasted the sweetness of love at that time. Being held, being protected, she could feel the strong sense of security, and she really wanted to blend into that embrace. "Mr. Lin, I know you don't lack women by your side, but I still want to say it. I like you." With that, she hugged Lin Fan's body. After hearing the confession, Lin Fan took a deep breath. He took off his clothes and put them over Zhou. "I understand your feelings, Ms. Zhou. Zhou, that's good. I'm not in a rush to get your answer. Just stay with me for a bit. I don't feel so good." "Okay." The so-called discomfort was relieved through the two's close exchange. Coming out of the room, Lin Fan rubbed his throbbing temples. The confusion in his heart seemed even greater than before. Later, he went to Yao Xiaoming's room as agreed, but he found that there were a lot of people in the room. It turned out that Su Yufei and the others didn't go to their designated locations. Instead, they went directly to the finish line to wait. Looking at the people in the room, Lin Fan didn't say anything. He just silently came into the room. Yao Xiaoming spoke first. "Mr. Lin, I don't know what happened. They suddenly ran in here, especially Su Yufei. She was the first to arrive." "Don't talk nonsense, Lu Jia came with me." Su Yufei quickly went to Lin Fan's side, took his hand, and said coquettishly, "Honey, you'll choose me this time, right? I'd choose anyone but you, you slut." Lu Jia was still as rude as ever. The two of them started fighting again. Yao Xiaoming quietly took Lin Fan's hand and tried to leave the place. At this moment, Luna also arrived, looking confused, and just ran into this group of people. "Huh, why are all of you in the same room? Don't try to escape." "Yao Xiaoming, stop right there." Su Yufei grabbed Yao Xiaoming's hand. The scene became very chaotic. Lin Fan got a little angry and said, "All of you, calm down. Do you really think I'm invisible?" Only then did they realize that they had gone too far. They quieted down. Lin Fan didn't want to see such a childish scene of grabbing and competing. Whose idea was this? Mine. Lu Jia took the initiative to step forward. "Mr. Lin, it was my idea. I just wanted to give myself a chance. No need to say anymore. I understand." With that, Lin Fan stormed out, without taking anyone with him. Everyone's mood wasn't very good, especially Lu Jiejia and Yao Xiaoming. They immediately chased after him. Later, this episode of the show was also recorded. Compared to before, there were many more newly paired teams. Of course, there were also teams that were disbanded. Lin Fan was different. He had gathered many women around him, but he hadn't made a choice. Was this considered a successful match or a failure? The director didn't know. All he knew was that he had to turn the camera on them. This would definitely make for good show content. Kai-Su's face was black because 2 more people had joined his side. Teacher Tom and the black model Jerry, for some reason, hadn't been paired. They were also standing next to him. Especially this teacher Tom. His duet with Kai-Su before was actually intentional. He had thought his own skills had finally been recognized. The recording of the show ended here. The director said, "Thank you, everyone. Kai, see you tonight." Before leaving, Jerry winked at him. Teacher Tom was no exception, inviting him to his room to discuss music, saying he wanted to understand Kai-Su's favorite music tonight. What could he say? Kai-Su was already numb. Fortunately, Annie pinched his ear and said that he couldn't go anywhere tonight. He had to stay with her. Kai-Su smiled, saying okay. Compared to those 2, at least Annie had a pretty face. At least he could bring himself to sleep with her. On the other side, Lin Fan specifically changed rooms, wanting to calm down. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice rang out outside the door. "Mr. Lin, can I come in?" Chapter 115. "Mr. Lin, let me help you choose." Lin Fan let her in. "Sorry to bother you." Lu Jiejia had just stepped through the doorway when she tripped, falling into Lin Fan's arms. The main point was that this fall on a flat surface seemed a bit deliberate. Lin Fan wanted to say something, but Lu Jiejia put her finger on his lips and shook her head. The 2 knew each other's intentions well and engaged in a deep exchange. It had to be said that Lu Jiejia was the one who understood him best. Not only was she very cooperative, her postures were varied, and her stamina was exceptionally strong. She didn't exhaust even after several hours of fighting. In the end, it was Lin Fan who took the initiative to stop. Doing this too much didn't have much meaning. Lu Jiejia pulled out a cigarette and handed it to him. "Mr. Lin, I see that you're not in a very good mood. Here, have a cigarette and relax." Soon after, the room filled with smoke. Although the anxiety didn't gradually disappear with the burning of the cigarette, the 2 of them were able to talk. "How did you find me?" Lin Fan asked, looking at her. "Simple. You're a very predictable man." "What do you mean by that?" Lu Jiejia said that when she was in a bad mood, she would hide it in her heart. She wouldn't share it with anyone. So she would find a place where she didn't know anyone, and whether she would space out or play on her phone, the purpose was to get away from those familiar things to calm her own mood. She believed that Mr. Lin was the same. Therefore, he would hide in a place far away from his original room, and that room would have to be quiet to relieve the mind and body. With these restrictions, it would be easy to find. "Humph, you make it sound easy. You must have spent a lot of time looking for me." Lin Fan flicked the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray. "What does it matter if I spent time? Being able to see Mr. Lin makes it worth it." Lu Jiejia said with a smile, "But I'm not here to apologize today. I'm not as love-struck as those other women." With that, she came up with a good idea. Instead of struggling to choose just one, why not have them all? Whether it was Su Yufei or the other women, Lin Fan could nurture their feelings. That way, he wouldn't have to struggle. Besides, Lu Jiejia felt that most of them would agree with this plan. And even if they didn't agree, what could they do? If they didn't agree, they could just leave. They wouldn't want to continue to pester him. "Mr. Lin, do you think my idea is great? A world where no one will get hurt has appeared. You can think about it. I'll just take it that you're joking. Since that's not okay, then I have another way." Lu Jiejia said again. This method was also very simple and clear. First, there wasn't any emotional foundation between them. At best, it was just a physical relationship. Lu Jiejia felt that she could not participate in this competition. Second, she was a person who understood Lin Fan quite well. She could help him choose. "You want to help me choose? That's an interesting idea." Lin Fan thought to himself, then said, "Then who do you think I should choose?" "That's simple. Choose Miss Luna." It was an unexpected answer. Lin Fan didn't know what basis Lu Jiejia had for making this judgment. Why couldn't it be someone else? "Haha, do you think I'm saying this because she's richer?" Lu Jiejia had her own reasons. Huachuan Group was a leading cosmetics company and one of the world's top 500 companies. Its qualifications and influence were above Hanhai Group. And the heiress of this powerful company just happened to be Miss Luna. If he could form a happy marriage with Miss Luna, then Han Hai Group and Huachuang Group would truly become one family. This would be beneficial for both Lin Fan and Han Hai Group. It was the best choice. The others each had their own shortcomings. For example, that Su Yufei had cheated, getting involved with other men. Such a flaw shouldn't have allowed her to remain by his side. But Mr. Lin was too soft-hearted, just getting a divorce. If it were her, she would definitely make Su Yufei pay. At the very least, she would make her taste the same pain. This woman should not be chosen. That Zhomei woman seemed cold on the outside, but in reality, she was also a love-struck brain. Otherwise, she wouldn't have liked Kai Su, that little idol. It was commonly known that you shouldn't find a love-struck woman as your partner, because they weren't rational enough. They could easily become emotionally unstable. Especially in the fast-paced commercial market, women needed to be rational and calm. This woman also should not be chosen. Lastly, there was Yao Xiaoming. Lu Jiejia didn't understand her that much. But judging by some details, Yao Xiaoming did not come from a good background, and her desires were quite strong. It wasn't that coming from a bad background was a problem. It was just that people with different worldviews would find it difficult to get along. For example, if you came from a fairly ordinary family, and your girlfriend was the CEO of a large corporation, there would be some conflicts and contradictions. When shopping, you would max out your credit card just to buy some ordinary jewelry. But the female CEO wouldn't even blink an eye when she saw those expensive things displayed in the most prominent positions. With such different worldviews, how could they mesh? Or perhaps these two types of people should not become boyfriend and girlfriend. Yao Xiaoming and Mr. Lin were in just such an awkward situation. If the two wanted to reach the end, it wasn't as simple as relying on feelings. Therefore, Yao Xiaoming wasn't an option either. At this point, Lin Fan interrupted her. So you also think that two people can become boyfriend and girlfriend only if their families are well-matched? Is that right? Mr. Lin, marrying someone of equal social standing is the experience that our ancestors summarized. Sigh, do you know how many people have broken up because they were from unequal social standing? Lu Jiejia had realized this a long time ago. Take Kai Su and his fans as an example. Those fans and Kai Su also weren't from equal social standing. No matter how they manipulated data or how they supported him, Kai Su would not place them on the same level. Some people still dreamed of having a chance encounter with Kai Su, even hoping that he would fall in love with them. That was pure fantasy. Seeing that Lin Fan wasn't saying anything, Lu Jiejia advised him earnestly again. Not only is Miss Luna beautiful, she has a great figure, and she's a very good match for Mr. Lin. If the two of you get married, it would be a great benefit for both companies. Besides, Miss Luna is also interested in you, Mr. Lin. It's not like this would be a completely loveless marriage. Having gotten to the main point, Lu Jiejia asked back, So, do you like Miss Luna? Lin Fan fell into thought. It had to be said that he had some feelings, more or less, for each of them. Then, he remembered something. Wait, Ms. Lu, you've said so much. Why don't you think about yourself? If I said that I wanted to choose you, what would your attitude be? Haha, there's no need to choose me. Lu Jiejia's eyes shifted, trying to brush it off. Grabbing her hand, Lin Fan stared into her eyes, wanting to see the answer. Chapter 116. For his career, Kai Su went all out. A long time ago, Lin Fan had felt that this woman, Lu Jiejia, was not simple. It seemed like there was a layer of fog hidden around her, making it impossible for people to see into her heart, even though the two of them had had many close exchanges. Even though she was able to have a relationship with him, she had never said that she wanted to occupy him. When she saw him with other women, she hadn't shown any signs of being unhappy. This was something that ordinary women couldn't do. Lin Fan had also once thought that maybe it was because Lu Jiejia was a similar age as him and was more mature. That was why she didn't care about all that unnecessary stuff. But after today's conversation, Lin Fan suspected, could it be that she had too strong a desire to possess? Jiejia, tell me honestly, why did you have a relationship with me? Lin Fan came right to the point, not hiding anything. There's no other reason. It's just because you have good skills. Lu Jiejia said. Her eyes didn't shift anymore. It seemed like this was the best answer. Lin Fan let go of her hand, allowing her to take her clothes and leave. As Lu Jiejia came to the door, he added, You know what? I still have some feelings for you, but I won't choose you. Lu Jiejia was silent for a long time, then said, Okay. Then, she left the room. The show didn't stop recording due to these private matters. Today was another recording day. Kai Su opened his heavy eyelids. He found that it was already dawn. Last night, Annie had been incredibly fiery, almost breaking him. Oh my God, It hurts so much. He clutched his waist, slowly crawling out of bed, afraid of waking Annie, who was next to him. He went to the weight scale. He was stunned. He had only been participating in this variety show for a few days, and he had already lost more than 10 pounds. His originally handsome face was now a bit hollow, looking too thin. But with the show still having 2 more episodes, he had to continue to endure this life. At this moment, his phone rang. Seeing that the caller was the big boss, Kaisu immediately covered the phone's ringer and went to the balcony before daring to answer, "Hello, boss. Good morning." Whether it's good morning or not, we'll put that aside. "I'm calling you because I want to ask you about some things," Kaisu said to ask away. There was nothing he wouldn't be able to answer. Okay. Wei Qing asked him how he was getting along with the other guests, especially Annie and Jerry. She had recently received news that the companies behind these people were planning to enter the Chinese market and were asking about actors and singers that they could work with. If possible, Wei Qing could recommend him. Hearing this good news, Kaisu's waist didn't hurt anymore. He quickly said that he wasn't just getting along with them, he was getting along very well. Not only had they had in-depth exchanges, but they had also shared a lot of knowledge. "Is that so?" I heard. Wei Qing sent a text message. Inside was a Twitter post from Jerry from last night. "Missing you, Kai. Don't think I don't know. Jerry invited you last night, but you didn't go at all, did you?" "Boss, listen to me. I had to be with Annie last night, so I didn't go to Jerry's place. I apologize to you. It was really my fault." Kaisu was a little flustered. He didn't want to lose such a good opportunity. Thinking of something, he said, "Boss, give me a chance. I promise that I'll make Jerry satisfied." "Okay, I can give you a chance." "Thank you, boss." Wei Qing thought that he was quite sincere. She could meet him face to face. The time was set for a few days later. When the variety show ended, she would have a chat with Kaisu at the wrap-up party and discuss possible future collaborations. "Before that, you have to listen to me and get in good with those guests. That's your task." "Okay, I'll work hard." MMM. After hanging up the phone, Kaisu was absolutely ecstatic. The scars of being played by Lin Fan before had also completely healed. There was nothing more important than money. As long as he did what his boss told him to do, he could be appreciated. With that appreciation came gigs, and with gigs came fame. With fame, would he be afraid of not having money and women? What Zhou, what Lin Fan? They would all have to lie at his feet and call him daddy in the future, and even then, he wouldn't even look down at them. Just thinking about it was amazing. Thinking like this, what did it matter if he did it with Annie and the others a few more times? There were countless people in the entertainment industry who couldn't even find such a good opportunity. Kaisu was already very lucky to be noticed by the boss. Just then, Annie woke up. Kaisu went straight to the bedside, looking at her as if he was seeing a pile of gold. Honey, you seem more handsome today. Wait, what are you doing with your hand? It seems you weren't fully satisfied last night, so I'll play with you a little more." Half an hour later, Kaisu came out of the room, his legs already starting to feel weak. But his expression was full of excitement. Taking advantage of the fact that the show hadn't started filming yet, he went outside Jerry's room and knocked on the door. "Wow, Kai, you're here." "Sorry, I didn't come last night." The black model greeted him, and the two entered the room. Because the show also had to film some personal, real-life segments, there were a few cameras in the room. Jerry was about to cover them with a cloth when Kaisu raised his hand to stop him, saying it wasn't necessary. The reason he came was to talk business. Sitting on the bed, Kaisu pulled out his checkbook. Yes, even though his net worth wasn't much, he still had a checkbook, just like some company CEOs. "Anything under 10 million. Write whatever you want." Kaisu threw the checkbook over to him. "What does this mean, Kai?" Kaisu shook his head, telling him to just write it. Although he knew that Jerry's background was quite large, 10 million might not mean anything to him. It was the first time that Jerry had encountered such a good thing of getting free money. He wrote 10 million on the check and handed the checkbook to Kaisu. Seeing that Jerry wrote 10 million, Kaisu's heart still ached, almost drawing blood. But if this 10 million could get him in good with him, then it was worth it. Besides, the boss was giving him a 30 million salary. That was enough to use. "I still don't understand what this means. Kai, can you explain it to me?" "Jerry, you don't need to know. You just need to say whether you're satisfied or not." Having received 10 million, Jerry definitely said he was satisfied. That was good. Kaisu had already completed the big boss's arrangement, so he made an excuse to leave. After he left, Jerry looked at the check in his hand, unable to hide his emotions. He excitedly jumped up and down on the bed. 10 million so easily got. He only made a few tens of thousands a month from his salary. Outside, Kai-Su coincidentally bumped into Lin Fan. He was still smiling, asking Kai-Su, "So, did you get in good with Jerry?" "Of course. I'm sure that you got in good with those women, right? Or do you need me to help?" "That's not necessary. I can manage." "That's good." The two of them nodded, brushing past each other. Kai-Su looked back at his departing figure, his lips curling up. He cursed inwardly, "Lin Fan, you won't be able to be smug for much longer." Chapter 117. Su Yufei's love for Lin Fan. In the blink of an eye, they reached the final episode. This episode was the highlight of the entire variety show. Completely opposite to the first episode, the male guests had to be in their rooms, holding up boards with the names of their preferred women. And the female guests would make their final choices. If the two could successfully pair up, it would mean that they had mutual feelings for each other. At this point, they would have to kiss in front of the cameras as a testament. It was impossible for the male guests not to be excited, as they had reached the final step. They all picked up their drawing boards, doodling and drawing on them. On the set, two people didn't move. Kai-Su and Lin Fan were both hesitant to start writing for some reason. "Am I really going to choose Annie?" Kai-Su struggled. He originally thought that getting in good with her would be a very cost-effective thing to do. But when he thought about having to continue to be in a relationship with her after the show ended, it made him feel a bit disgusted. Maybe his fans would even stop supporting him after they found out. It was well known that idols couldn't be in relationships, especially top stars like him. After thinking for several seconds, he wrote down several names, and then got up and went into his room. Lin Fan had different thoughts. Choosing just one woman was a really difficult decision. Most of them were very exceptional women. They wouldn't lack men who loved them, nor would they get close to him for money. Whoever he chose, the others wouldn't be satisfied. Maybe they would be sad. In the end, he made up his mind, picked up the brush, and wrote down one person's name. He knew that there was no point in agonizing over it. As he went into his room, the male guests part of the show had ended. Next up was the highlight. How would the female guests choose? In another location, the female guests were discussing their respective choices, seemingly trying to get some information from each other. "Who are you choosing?" "It's a secret. But I can tell you this, that person is very handsome." "Ha ha ha, every male guest who comes to the show is handsome." Hearing their words, Su Yufei's heart fluttered. She thought to herself that they wouldn't be choosing Lin Fan as well. She turned over her board, and Lin Fan's name was written on it. No matter how hard others tried to compete, she wouldn't change her answer. Lin Fan could only be hers. The others could get in line after her. "No, I have to try again. After all, that kind of thing happened last time." Thinking of something, Su Yufei went to Yao Xiaoming's side. Yao Xiaoming quickly pressed her board to her chest and said casually, "What do you want?" "Nothing. I just wanted to discuss something with you." "You don't have good intentions at all. I don't trust you." Su Yufei smiled bitterly, saying that she was sincere and could swear to the heavens. She would never harm Yao Xiaoming. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to have children, and if she did, they would have no anus. Seeing Yao Xiaoming's expression soften slightly, she smiled. "Listen to me." Su Yufei whispered some things in her ear. "Huh? You want me to give up Mr. Lin to you? That's impossible. Why are you in such a hurry? It's not like I'm saying I won't compensate you. Listen to me. There was no free lunch in this world." Su Yufei knew that in order to get something, you had to give something. If Yao Xiaoming could remove Lin Fan's name, she would turn a blind eye to the ambiguity between Yao Xiaoming and Lin Fan. In the future, no matter what they did, as long as she didn't know about it. Why was she being so generous? That was love. It was because she loved him so much that she wanted him to be happy. This was also Su Yufei's compensation after what had happened before. What do you think? It's about the same as your current situation, and I respect your feelings. This doesn't sound like something you would say. I've changed, people change. I've grown to love Lin Fan even more. Regardless of whether Yao Xiaoming accepted it, Su Yufei forcefully snatched the board and crossed out the numerous Lin Fan S on it. By doing this, even if she wanted to go back on her words, she couldn't. Next, she went to Zhou Mei. When dealing with this person, Su Yufei changed her approach. She said that she could be Zhou Mei's girlfriend because Zhou Mei was a lesbian. She had only come to this show to support Lin Fan, but now that she was here, that was enough. She was already good enough. And she promised that she could act as a middleman between Zhou Mei and Lin Fan. If there was any collaboration in the future, she could help out. She believed she had that ability. "Sister Mei, What do you think of my plan? Yao Xiaoming has already agreed. Zhou didn't express any attitude. She just took Su Yufei's hand and asked, Yufei, do you think love is rational? No, love is obviously emotional. The excitement you feel in your heart can't be faked. Then I understand, thank you. She didn't say what her stance was, but when Su Yufei saw that the drawing board in front of her was still empty, she understood. After taking care of these two people, she wanted the hardest one to deal with. When she came to Lu Jiejia, she was resting her chin in her hand, looking at her with a smile. You slut, I really underestimated you for being able to take care of these two. Taking care of you is what will be the real victory. Tell me, what conditions do you want in order to withdraw? Lu Jiejia flipped her long hair, hanging it behind her ear. She said she didn't want anything. She had never intended to participate in this pointless game. If you guys want to play, go play by yourselves, don't bring me in. Why don't I believe that? That's your problem. By the way, I'll give you my board. You should believe me now, right? Lu Jiejia's drawing board actually came into Su Yufei's hands. Although she had a few doubts, she could only put them aside for now. After all, without the board, she had no right to say anything. Leaving behind the phrase, I hope so, she left. Go on. I'm rooting for you. Lu Jiejia waved at her, giving her a go for it hand gesture. Su Yufei couldn't see through her, but the next person should be easy to handle. Seeing that Miss Luna was spacing out in her seat, she went over and sat down beside her. Miss Luna, who are you choosing? Ha, Yufei, you're here. You ask me who I'm choosing? I'm still sticking to my choice. She showed the drawing board to Su Yufei. Su Yufei almost laughed when she saw chest muscles written on it. It had to be said that Miss Luna understood humor. Without saying anything else, Su Yufei told her to stick to her own choice. Luna nodded and asked, Who did you choose, Yufei? Of course, I chose Lin Fan just like you. Let me show you my board. But when she got back to her seat, she found that her own board had disappeared. It was just here a second ago. How could it have suddenly disappeared? Who took it? Currently, the female guests were heading to their designated locations one after another. It was impossible to find out who had taken it. When asked, the staff also said that they were not clear. As for whether they could replace it with another board, the answer was no. Chapter 118. Women's words can't be trusted after all. Each board had a mark belonging to the female guest on it. They couldn't be changed. Hearing this answer, Su Yufei was a little flustered, not knowing what to do. She had finally managed to convince so many people, but her board was gone. Anyone would be unable to bear such a blow. Su Yufei was so anxious that she was stamping her feet, clenching her teeth tightly. Who exactly took it? Luna came to her side, comforting her a little. Yufei, don't you have a board on you? Maybe you can use it? Looking down at Lu Jiejia's board, Su Yufei felt like she had grabbed onto a thread of hope. That's right, she could use her board. At this time, the staff came to contact Luna, saying that it was time for her to leave. The next person was Su Yufei. She immediately wrote Lin Fan's name on the drawing board in her hand. When it was her turn, she burst out of the door. This time, I've won. Su Yufei's high heels made tap-tap sounds on the corridor. It wasn't because of her wishful thinking. This time she really had won. Yao Xiaoming's drawing board had been blacked out by her, and she no longer had any hope. Zhou had a blank board. Her heart wasn't strong. Lu Jiejia was even more unnecessary to mention. Her board was in her hands. How could she win? Miss Luna was even more comical, writing chest muscles. She won. She really won. After going around the last corner, she finally reached the front of the male guest rooms. And at that moment, the door that represented Lin Fan did not look like it was empty. Instead, there was a crowd of people. Su Yufei's manic laughter immediately stopped. What was going on? Yufei, you're here. Come take a look. The door won't open. Luna waved at her. Coming to the front of the door, she found the hotel staff was in the middle of unlocking it. It turned out that when several of them had come here, they found that the door wouldn't open. The lock was broken. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen at a crucial moment? The director asked the staff, Why can't it be opened? Isn't this the hotel's spare key? It's probably stuck. The hotel's locks have been used for decades. Don't worry, we can open it with a bit of time. How long will it take? About half an hour. The director immediately gave an order to film the others' parts first. As for this group, they could film it later. The staff came quickly and left quickly. In the blink of an eye, only a few of them were left. Seeing them, Su Yufei nearly coughed up blood. They had all come. These women. I didn't agree to your conditions. Yao Xiaoming said with a smile, displaying her drawing board. Although it was blacked out, there was no difference between pure black and white. Yao Xiaoming had a plan. She used white tape to stick out Lin Fan's name, making it seem even more special. That was possible? Su Yufei had never thought of that. At this time, Zhou Mei also came over, expressing her thanks to Su Yufei. It was Su Yufei's words that had made her feel that she couldn't give up her inner emotional choices. So, she had written Lin Fan's name on her drawing board. Okay, I didn't expect that I would be able to help. And what about you? Lu Jiejia, your drawing board is gone. Are you here to stroll around? Su Yufei looked at Lu Jiejia next to her. Lu Jiejia laughed, saying yes. There were no rules saying that she couldn't stroll around, and she emphasized that she was the first to discover that Mr. Lin's room door wouldn't open. At this time, Luna was pounding on the door, looking very anxious. Lin Fan, did you faint? Hold on, I'm coming to save you. Inside the room, Lin Fan said calmly, I'm fine. It's not like there's a fire or anything. Seeing this scene, Su Yufei breathed a sigh of relief. At least, Miss Luna didn't need to be worried about. Her thought process was a bit different from the others. At that moment, a staff member came to inform them that a special show had been arranged for them tonight. Before that, they could go rest. None of them had any objections, and they handed their drawing boards to the staff. Okay, that's 5 drawing boards. I've collected them, the staff said. Su Yufei was alert and felt that something was wrong. Her drawing board was gone, so there should only be 4. How could there be 5? Taking a closer look, she saw Lu Jiejia taking out a drawing board from the back of her clothes and placing it into the staff member's hand. The truth was very clear. It was Lu Jiejia who had stolen it. You said you didn't want to compete. Su Yufei quickly rushed over. Lu Jiejia didn't show a trace of panic, saying that she had picked the drawing board up from the ground. She was just about to give it back to Su Yufei. Su Yufei definitely didn't believe this. How could such a coincidence happen? But what could she do? The situation had already happened. There was no turning back. Besides, it wasn't like she didn't know the morals of Lu Jiejia. Being deceived only proved that she was too kind. I'll never believe you again, you liar. Likewise, you aren't good either, you cheating slut. Su Yufei was ignited by these words. She raised her hand, wanting to give Lu Jiejia a resounding slap. Just at this moment, Lin Fan's reprimanding voice sounded from the room. You two go back now. Did you hear that? Mr. Lin, I'm listening to you. Lu Jiejia smiled and, when she brushed past Su Yufei, she said quietly, Slut, if I were Mr. Lin, I would have thrown you out a long time ago. Sorry, Lin Fan just likes me. You're going to be disappointed. After their verbal sparring, the two of them actually went back to their own rooms. But their eyes were filled with anger. On the set, only Luna and Yao Xiaoming were left. They wanted to stay here and wait for Lin Fan to come out before going back together. The staff members persuaded them to leave, saying that their presence here would block the camera's view and would create extra work for the post-production. Lin Fan also asked them to go back first. He was quite comfortable in there, with air conditioning and the internet. It wasn't dangerous, nor was he lacking in oxygen. They were very obedient and chose to leave. But after a while, one of them appeared again outside the room. On the other side, at the recording site, Kai-Su was extremely tormented in the room. There were sounds of footsteps coming from time to time. He was very afraid that someone would come to his room too. This meant that he had to kiss that person. If it was a woman, it would still be fine. If it was those people, it would really kill him. So he had chosen an opportunistic method, which was to write everyone's names on the board, including those male guests who wouldn't appear. This way, his fans would understand him, saying that he had chosen so many people because he didn't want those female guests to be hurt. Our brother is so great. Love him. Just as he was thinking this, the room door opened, and it was Annie. Darling, I've come to find you. Annie threw herself into his arms. Great, I chose you too. Look here. Although there were many names on the board, Annie's name was written in the most obvious place. Annie didn't say anything. She lifted up Kai-Su's face and kissed him. Just as the two of them were kissing deeply, the room door opened again. Kai-Su felt happy. As expected, another female guest had chosen him. When the person came in, they grinned, revealing their pearly white teeth. Kai, we meet again. Chapter 119. Everyone's Final Confession. Normally, male guests weren't allowed to enter male guests' rooms. But, for whatever reason, Jerry came in. Kai-Su thought that he was here to nag. He hadn't expected that after coming in, he would show his own board with Kai-Su's name written on it. If he hadn't seen it, it wouldn't have mattered, but seeing it shocked him. That, I already have someone I like. Kai-su was frightened, his words a bit shaky. There was no way that he could kiss this Jerry. Besides, there wasn't such a rule in the show. Jerry looked at him and Annie and asked, "So you can kiss this Ms. Annie?" She's a woman. From head to toe, you can't tell she's a male guest, and the fact that the production team recognizes her is the best evidence. At this time, Jerry said that he was also a woman, at least psychologically. Kai-su was about to go insane. He knew that gender recognition was very progressive overseas. Not only were there 20 different genders, but some people also said that they were helicopters. But that didn't work in China. There were only 2 genders, male and female, which were easily distinguishable by the naked eye. No matter how Jerry tried to prove it, he was still a man. There was no way to change that. It seems like you want to shirk your responsibilities. Does Annie know what you've done? Jerry suddenly changed the topic. When he said this, Annie had objections. What did he mean by done? How dare Kai-su mess around outside behind her back? Did he not want to live anymore? It was definitely Jerry who was talking nonsense. Kai-su said yes, he was as pure as jade. He would love only Annie in this lifetime. Who would have known that the $10 million check would appear? Kai-su's signature was clearly on it. With the evidence solid, Annie's expression changed from doubt to anger. Kai-su wanted to explain, but he was slapped hard on the face. He watched Annie leave angrily, leaving him all alone. Seeing that Jerry was approaching him step by step. Wait. Kai-su quickly put his hands in front of his chest, wanting to discuss terms with Jerry. I know what you want, and I can give it to you. Jerry stopped walking and laughed. He held out 5 fingers. 500,000? No problem. I can transfer it to you right now. 500,000 is nothing to me. No, Kai. I need 50 million. Hearing 50 million, Kai-su's expression changed drastically. He cursed, saying that Jerry was a highway robber. No matter how rich he was, he couldn't take out 50 million. Besides, he had just given him 10 million last time. Jerry didn't care. If he didn't give him the money, he was going to expose him online. A celebrity idol's reputation was everything. He didn't want to be exposed, right? It was clearly blackmail, but there was nothing that Kai-su could do. He could only obediently do what he was told. But he said that he didn't have 50 million in his assets. He could only give him 10 million more. If it was more, even if he sold himself, he wouldn't have it. Jerry said that was okay. So, Kai-su was bleeding again. Just as he was about to leave, Teacher Tom also arrived. Kai-su's name was also written on his drawing board. That night, the supplementary shooting for Lin Fan and the others began in a vacant room. Lin Fan sat in the room, waiting for them. And the drawing board was quietly lying on the bed. Nobody knew what was written on it. Hello, I'm here to put a mic on you. A staff member came to his side with a smile and hung a small recording mic on him. The staff member was very careful. She also stole glances at him from time to time. It had to be said that Lin Fan's handsome appearance attracted her attention, so much so that she had impractical thoughts in her mind. As a staff member, she usually came in contact with many idol stars or singers, but none of them were as handsome as Lin Fan. Such a handsome man was going to be ruined by those bad women. It was such a pity. Mr. Lin Fan, have you made up your mind? Huh. In a panic, she quickly explained, it's just my curiosity acting up. It's okay if you don't want to answer me. After all, I shouldn't be asking these kinds of questions. Lin Fan was not angry. After knowing what she was thinking, he showed the drawing board to her. When the staff member saw it, her eyes were filled with confusion. It seemed that the name on the board wasn't what she was thinking in her heart. Time passed by second. Finally, the first female guest arrived in the room. It was Yufei. When she arrived in the room, she displayed her drawing board, which had Lin Fan's name on it. Mr. Lin, I didn't understand my own feelings before, but I figured it out now. You are the person I like. Thank you for your feelings. Lin Fan also displayed his own drawing board. When she saw the name on the board, Yufei was also confused. It didn't seem like it would be her name. Or rather, it couldn't be her, right? It was a bit strange. Next, Miss Luna also came in. The way she expressed her feelings was very special. She came to Lin Fan's side and touched his chest muscles, muttering to herself, chest muscles, big chest muscles. Are you willing to be my boyfriend? Oh, so if you don't say anything, then that means you're willing. Since both sides were willing, Lin Fan, as the owner of the chest muscles, couldn't go back on his words. She said, wanting to kiss Lin Fan's mouth. The staff member almost died laughing, saying that it didn't fit the rules. Luna said that there was no rule that said she couldn't choose chest muscles, right? Besides, Lin Fan, as the owner of the chest muscles, hadn't refused, had he? That Miss Luna. Lin Fan was about to speak, but his mouth was blocked by Luna. The sudden forceful kiss shocked everyone present. No one had expected that the seemingly silly Miss Luna would be so proactive. When Zhomei saw this, she bit her lower lip. If she had known, she would have used this move too. Miss Luna was clearly pretending to be stupid. Lin Fan gently pushed her body away, telling Miss Luna to be mindful of the camera. They were filming right now. The whole world was watching. Oh, haha. Luna realized what she had done and quickly pulled her lips away. She walked to Zhomei's side and stood there with a smile. After that, it was Lu Jiajia's turn. She walked with a gentle, graceful gait, relaxed and free. Not at all like the other women who were so nervous. When she came in front of the camera, she simply showed her drawing board, which not only had Lin Fan's name, but also a red lip print. Of course, the lip print was not hers. It was that slut, Su Yufei, who had used her drawing board to put it on. In response, Lu Jiajia had also added something small to Su Yufei's board. At this moment, Su Yufei must be very anxious. She didn't say any words of confession. She went straight to the female guest's seat. It seemed like the result was no longer important. Next was Su Yufei. Her expression was already a little abnormal when she entered. She covered her drawing board with her body, afraid to lift it up. At this time, the staff member reminded her. Only then did Su Yufei dare to slowly display her drawing board. Written on it was Su Yufei's own name, and pasted on it was her own beautiful selfie. When Lu Jiajia saw this, she smirked. Oh my, how narcissistic is she? Chapter 120, Lin Fan's Real Choice. Even if she was being mocked, even if her drawing board had been tampered with by Lu Jiajia, Su Yufei couldn't be angry. At the final moment, she didn't want Lin Fan to see her bad side. She had to show him her magnanimous personality. She tossed the drawing board aside. She looked at Lin Fan, speaking the feelings that she had treasured in her heart. I feel that the relationship between us doesn't need to be bound by these rules. I really like you. I really want to live with you, and I really want to have many children with you. Hearing these words, Lu Jiajia couldn't hold back her laughter. In her mind, she cursed, "You're already a cheating woman, and you're still thinking about having kids with Mr. Lin. You're simply delusional." Su Yufei was not affected by the outside world. She was genuinely expressing her inner feelings. Lin Fan, I know that I can't ask for too much, but please give me a chance. I promise I'll be a responsible wife in the future. I'll love you and our children. After saying that, she was already in tears. This kind of life was what she wanted, what she dreamed of. She was even thinking about going to Lin Fan's room tonight, wanting to pour her heart out to him and have children at the same time. Although her thoughts were good, Lin Fan still didn't react. He just calmly picked up his drawing board, displaying it in front of the camera. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Su Yufei saw it, and then, the tears she was wiping away were quickly put away. She was filled with disbelief. How could she have chosen someone who was? This was too. Not only her, but even the other women at the guest table were thinking the same. Why was Lin Fan's answer like this? It was a bit unexpected. Seeing that Su Yufei was still standing there, not leaving, the staff member gave her a hand gesture, reminding her that the last female guest was coming. As she was leaving, Su Yufei was still puzzled. What was the reason for Lin Fan to write that name? We don't know either. Zhomei smiled helplessly. Or maybe Mr. Lin's thoughts are different from ours. He has his own choice. I hope so. The women all had their own thoughts, not saying anything. The last person finally arrived at the recording site. It was Yao Xiaoming, also the female guest that Lin Fan had chosen in the first round. Of all of them, she was the most nervous when she arrived. After all, she was the most unremarkable of the female guests. If Lin Fan hadn't asked her to come to the show, she probably wouldn't have come into contact with this industry in her lifetime. Hello, everyone. She greeted everyone. Seeing that Su Yufei and the others didn't look very good, while Miss Luna was just smiling. She told herself that she probably had an answer. But Yao Xiaoming still wanted to say a few words. Mr. Lin, first, I want to thank you. Thank you for bringing me to see the world. And I want to thank all the staff members. If it wasn't for you, this show wouldn't be able to run normally. I want to thank you on behalf of the audience. Finally, I want to thank the female guests sitting over there. They're all very good girls, so much better than me. Of course, Su Yufei was excluded. Just like that, Yao Xiaoming didn't say any words of confession. She only thanked everyone for their hard work and prepared to go to the female guest's seat to rest. Lin Fan, who had been speaking very little earlier, suddenly spoke up. Xiaoming, do you not even have the courage to show your own board? That's not the you that I remember. Mr. Lin, isn't there an answer already? Since he had chosen Miss Luna, what was the point of displaying her board? It would only be an added joke. Hearing this, Lin Fan laughed. Who said that he had chosen Miss Luna? Yao Xiaoming didn't understand. If it wasn't Miss Luna, why was she laughing so happily? Haha, I'm just in a good mood. Miss Luna added. It wasn't really Miss Luna. Then who was it? Looking at the female guest seats, they could see that Lu Jiejia was just smiling faintly. Zhou shook her head, saying it wasn't her. Only Su Yufei had the gall to nod. But Lin Fan's name wasn't on her board, which proved that she was just talking big. Could it really be me? Yao Xiaoming revealed a happy expression. But many of the female guests seemed to have something unspoken. Their expressions were filled with doubt. She felt that something was not right and asked, Mr. Lin, who exactly did you choose? Can you show me the drawing board? Of course I can. The mysterious drawing board was finally displayed in front of everyone. It wasn't Yao Xiaoming's name on it, but another woman's. No wonder Su Yufei and the others were confused. They couldn't figure out Lin Fan's thoughts, because the name was rather special. She was fictional. Yes, written on it was Wei Qing, a name that only Yao Xiaoming and Lin Fan knew. The answer had been revealed. Lin Fan's choice was Wei Qing, not any of them. Su Yufei sighed. She was very clear about Lin Fan's reason for choosing that name. It was because he didn't want to hurt anyone. Writing a name that didn't belong to any of the female guests meant that he hadn't made a choice. That was okay. She still had a chance. When Yao Xiaoming saw the board, she was already sobbing uncontrollably. The others thought that she hadn't been chosen and went to comfort her, not knowing that she knew that she was Lin Fan's answer. The emotions that had been suppressed for so long had finally been released. It turned out that even a humble girl could meet her Prince Charming. At this moment, there was no such thing as marrying someone of equal social standing. She proved that she could also obtain love. Lin Fan looked at her with a smile. To be honest, making this decision was not easy. He was too rational. It was only today that he had finally found an answer. And this answer had come unexpectedly easily. In the morning, he had been trapped inside the room and didn't want the others to affect filming outside the room, so he asked them to leave. Unexpectedly, Yao Xiaoming had come back in the end. When he came out of the room, he just happened to see her face. That one instant had grabbed his heart. He suddenly remembered what had happened in his previous life. At that time, Yao Xiaoming was also kneeling in front of him, crying her heart out. The past life and this life, slowly overlapping. The answer was also self-evident. He believed that love didn't differentiate between who came first or last. But that one gaze was so beautiful. In the end, he wrote Wei Qing's name, a name that only the two of them could understand. Because they hadn't written each other's names, a kiss would not happen. After that, the staff members asked them to help film some additional shots. The director then announced that they could wrap up. The show also came to an end. At the wrap-up banquet, Zhou Mei's mood was still quite good. Lin Fan hadn't made a choice, which meant that she could continue to maintain this ambiguous relationship. In time, the relationship between them might be able to progress even further. Or maybe even tonight. The other women had the same thought. And in a certain corner, Kai-Su also received a very pleasant surprise message from the big boss. I've already arrived. See you tonight in room 520. Chapter 121. You're playing me again. 520 is a number that resonates with love. Kai-Su thought so too, believing that the big boss arranging room 520 for him meant she was interested in him. Looking back at the time spent filming the reality show, he had a lot of unspoken grievances, a bitterness he could only swallow. Nobody knew how much he suffered. It was bad enough being relentlessly criticized by Annie, Jerry, and Tom, given their powerful backgrounds. But the real problem was Lin Fan. That man was doing it on purpose. He not only snatched his girlfriend, but also repeatedly played him. He, who used to be a top idol boasting 30 million fans, was once greeted with respect wherever he went. Yet Lin Fan was the only one who didn't show him any respect. Ever since that slap in the face at the cafe, Kai-Su was determined to get even with Lin Fan. Now, his opportunity had come. The 520 room in front of him was the beginning of his comeback. Knock, knock, knock. The knocks echoed loudly in the quiet corridor. Kai-Su's heart pounded, eager to see who was on the other side of the door. In his mind, the big boss was a very aloof woman. She should have sharp, piercing eyes that looked at others like they were trash. She should also have a great figure, preferably in business attire. Click, click. The door opened. Standing before Kai-Su was a cleaning lady. She glared at him with a look of utter disdain, muttering, "What's all this knocking in the middle of the night? Just because you're handsome doesn't mean I won't scold you." Kai-Su was dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, Kai-Su must be dumbstruck. Instead of the big boss, he gets a cleaning lady. Lin, you're so wicked. On the private jet back home, Lin Fan was joking with Yao Xiaoming, completely unconcerned about Kai-Su being stood up. Honestly, there was no need for sympathy. After all, Wei Qing was clearly fake. Yet Kai-Su took it as real, believing that the big boss was really going to groom him. Perhaps Kai-Su even fantasized about some kind of illicit affair with the big boss. Little did he know that it was all a lie. That included the other male guests who were supposed to have powerful backgrounds. Annie's father wasn't some entertainment mogul at all. He was just an ordinary working man. The other two were the same. They weren't influential figures. Lin Fan had simply given them a beautiful illusion. One could say that no one else had taken the reality show seriously, except for Kai-Su, who was completely in the dark, foolishly believing that this was his chance to rise to the top again. Hey Lin, I have another question. Are you really going to give Kai-Su that 12 million in appearance fees? Yao Xiaoming suddenly asked. Lin Fan sneered, saying money wasn't that easy to get. The contract clearly stated that to receive the 12 million, Kai-Su couldn't breach the contract. And the breach of contract terms, there were plenty of them, including clauses that prohibited the artist from damaging the investor's reputation or having any scandals. Any one of those could easily force Kai-Su to pay 30 million in damages. Although it was unlikely he could come up with the money, this alone was enough to ensure he'd never recover and never make it in the entertainment industry again. Pulling out his phone, he showed Yao Xiaoming the latest news. Look at the headlines. Fans are constantly coming out to report Kai-Su's true nature. Really? It's trending on several hot searches. Almost everyone knew Kai-Su was in trouble, except for him. His manager had been handling all his social media accounts. And his manager, it turned out, had already quit. She was also the one who had been exposing Kai-Su. Isolated and betrayed, Kai-Su, living in his fantasy world, was probably unable to accept this outcome. But what did it matter to them? Sitting in the private jet, enjoying fine wine, Lin Fan hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. Just then, a phone call came. Without a second thought, both knew who it was. Yao Xiaoming went to hang up, but Lin Fan put a finger to his lips, indicating that she should answer it. Understanding Lin Fan's intentions, Yao Xiaoming answered the phone with a deeper, more sultry voice. Kai-Su, what do you want from me? Do you know that it is 3 a.m.? A timid voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss, didn't you say that we would meet in room 520? Why didn't I see you? Yao Xiaoming let out an oh, then said she was busy and spending time with someone else. Upon hearing this, Kai-Su felt immense injustice. Why could others spend time with her while he was being stood up? The anger that had been building up finally manifested as a clenched fist. Fine, fine. You're also playing me, aren't you? You bosses are all the same. You don't treat your employees like humans. You just see me as an object to be used and tossed away. That was true enough, and Yao Xiaoming didn't deny it. The entertainment industry was that cruel. If they didn't want him, they'd just leave him behind. There were plenty of idol stars like Kai-Su. They were a mass-produced product, not anything precious. With that, she was about to hang up. Kai-Su quickly tried to get her to stay on the line. Boss, I was wrong. I apologize. I'm at the end of my rope. Sister Lee doesn't want me, and my manager is gone. Now you're all I have. I'll do anything you ask. Then retire from the industry. Those words froze Kai-Su for several seconds. He wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. The boss was telling him to retire? Shouldn't she be trying to develop him? Yao Xiaoming said that retirement was for his own good. The market was too volatile now, with trainees being groomed in months and then used to make quick money. It harmed not the audience, but the trainees themselves. There was a saying, before learning to walk, you should not try to fly, because if you do, you're sure to fall. Without a solid foundation, you can't be a long-lasting star. So Kai-Su needed time to grow and learn to sing and act well. He needed to try to change how people perceived him. He needed to show them that Kai-Su wasn't just an idol who relied on his popularity, but was someone with ability who could bring encouragement and positive energy to others. Hearing this, Kai-Su was a bit relieved. The boss was indeed right. Maybe he should go and study. And with 12 million in appearance fees, he could get by for a while. Then he asked, Boss, you said I need to focus on myself, so when I come back, can I join your company? My old company already fired me, and we can demand some serious penalty fees. Of course, you are very welcome to join me. That's great. I haven't learned the name of your company yet. Boss, can you tell me now? It wouldn't happen to be one of the big ones that I'm familiar with, would it? Yao Xiaoming chuckled and said, yes, he would be very familiar with it. And it was a very large corporation. Kaisu got very excited. His hands trembled as he asked, which company is it? Is it Yuehua Entertainment? That would be great. Oh, no. We are Han Hai Group. Chapter 122. The reality show ends. Hearing the name Han Hai Group, Kaisu was stunned for a moment. He felt like he'd heard the name before somewhere. It felt like. Then it hit him. His face twisted, and his eyes widened. Boss, I've had a lot of surprises today. Don't scare me anymore. My heart can't take it. Huh? Don't you know? I'm an employee of Han Hai Group. Lin Fan is my boss. These words completely shattered Kai-Su's remaining hope. Kai-Su knew what Lin Fan's name meant. He refused to accept it. He had risked everything and done so much. He had endured those men, whom he felt disgusted by, and spent millions of dollars. And now, they were telling him the boss was Lin Fan? It felt like he had seen that his numbers had won the lottery, but he hadn't bought a ticket. He couldn't accept it. He just couldn't accept it. Boss, you're just joking. I admit you scared me. Seeing that he hadn't given up yet, Yao Xiaoming handed the phone to Lin Fan. If you don't believe me, then let my boss tell you. After taking the phone, Lin Fan smiled and said, Mr. Kai, are you surprised? Lin Fan's voice was so warm and sincere. It made one feel at peace. But to Kai-Su, his words made him instantly tense up. A heat surge rushed from his feet to his head. He squeezed out the words as he roared, Lin Fan, it's you again. You better give the phone back to my boss. It's not yours to touch. Give it back now, you moron. Do you hear me? If you don't give it back, I'll kill you, and your company will die too. Don't think you're so great, you cuckold. A series of curses came through the phone. Lin Fan knew that Kai-Su had completely broken down. Therefore, he added, Mr. Kai, keep going. I'm recording everything. Please continue. I beg you not to release the recording. Kai-Su's voice broke into a sob. Perhaps his emotions had changed too quickly, and a scream came from the other end of the phone. Then, there was the sound of the phone hitting the floor. Okay, he had fainted from anger. Lin Fan called the hotel and asked them to send an ambulance. After doing all of that, he felt incredibly relaxed. He had finally released some of the frustration he had felt these past few days dealing with Kai-Su. I'm going back to my room to rest. Come to my room if you need anything. Okay, Lin, I'll come. Later, in his room, there were still a few hours left before they got home, so Lin Fan decided to rest for a bit. His spirits hadn't been great these past few days. It was time to truly relax. Lying in bed, he pulled out his phone and looked at the latest news. Soon he saw a story that caught his eye. Huachuang Group's China headquarters has begun operations. Grandma Lisa personally attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony. There were photos of their company, with Luna standing next to Grandma Lisa. It seemed that the photos were taken some time ago. The reason that they had been released now was that they had found a good time to do so. Lin Fan knew that soon, it would be the annual Double 11 shopping day. By announcing their opening now, Huachuang was trying to generate hype. Sure enough, the trending searches were almost entirely about them. It seemed that they had put everything into the Double 11 event. As a company in the same cosmetics industry, it would be a lie to say Han Hai Group didn't feel any pressure. This year was also critical for them, and they needed to have good results to give their shareholders confidence. Thinking about that, he really wished he could teleport back to his office. Spending several days filming this program had also taken up a lot of time. At this moment, someone opened the door to his room without knocking. Lin Fan wondered who that was. He looked more closely and sure enough, it was Su Yufei. She was wearing sexy pajamas and slowly walking towards him, her face flushed. She must have been drinking again. What do you want? I don't have the energy to fool around with you today. Lin Fan looked away, continuing to look at his phone. Su Yufei didn't say anything. She just walked to the bed. She simply rested her head on Lin Fan's shoulder, watching him use his phone. For her, being able to be by Lin Fan's side was all she needed. She dared not ask for too much. But even this simple request had been rejected by Lin Fan, who shifted his body to the side. This almost caused Su Yufei to fall off the bed. She couldn't help pouting as she asked, Lin Fan, aren't we husband and wife? Can't I just lie here with you? I think you've had too much to drink. We divorced a long time ago. Divorced or not, we're husband and wife in private. I can't leave you. As she said that, she grabbed his arm again and rested her head on his shoulder. She was determined to stick to him and not let go. Just as the two were fighting, there was a knock on the door. Lin, can I come in? You can come in. The person who came in was Lu Jiejia. She had a bright smile on her face, which immediately darkened when she saw Su Yufei. This woman was disheveled and smelled of alcohol. She was clearly up to no good. Lu Jiejia knew how to deal with Su Yufei. She grabbed Su Yufei's arm, trying to pull her out. You're really drunk. Let me take you back to rest. Don't waste Lin's time. I'm not going out. Don't think I don't know what's going on in your mind, Lu Jiejia. You're here to steal his heart. No matter what was said, Su Yufei refused to leave. If she couldn't have Lin Fan, then no other woman would. Especially not Lu Jiejia. They were about to start fighting when Lin Fan sighed and told them to leave him alone so he could have a little peace and quiet. Su Yufei didn't want to leave. She muttered, You people are all after Lin Fan, but I'm the one he likes the most. You're all trying to seduce him. And I'm not drunk at all. That's what she said, but her body was already swaying. The alcohol was taking its toll, and soon, she collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. After helping Su Yufei with her blanket, Lin Fan went to the bar with Lu Jiejia outside of the room. Lin, if I may be so bold, you've done everything else right, but taking Su Yufei in is the worst thing you've done. You're right. I can't argue with you there. Lin Fan was mixing drinks, describing his feelings. In fact, many of his friends told him that what he was doing was wrong. He shouldn't take in a woman who had cheated on him. But Lin Fan just couldn't forget the Su Yufei he knew in his student days. Sometimes, he even dreamed about her. Even though the person by his side was the now very obedient Su Yufei, Lin Fan admitted that he was chasing a memory. But with the passage of time, that face was becoming increasingly blurry. Perhaps he could truly forget her. You're probably sick of hearing me talk so much. No, I am happy that you want to open up to me. Chapter 123. The Double 11 battle is about to begin. The reason why humans are human is that they have feelings and desires. Lin Fan was an ordinary person, and he made mistakes and had his own selfish desires. Without these emotions, one would be like a robot. There was indeed a mistake in taking in Su Yufei, but he had no love for her, just some reminiscences of the past. It had already happened, and there was no point in going back to it. He needed to move forward. Double 11 was coming, and Han Hai Group would inevitably go up against Huachuang Group. This was a Fortune 500 company, not something that could be compared to weaker companies, and they were destined for a tough battle. After discussing it with Lu Jiejia, she looked thoughtful. Lin, in my estimation, although Han Hai Group has an advantage in the domestic market, it may not be able to beat them. That's right. Their brand influence is better than ours. The brand, Candy, created by Huachuang Group, was world famous. Much better than Yalan Pavilion. And they had fans all over the world. According to relevant data, Candy had a huge following in China, mostly middle-class women. It should be noted that the most powerful spenders are women, not to mention the middle class. If one could grasp the correct audience, the products would definitely sell. Han Hai Group's target market was similar to Huachuang's. They both aimed at sophisticated post-marriage women with money to spare. Their purchasing power was simply amazing. These customers wouldn't refuse a product because of the price. On the contrary, they didn't even look at the price. Instead, they were focused on how things looked and felt. Compared to them, the purchasing power of men was not enough. Therefore, Han Hai Group's focus was the women's market and part of the children's market. Recently, they had also expanded into the online market. The online market was about value for money and focused on light luxury brands that were more suitable for women just entering the workplace. If they were to compete with Huachuang Group, they may only have a chance to break through online sales. I can help you, Lin. Our two companies also have a shared history. If not for you, my brother's company would have gone under. Lu Jiejia felt that the Iron Blood Club could team up with Han Hai Group, using the combined popularity and influence of both parties to capture the online market. Besides, football and cosmetics were somewhat related. That was the general idea. Lin Fan nodded. At this moment, Zhou also arrived. She seemed to have heard what the two of them were saying. Let us at White Heavy Industries help as well, Lin. You're here too. Yes, I just got here. Finally having an opportunity to contribute, Zhou offered to help Han Hai Group with the Double 11 event as a sort of payment. Even though it wasn't said out loud, she knew that the reality dating show had been Lin Fan's idea, made to benefit her and to promote their partnership. Now it was time to return the favor. White Heavy Industries could handle some of the advertising and marketing, and it wouldn't charge any fees. Also, the project between White Heavy Industries and Han Hai Group was also progressing, and the tourism city could greatly increase Han Hai Group's brand awareness. The two companies could be mutually successful. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. With the help of these two companies, they may yet win the Double 11 battle. He also had another card up his sleeve. When the time was right, showing it would surely attract a lot of attention. They discussed a lot of the details of the partnership. It was getting late, and Lin Fan asked them to go back and rest. When it got light, they would be getting off the plane. They could talk more in the office. Although both were reluctant to leave, they eventually went back to their rooms. Before leaving, Lu Jia specifically told Lin Fan not to go into the room, or Su Yufei would do something extreme. I understand. Lin Fan nodded. After they left, Lin Fan poured himself a glass of wine and took a sip. He wasn't afraid of a challenge. Competition was a normal part of the market. What he was worried about was Miss Luna. As the heir to Huachuang Group, she would naturally have to side with Huachuang Group, and he was afraid she would be in a difficult position. The market was very brutal. Profits could make the closest people change and do things that were unimaginable. He had heard countless stories of brothers turning against each other, fathers and sons fighting, and younger sisters sending their older sisters to prison. So he was very careful. But no matter how careful he was, the number of people around him continued to increase. He could still tell who was genuine and who was not. Miss Luna didn't have any ill intentions towards him. Ever since she had told him about the way Huachuang Group had been secretly making things difficult for Han Hai Group, Lin Fan had trusted her. He could predict that Miss Luna wouldn't do anything underhanded behind his back. But he was worried about Grandma Lisa and those executives. If that were to happen, Miss Luna would be in a very tough spot, with her grandmother on one side and Lin Fan on the other. He drank the wine. Lin Fan felt the stimulation of the alcohol, and the worries in his mind were washed away. He shouldn't think about it. He should take it one step at a time. Sometimes plans can't keep up with changes, and thinking too much was useless. It was better to deal with the situation as it came up. The glass was empty. Lin Fan picked up the wine bottle, but a delicate hand grabbed it and took the bottle away. She said softly, "Don't drink anymore, Lin." Lin Fan looked up and saw Yao Xiaoming. Her brow was slightly furrowed, and she looked a little worried. The bottle she had taken was put onto the table on the other side. Tonight is really lively. It's like everyone wants to come and find me. Lin Fan chuckled softly. Xiaoming, do you also have something you want to talk to me about? No, I'm just a little sad. Sad? Yao Xiaoming said that she was. It made her feel really bad to see Lin so calm on the surface when she knew he had so much pressure. It troubled her to see the man she liked feeling so much pain. Haha, it's normal for a man to have a little pressure. You don't have to worry too much, Xiaoming. I won't be defeated by such a small thing. Really? Yao Xiaoming rubbed her eyes. Of course it's true. If I could be defeated that easily, then Han Hai Group would have ceased to exist long ago. Okay, then promise me one thing. Before dawn, don't think about anything. Get a good night's sleep and relax, okay? Although there was still some work to do, Lin Fan agreed without hesitation. Okay, I promise you. Hearing the answer she wanted, Yao Xiaoming was very happy. She kissed Lin Fan on the cheek. That's what you said. I'll reward you with a kiss. Is that the only reward I get? Lin Fan grabbed Yao Xiaoming's hand, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her on the lips. Suddenly being kissed, Yao Xiaoming's heart was pounding. She never thought that would happen, and yet, it was now a reality. Lin, I like you so much. She hugged Lin Fan tightly. Chapter 124. Let Lin Fan be the CEO. Perfect. The next day, the entertainment industry exploded. Numerous people reported Kai-Su for tax evasion, sleeping with fans, holding debaucherous parties, and a litany of other wrongdoings. Although Kai-Su immediately issued a statement of clarification and sent out a lawyer's letter, the iron fist of the law directly crushed him. Not long after the letter, he was arrested. All of his social media accounts were also blocked. Fans either abandoned him or left, with only a few extreme fans still believing in their innocent brother and wanting to appeal on his behalf. Some even went as far as going to the detention center where Kai-Su was being held to see him. The results, of course, were a dead end. While some people were worried, others were very happy. There were countless people in the entertainment industry who couldn't stand these celebrity idols and wished they would just fade into oblivion. It was good that he was behind bars. Seeing them with no actual talent, making millions from a casual commercial, anyone would feel that they were not deserving. It doesn't work to only rely on popularity. You still need to rely on your ability, your work, to win over the public. Only then do you deserve their support. Like those famous national treasure-level singers. None of them get involved with the fan circles. They're all very low profile. It was believed that the entertainment industry would become more orderly after this turmoil. After a few more days, Kai-Su's popularity was gone, as if he had never existed. This was the downside of popularity. Meanwhile, the Huachuang Group was trending on the hot search. As a Fortune 500 company, their every move was exposed to public view. The opening of their China headquarters caused a huge stir. Many public figures issued statements and showed their support. For a while, they were in the limelight. Their popularity was off the charts. Of course, achieving such popularity required some traffic driving strategies. Huachuang Group bought a lot of trending searches. This was done in preparation for Double 11. At this moment, in a villa in Sinan City, Luna was lying on the sofa playing with her phone, occasionally responding to what Grandma Lisa was saying. She would only turn her head if she heard something interesting. Grandma Lisa looked a little annoyed and said, "I'm only here once. Are you just going to dismiss me like that, Miss Luna? Or do you no longer care about your grandmother?" Luna impatiently got up. "Of course, I care about you, Grandma. But what you're saying is so boring. I can't even understand. What indicators? Rate of return or something?" Sigh. Grandma Lisa shook her head helplessly. "Luna, you're going to take over the entire Huachuang Group. If you don't learn anything, what are you going to do when I'm gone?" The Huachuang Group couldn't be handed over to an outsider, right? Hearing these words, Luna sat next to Grandma Lisa and hugged her arm. "Grandma, you're going to live for 100 more years. Don't say such sad things, okay?" Patting Luna's hand, Grandma Lisa said that she was worried. Such a large company should be managed by family members, so Luna had to grow up quickly. Otherwise, she'd be at a disadvantage when dealing with the executives. They were all so smart. Such a simple Luna would have no chance against them. They only didn't dare cause any trouble because Grandma Lisa was still around. "Grandma, is that why you made me the president of the China headquarters?" Luna pouted. She was clearly not happy with the decision. Grandma Lisa said, "This is training for you. The Double 11 event in China is coming. I hope you can use this opportunity to do something impressive for your grandma, to set my mind at ease." When it came to being the president, Luna felt like she wasn't up to it. As president, you had to talk a lot, going from one meeting to another, and having to fly everywhere. It would be much easier to be a model and not have to talk. Thinking of this, she had a sudden idea and looked at Grandma Lisa. "Grandma, I have a great idea to tell you. I'm not good at being the president, but Lin Fan is. It would be perfect for him to be the president. I can be his assistant, he. "Nonsense," Grandma Lisa said. "How could she do that?" Letting Lin Fan be the president was like giving their company to Han Hai Group. The two companies were competitors right now. Luna was not happy. Last time, Grandma Lisa had told her to find Lin Fan and build a good relationship. So why couldn't she now? Could it be that Grandma didn't keep her word? Grandma Lisa had her own concerns. Last time, she told Luna to build a relationship with Lin Fan because the China headquarters hadn't been established yet. Now that it had been built, the two companies were rivals, not friends. Understand? I don't understand. Anyway, I like him very much. You know I never change my mind once I decide on something. I'm going to contact Lin Fan now." No. You are being too silly." Grandma Lisa emphasized that even if she asked Lin Fan to be president, he wouldn't agree. Setting that aside, the phone call had already been made. "Hello, Miss Luna, hello? Lin Fan, I have a task for you. Huachuang Group's China headquarters is missing a president, and I want you to be it." There was silence on the other end of the phone. Finally, Lin Fan said, "Okay, I can do it." Hearing that, Luna was extremely happy and quickly told Grandma Lisa, "Grandma, look," Lin Fan agreed. "I told you he wouldn't reject my request. Give me your phone." Grandma Lisa took the phone with a smile on her face and said, "Young man, long time no see." "Yes, Grandma Lisa. It's been a few months since the masked ball. You're still going strong, right?" "Haha, I'm not dying yet. I'm glad to hear you're still in good health. I was wondering if Grandma Lisa had any suggestions for me, a junior?" "I don't have any suggestions. It's just that my granddaughter is a bit mischievous. She's talking about wanting you to be the president of the China headquarters. Don't take it seriously." Lin Fan smiled. "I have to say, Grandma Lisa, I do take it seriously. I am familiar with Miss Luna. If she really wants me to be the president of the China company, I would consider it." Luna shouted into the phone, "I do." Grandma Lisa quickly covered Luna's mouth with one hand while talking on the phone with the other. I know you're capable, Lin, but we can handle our company affairs on our own, so we won't bother you. With that, she pretended that the signal was bad and hung up. When the phone was returned to Luna, she looked away, a little unhappy. Letting Lin Fan be the president of the company was clearly the best choice. So why did Grandma Lisa object so much? She was angry, the kind that could not be appeased. Oh, for goodness sake, Luna, can't you listen to your grandma? No, unless you agree with me. Okay, I agree with you. Chapter 125. Unequal treatment. Someone is unhappy. Grandma, you're the best. Luna hugged Grandma Lisa. As she said that, Grandma Lisa had a condition. Luna needed to prove herself. That would be determined by the Double 11 sales. If Hwachuan Group couldn't beat Han Hai Group, then she would allow Luna's request. If not, she'd have to study hard and take on the responsibility sooner. Luna didn't think too much about it. She nodded firmly. A competition would be interesting, and she could try. She said that she was going to start preparing now, going online to find some information. After that, she returned to her room. Grandma Lisa also took out her phone and called the head of the China headquarters. Manager Lee, I'll let you use any means necessary. I need a satisfactory answer from you this Double 11. In the president's office of Han Hai Group, Lin Fan was having a meeting with several executives. The topic of conversation was still the Double 11 plans. Thanks to the recent acquisition of the Sprite Foreign Trade Company, they had multiple channels and their costs were reduced quite a bit. This meant that product prices could be further reduced. Double 11 was all about discounts, especially in the more cost-effective, light luxury brands. Therefore, Han Hai Group planned to focus on the online light luxury market and separate from Hwachuan Group's offline heavy luxury goods. In this way, they may be able to defeat the other party. Of course, that was if the other party didn't pull any tricks. That was the concern. Hwachuan Group always liked to pull some strings in the shadows. Today, Miss Luna called and said that she wanted him to be the president of Hwachuan Group. His first impression was that it was a trap. But after considering Grandma Lisa's attitude, he could see that it was Miss Luna's genuine idea. This was a good thing. At least Miss Luna was on their side. Perhaps he could get her to promote Han Hai Group's products in their live streams. Lin Fan's words made the executives unable to believe it. It was a bit of a fantasy to have a competitor come and help them. I can do it. He had confidence. The executives thought it was a little absurd and asked, Lin, we believe you can do it, but what if Luna has ill intentions? Live streaming is not pre-recorded. Even the smallest mistake can have a negative impact on the sales. It was normal for everyone to worry. After all, live stream sales were a completely new thing. It was a huge challenge for Han Hai Group. But Lin Fan was not just talking. He could do it. Also, Miss Luna was an extremely beautiful model with an amazing figure. She was perfect for live stream sales. Similarly, in order to ensure that the live stream went smoothly, Lin Fan also suggested that Lu Jujia and others help. They were all also very talented women. Therefore, the executives thought it was feasible, but there was one person who should be excluded. That was Su Yufei. She couldn't be allowed to appear. She would definitely have a negative impact, given her past actions. Lin Fan was aware of this and agreed. This was a normal meeting. After the meeting, everyone returned to their positions. Lin Fan and his secretary remained in the room. Secretary Qin Shui recorded all the key points of the meeting and reviewed it with him. After confirming that everything was correct, Lin Fan continued with his work. At this moment, the office door opened. Su Yufei entered Lin Fan's office. She walked to Lin Fan and seemed to have something to say, but she kept looking at his secretary. Qin Shui realized something and left with her files. Only the two of them were left in the room. Su Yufei was no longer worried and began to speak. I want to help too. She said something vague. Help? You can help by just doing your job well, Su Yufei. I don't need to say that again, do I? No, the help I'm talking about is the live streaming sales. I'm very good at it. Were you eavesdropping? Sorry, I was just passing by and happened to hear. In short, Su Yufei stressed that she often shopped in live streams and was quite familiar with the live stream sales model. If Lin Fan didn't trust her, she could go and study. Would that be okay? Lin Fan said it wasn't a question of whether it was okay, but that she was unsuitable. The internet had a memory. What would the audience think if Su Yufei went live? Would they still buy the product? There was a typical case from the past. When a certain actress, known for being obsessed with getting her hair done, was doing a live stream. Her screen was filled with people criticizing her. Although she and her staff pretended not to see it, they continued to try to make sales. The results were obvious. They didn't sell much. The audience was not stupid. They had their own considerations and would never ignore a streamer's history and only look at the products. It could be said that a large part of making purchases had to do with the person who was doing the stream. Yufei clutched the hem of her dress. Her eyes were full of tears. Honestly, Lin Fan's words had deeply hurt her. Is it really not possible? I just want to help you. No. Doing your job well is how you can help me, do you understand? Okay. Yufei couldn't help her tears. She covered her mouth and ran away. Lin Fan didn't chase after her, like in a TV drama, to get her back. He thought that he had done enough. You could say that he was too kind to Yufei, so much so that his friends said that he was too soft-hearted and shouldn't have done that. After the little interruption, Lin Fan thought of something. He made a phone call. Hey, Xiaoming, come to my office. I have something to tell you. Lin, I'll be right there. Not long after, Yao Xiaoming arrived, sweating profusely. Lin Fan had called her over to ask about the reality show. She liked to watch reality shows, so she should know more about them. That show, Yao Xiaoming said, the first episode is about to air, but, from what I know, after Kai Su's incident, all the shots of him were removed. It was a common unspoken rule in the entertainment industry that celebrities who had done something wrong would not only have their footage removed, but they would also have to pay penalty fees for breaching contracts. It was good that he had been cut. At least the audience wouldn't have to see him being targeted by Annie and the others. The key was that the show would be airing soon. He asked Yao Xiaoming if it would air before 11. No problem. We can have 2 episodes out before 11. Good. Xiaoming, you'll be joining me for the live stream. I believe it should have a good result. Yao Xiaoming wasn't sure if she had heard him correctly. Lin was actually going to do a live stream? He was the president. There didn't seem to be many CEOs who did live streams. Lin Fan felt that a president was also a person, no different from others. Since others could do live streams, he could too. He then invited Yao Xiaoming. What do you say? I am not familiar with these things, so I'll have to rely on you. Of course I can. I will do whatever you ask me to do, Lin. That settled the matter. After that, they discussed some of the finer details. At this time, outside of the office, Yufei's face was pale, and her tears fell to the ground. She had clearly heard what had been said. Chapter 126, Huachuang Group's 11 Plan. Huachuang Group was also having a meeting. Luna, who should have been the president, was not present. Instead, one of the executives appointed by Grandma Lisa was present. They discussed the 11 Plan. Unlike Han Hai Group, Huachuang Group focused on the offline market. They had thousands of stores, each of which could provide a considerable amount of revenue. Compared to online, they had more advantages. When it came to sales, offline was better than online. It was, after all, a traditional business that had been proven by the market. This was how Huachuang Group had grown in other countries. The domestic market was different, but the basic logic was the same. Li Wei, a marketing PhD who had acquired Japanese citizenship, knew very well that the Chinese people's purchasing power was not stronger than that of people in other countries. This was a drawback of traditional culture. While people in the States were spending lavishly, domestic culture was still rooted in frugality. Of course, frugality was a good thing. But business didn't allow for frugality. If products were made with inferior materials, or costs were cut, they would not be able to provide consumers with a perfect experience. This was the philosophy that Huachuang Group had always followed. So he decided that the 11 products would not be discounted. Instead, they would provide better service. Every clerk had to put on a smile that was more genuine and provide more careful guidance than usual. They could not let their customers feel like they were buying something they weren't confident about. He had talked about several measures, and the foreign employees below him had applauded, agreeing with his ideas. But the Chinese executives had grim faces. They clearly had objections. One of them expressed his opinion, saying that the market in China was completely different from the market overseas. Using the same strategies in China would definitely not work. Moreover, live stream sales had become increasingly popular in recent years. The online market may not be much worse than the offline market. Oh, you seem to think that I don't know what I'm talking about? Although I have been overseas most of the time, I grew up in China. I know a thing or two about the Chinese market. If you know, why do you? Li Wei spoke frankly. Because I have a PhD in marketing, and you don't. I received a much better education overseas than you did in China. You wouldn't understand if I explained it to you. Go see the world. Don't stay in your comfort zone. As soon as he said that, the Chinese executives were enraged. What did he mean that the education overseas was better than the education in China? And what was that about the purchasing power of the Chinese people not being as good as the purchasing power of foreigners? What kind of nonsense was that? It was true that China had not been as good as other countries in the past, but things were getting better and better. Otherwise, Huachuang Group would not have established a China headquarters. If they had that intention, didn't that prove how big the Chinese market was? Although that was how it seemed, Li Wei merely smirked and said in English, maybe. Everyone was about to explode with anger. They would rather have Luna as their leader than to have this dog trader. Unfortunately, they were not the leaders and could not make decisions about the company's personnel. And they had only recently started their jobs, so they couldn't say anything. They could only silently curse when 11 goes wrong. I'd like to see what you do. The meeting didn't stop because of a few people's objections. On the contrary, Li Wei was becoming more and more animated, expressing his many opinions. And he also openly stated at the meeting that they would engage in a war of public opinion with Han Hai Group. Like the past few times, they would hire some online trolls to defame their company. And they would also try to suppress their trending search results. They would monopolize the media, and Han Hai Group couldn't have any attention at all. Do you understand? Everyone, trust me. I will use my professional abilities to ensure that we have a very successful 11. Li Wei seemed very confident. What could they say? They were speechless. Everyone applauded. When the meeting ended, many Chinese executives took out their phones and called the real head of the company, Lisa, to express their dissatisfaction. The result they got was, I've retired and no longer care about the Huachuang Group. If you have any requests, talk to Luna. President, I'm doing this for the company. If we follow Li Wei's plans, the company will definitely suffer losses during 11. Grandma Lisa still had the same attitude. She even said that in the States, there was a company called Banana, whose mobile phones were never discounted when they were sold on their official website. If you were good enough, you wouldn't need to rely on discounts to attract consumers. Those consumers who purchased your products did so because they believed in your brand, not because of the price. Also, Huachuang Group mainly produced high-end, luxury cosmetics and women's products. How could they discount them? Discounting would make their customers feel like the product was cheap. Luxury goods won by being expensive. There was no need to consider discounting them. She thought that Li Wei's idea of enhancing value through service was very reasonable. At least, that was how most overseas companies operated. No luxury brand had ever used discounts to attract customers. That was absolutely unacceptable. Those consumers who couldn't afford luxury goods still wouldn't buy your products if they were discounted. I've said enough. Do you have any other questions? I respect your decision. What could these employees do? They could only respect it. After everyone left, Li Wei looked out the window and chuckled. They're just country bumpkins. That's what happens when people haven't studied. They like to jump to conclusions. This was why he didn't like returning to China. If Lisa hadn't actively contacted him, he wouldn't have come back. It was so much better overseas, where he earned $100,000 a month. It was much better than the 996 culture in China. People always said that he had forgotten his roots and that he didn't remember he was Chinese. But Li Wei would just smile and not say anything. He didn't want to be with those people. So he directly joined Japan and got his citizenship. Those people were just jealous. If they were him, they would be even more eager than him. At that moment, his phone rang. Li Wei answered the phone. Moshi Moshi, this is Li Wei from Huachuang Group. Oh yes, I understand. So you were saying you want to help us sell our goods? I'm sorry, our company is not planning to start a live stream. He was about to hang up the phone when the other party mentioned her name. Hearing the unfamiliar and familiar name, Li Wei rubbed his chin and had an interesting idea. So, he agreed and said that they could work together. He didn't report this to Grandma Lisa, and he was going to take it as his own achievement. He was going to surprise everyone. Meanwhile, in a certain place in Sinan City, Su Yufei closed her phone screen as if she had lost all her strength and collapsed on her bed. It was clear how difficult the decision she had just made was. Chapter 127. Huachuang Group can't handle this. When 11 arrived, data from Han Hai Group was already available. They were focusing on the online market, so data collection was very direct. In just 2 hours, they had already reached 200 million in sales. And that was without any live stream sales. The company was full of confidence and felt that they wouldn't lose to Huachuang Group, even though they were a Fortune 500 company. Chen Shuyi brought the data to Lin Fan, her face full of joy. Lin, our results are great, and it's still climbing. This is all thanks to you, Lin. Well, it's thanks to the hard work of everyone in the company that we were able to achieve such great results. But we can't relax yet. Huachuang Group has a much greater influence than us. Their sales will definitely be good as well. Plus, since they were focusing on offline sales, their data collection would be slower. They couldn't open the champagne early. But it had to be said, their results far exceeded expectations. The key was the reduction of costs, which allowed them to give consumers better prices. Light luxury brands, unlike real luxury brands, didn't cost 100,000 to 200,000 at the drop of a hat. Their products were usually priced between a few thousand yuan. After discounts, the price could be reduced by about 20%, and those consumers who were still on the fence would choose to buy. After all, consumers who shopped online were generally more sensitive to prices. Thinking that it was about time to strike while the iron was hot, Lin Fan told Chen Shui to notify the staff and tell them that they could start their live streams. Okay, Lin. I'll go and prepare. We can start soon. Live streaming wasn't easy. Han Hai Group didn't usually have a live stream, so you could say this was their first time. Therefore, Lin Fan spent money to hire some celebrities to help to ensure the popularity of the live stream. Not long after, the live stream opened. In a short period of time, its popularity exceeded 100,000, and the comments in the comments section made the host head spin. They couldn't keep up with them. Their comments were all, "Am I seeing this correctly? Is that Guo Huqing? He really came. Han Hai Group really went all out this time. It's probably just another way to cut our pockets. I'm already used to it. So cheap, don't fight me for it." The live stream was a great success. And with the extremely discounted prices, the sales figures in the background were constantly rising. Looking at the data, Lin Fan could see that the majority of the consumers were from first and second-tier cities and were over 30 years old. And the people who were commenting the loudest were mostly younger consumers. They didn't buy much. This was normal. After all, they were focusing on a high-end market, and young people didn't have a lot of money to buy their products. The most important thing was to grasp the right audience. So the celebrities that he had chosen were all the kind that people of that generation liked. The Aughts generation probably hadn't even heard of the four heavenly kings. They were more interested in the type of young idols like Kai Su. As the data got better and better, he showed a long-lost smile. Lin Fan knew this was the effect of the celebrities. But he didn't completely drop his guard. After all, the return rate of women's products was very high. Good data didn't mean high profits. So they had to use this early momentum to sell as much as possible. Once the audience had grown tired of it, then he could slowly release some new twists and turns to attract the viewer's attention. Later, not only did Guo Huqing come, but Lu Dehua also came, and the live stream was instantly set on fire. The popularity was uncontrollable, reaching over 1 million. They directly took first place on the trending charts. Sales also soared, and the hosts' faces were flushed. "Guys, 3,000 orders. No, it's 5,000. We've broken 5,000 orders. 8,000. That's incredible." Sales had exceeded 500 million. If they had a 40% return rate, they would still have 300 million in sales. It could be said that they had exploded. One surprise after another. In just a few hours, sales had broken 1 billion. The executives were mostly older people. They hadn't really thought that a small live stream could be so popular. It seemed that Lin knew what he was doing, and it wasn't just a casual thing. Han Hai Group really could shake Huachuang Group. They were, after all, a Fortune 500 company, known throughout the world. At this time, inside Huachuang Group, there was dead silence. Everyone watched as Han Hai Group's data continued to climb, with no sign of stopping. And what about them? According to their marketing department's report, they had only sold 500 million in products, and that was after all their scheming and plotting. They were absolutely no match for Han Hai Group. As the head of Huachuang Group's China headquarters, Li Wei was feeling worse than if he had eaten a turd. He couldn't believe that the online channel could be so powerful. That was what he was thinking, but he couldn't express it outwardly. He picked up the microphone and told everyone to calm down, that they still had a chance. What chance? They're already a double of our sales. The Chinese employees had long had a bone to pick with Li Wei. Now they just wanted to mock him. If it weren't for Li Wei, the arrogant, conceited, and smug little Japanese man, Huachuang Group would definitely be stronger than Han Hai Group. Although Li Wei was a bit angry that he had been interrupted, the current situation didn't allow him to throw a tantrum. He composed himself and expressed his thoughts. They had just begun, so who would win was still uncertain. He immediately launched an information bomb, releasing black material about Han Hai Group's products, claiming they used low-grade materials, which were cheap and even carcinogenic. In short, they were constantly trying to degrade them. In addition, he quickly arranged for the factory staff to open a live stream. They also wanted to use live streams to attract online consumers. It could be said that Han Hai Group was only able to achieve such good results by using the online channel. Otherwise, they would never be able to beat Huachuang Group. If they could do a live stream, then Huachuang Group could do it too, and they would do it better. When he said that, the people in the audience sneered. Who said that the offline channel was definitely better than the online channel? They were being slapped in the face. As for the live stream host, Li Wei's mind turned to the phone call from a few days ago, and he recommended Su Yufei. We can't make the same mistake again. Su Yufei is a woman who cheated and has many scandals. If she hosts the live stream, things will definitely backfire. And, isn't Su Yufei Lin Fan's woman? How could she do a live stream on our channel? Anyway, the Chinese employees refused to agree. The foreign employees thought it was fine. Cheating was not a big deal in other countries. If the woman had popularity, she could be used. Li Wei also had the same thoughts. He insisted, the matter has been decided. If anyone disagrees, you can leave now. You said it. As soon as he said that, the Chinese employees couldn't hold back anymore. They slammed their files down and stormed out. Chapter 128. A confession in front of 300,000 people. And that was how Su Yufei became a host for Huachuang Group. Sometimes she didn't even know what she was thinking. She just felt that she had to do it, without thinking about the consequences. That was how it was in the past, and that was how it was now. If she had to use a word to explain it, then it was probably called impulsive. Ma'am, the live stream is about to start. The staff whispered in her ear, don't be nervous, just follow the script we provided. As he spoke, a script was handed to Su Yufei. The densely packed schedule seemed incredibly detailed. Even the expressions she had to use and the words she had to say were written down clearly. Looking at the script, Su Yufei felt like she was seeing her life. She was free in name only, and was actually limited by all sorts of rules and regulations. When she was at school, she had to obey school rules, and when she was at work, she had to listen to the company's instructions. It was the same with her relationship with Lin Fan. No matter what she did, she couldn't make him angry. No matter what she did, she had to obey his wishes. But she wanted to be free. She wanted to be able to do what she liked without being criticized by others, and avoid all that unnecessary pressure. As if she had made up her mind, Su Yufei got up and walked in front of the camera. I'm ready. We can start the live stream. Okay, everyone get ready. Let the live stream begin. On the Han Hai Group side, the live stream had already been running for 5 or 6 hours. All of the twists and turns had been used, and they had sold a lot of goods. Now the popularity of the live stream was slightly declining. After all, people always got tired of seeing the same thing. Lin Fan knew that, and for the rest of the time, they would just be chatting. He would chat with the audience about Han Hai Group, and he would announce something big. Yao Xiaoming was his guest, and she seemed a little nervous. Don't be nervous. This is also my first time doing a live stream. Just relax. If you don't know what to say, just look at the comments. Okay, Lin. A little clumsily, the first live stream with the two of them began. Since the live stream wasn't scripted, the show's impact was less than ideal, but the audience was still very enthusiastic, because there were too many beautiful women on the show. Luna, Zhomei, and some others had all come. Especially when Miss Luna appeared, everyone was astonished. Someone also discovered that she was the daughter of the Huachuang Group. The live stream was instantly set on fire. They couldn't understand how someone from the Huachuang Group could be doing a live stream on Han Hai Group's channel. Looking at how familiar she was with Lin, they thought, could they be a couple? While everyone was still thinking about this, Zhomei, Lu Jia, and others were also making it unclear with Lin Fan, which made the viewers confused. Hey, did you notice? The women next to Lin are from that recent reality show. Yeah, I remember Yao Xiaoming. She was the last female guest to appear. This is getting interesting. Which one did Lin choose? I'm really looking forward to it now. Lin, why didn't Su Yufei come? Looking at the comments, Lin Fan replied, Miss Su has her own work and won't be here. But I saw her in another live stream. Another live stream? Lin Fan thought of something, but he chose not to think about it. He continued with the live stream. It had to be said, the live stream with beautiful women had an amazing effect. With Luna and the others, the popularity of the live stream remained high. Seeing that their popularity was at its peak, it was time for Lin Fan to talk about something serious. He adjusted his mic and told everyone that he had an announcement to make. Making decisions was very difficult, especially for someone as rational as him. It would take a lot of time for him to make a decision. Maybe he was too cautious in business. It was difficult for him to trust others, and it was also difficult for him to say that he completely trusted someone. But that situation was completely changed recently, because he had met someone whom he could spend his entire life with. Zhou and the others finally understood why Lin Fan had asked them to come to the live stream. He wanted to use the live stream to make things clear. There were 300,000 people watching the live stream. Everyone understood what Lin Fan meant and thought, this is just him going public. Many celebrities in the entertainment industry liked to do this. Whether it was announcing that they were in a relationship, or getting married, divorced, or even having a child, they would post something about it on social media to prove it. Just recently, there was a celebrity who was making headlines with their marriage proposal. Lin Fan did want to make things public. He was not the kind of man who didn't want to go public and drag things out. Going public was also a show of respect, and also an act of recognition. You may know me from all the news about me. Yufei cheated on me before our marriage, causing me a lot of suffering and humiliation. At that time, I couldn't take it anymore. I wanted to jump off a building. But then, she appeared. At this moment, Yao Xiaoming shuddered, thinking back to the time. She wanted to avoid the screen, but Lin Fan grabbed her hand. Xiaoming, I told you that you were one of a kind. Do you know why I said that? This probably because I'm ordinary. You wanted to encourage me and make me less sad. Lin Fan laughed and said, that's right. Changing the subject, he said that he didn't just want to encourage Yao Xiaoming. More importantly, you are the most unique person in my heart. From the time we first met, to the time we admired each other, you have quietly been by my side. No matter when, I can always see you. It makes me feel at peace. Perhaps you always put yourself down and say that you're ordinary, and don't have any special talents, and that you're not as beautiful or have as good of a figure as Yufei and the others. But I like your ordinariness, and I hope you can have ordinary happiness, and I hope you can have your own ordinary love story. At this point, Yao Xiaoming was crying as she lowered her head. Although Zhou and the others had feelings for Lin Fan, they would respect Lin Fan's decision. At this moment, they were all also very touched. Especially Luna, whose makeup was ruined from crying. She didn't know why, but she loved Lin Fan's straightforwardness. She yelled out, you have to be happy. Lin Fan took Yao Xiaoming's hand and wiped her tears. Xiaoming, I'm not a perfect person. I also have a lot of flaws. Are you willing to accept me? Lin, I am. Okay. I want to announce to the whole world that Yao Xiaoming is my girlfriend. The camera froze at this moment, and applause was heard throughout the live stream. Its popularity surged, and it became a trending search. A few minutes later, all social media platforms were filled with the trending search about Lin Fan's confession. After seeing the news, Yufei, who was still selling products for a competitor, was surprisingly calm. Perhaps she had already expected that this would happen. She had just been deluding herself. I have something to say to you, Lin Fan. She said those words on the live stream. Chapter 129. I don't love you anymore, Lin Fan, the end? Why? Was she just so dispensable in his heart? Was 10 years of love so insignificant? Was this the price for cheating? Yufei had never been so calm before, as if nothing mattered anymore. As if she had made a decision, she took advantage of the fact that everyone in the live stream was still in shock and said, I don't love you anymore, Lin Fan. After saying that, she took off her mic and left, ignoring everyone's attempts to stop her. She didn't go back to the villa. Instead, she took a taxi to the airport. When she passed by the Sinan Hotel, she saw a wedding party. Yufei leaned out of the car. The groom was handsome, and the bride was beautiful and poised. Holding hands, with their hopes for the future, they entered the wedding hall with smiles on their faces. And seeing this scene, Yufei broke down. Once upon a time, she also had the chance to be happy, but she didn't cherish it. Now, it was too late to regret it. As the taxi disappeared into the distance, her unrequited feelings came to an end. What? Yufei ran away. Li Wei was surprised. The reason he agreed to work with Yufei was to try to deflate Lin Fan's arrogance. But it had backfired. Not only did the live stream audience curse them and say that they wanted to return their purchases, Hua Chuang Group was also reported several times. You could say he had completely messed up. Just as he didn't know how to explain this to Grandma Lisa, the data collected by the marketing department came in. 300 million. They only sold 300 million? How could that be? The staff from the marketing department also felt helpless. Manager Lee, you don't understand. China is doing well online right now. It's an unstoppable trend. Although we have thousands of stores, most of our customers are return customers. We can't attract any new consumers. Li Wei frowned and looked at the data report. How much did Han High Group sell? Just tell me. As of now, 1.5 billion in sales. Hearing this number, Li Wei fainted in his office. It's good that she left. Lin Fan had just finished his live stream when he heard that Su Yufei had left. To be honest, leaving was the best ending for both of them. Lin Fan also thought, if Su Yufei had chosen to leave directly when she cheated, instead of having a wedding with him, would he not have experienced all this torment? Lin, you seem to be troubled. Tell me about it. Yao Xiaoming held his arm. It's nothing. Everything is over. People are always changing, and they'll always find new lives. Life is long. We should just take it one step at a time. The two of them drove to the villa. Su Yufei's room was still the same as before, as if she had never left. The butler asked, Sir, I saw the news. Miss Su will probably not come back. I was wondering, is it okay to put her things away? Lin Fan remained silent for a long time, and finally said quietly, Put them away. We'll never meet again in this life. After that, a long time had passed. Han High Group won Double 11. They won beautifully. Miss Luna came to the office every day and said that she wanted to be their president. He refused her helplessly, saying that he could help, but that being a president wasn't necessary. That's a deal. If there's anything I don't know, I'll come and ask you. You have to teach me well, she said with a smile. Later, they helped each other and cooperated with each other. Huachuang Group, thanks to Miss Luna's efforts, almost became a sister company of Han High Group. In addition to her, good news also came from Zhou Mei. The Tourism City project had been successfully launched. With this project, White Heavy Industries' financial reports finally looked a lot better. The two companies were interacting more frequently, and the stock prices were going up. There was also an interesting thing that happened. It seemed that Lu Jiejia had gotten hooked on acting. She had actually become an actress and was filming a TV show in Hengdian. Lin Fan supported her, saying that he would invest in her show. But she said it wasn't necessary, as long as he came to see her sometimes. Finally, there was the matter of Yao Xiaoming. Perhaps she didn't like living a luxurious life like Su Yufei. Yao Xiaoming was still the same as before. She worked hard and was an art director. She just talked a lot more, and almost every day, she came to his office and just wouldn't stop talking. She seemed really happy. Recently, they had also gone to see several horror movies. Although Lin Fan wasn't scared, she, who claimed to love watching horror movies, would hide in his arms. Holding her warm hand, Lin Fan had no regrets. Good times always passed by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the next 520 had arrived. He clearly remembered that it was today. Su Yufei had cheated on him. He opened his dusty social media profile and happened to see Su Yufei's recent updates. A brand new Su Yufei, a brand new start, 520. She was lying on a golden beach, sunbathing. She seemed at peace and relaxed. Lin Fan hadn't liked any post for a long time. But today, he unexpectedly gave her a like, and then closed his phone screen. He took Yao Xiaoming's hand, and they went on their date.